Hi everyone, and welcome to the live stream for the MEC Blackout for Majors. My name's Adam, and I'll be your host for the next 12 hours. Should be a good event. We're looking forward to it. Lots of action happening. But first and foremost, let's hear from our sponsor, Richard.
G'day everyone, Richard from Suitspeed here. Hope you're doing well. Just want to wish everyone the best of luck for the Majors Suitspeed Blackout this weekend. What a great event, super excited for this one, and it's going to be a fantastic precursor to the Majors Endurance Championship next year. We love the guys at Majors, they do a great job running league racing for everyone year in, year out. So if you want to support them, head over to suitspeed.com, grab yourselves a pair of gloves, use the discount code MAJORS, M-A-J-O-R-S, for 10% off, and it'll help out the guys that run the league racing that we love. Good luck to everyone, and we'll see you all on track. Cheers.
Brilliant, brilliant. Lovely, lovely, lovely words there. So yes, welcome to the Nürburgring. It's dark. It's going to get crazy. It'll be good fun. So let's check out some of the details from today. The 12-hour race. The race will be starting in approximately 11 minutes. They've just had qualifying, so we'll get to have a look at that grid later on. Well, they're starting off okay. I think it's going to get progressively worse as the race goes on, and then we'll see how it just pans out. I think we're going to play it a little bit by ear today. I think it's going to be a bit crazy. So also, do feel free to mention stuff in the chat. If I get a chance, I'll have a glance and get some answers going. So this is the split one stream, and split two you'll have to see if there's any local ones. So yeah, we're using Coaction Sim Sports, we're using STK Gaming. Big shout out to Suitspeed. Like Richard said, use that 10%. The weather is pretty okay at the moment at 18 degrees C. It's getting cloudy. Teams will start to be getting ready soon. We'll hit the grid in just a couple of minutes, and we'll be ready to rock. So go grab yourself a drink, get comfortable. I'm looking forward to this race. What am I anticipating? We're going to be anticipating a couple of yellow flags, especially when the rain comes. As you can see out there, visibility, I've got it, looking around the track at the minute. The visibility is quite crazy in some places, so we're going to be relying on headlights a lot. It's one of those situations as well, just like in other series that we've seen around. Shout out to GSRC. There's particular rules in here like no tow. So if a car goes off or indeed is involved in an incident, they can't just simply tow to pits like they can to officials. They have to request for race control, request permission to tow, which will result in a safety car. So, people spinning out could prove costly, it could prove beneficial. It depends on what's going on for the drivers. Throughout tonight, I'm going to be joined in the box by various commentators, and hopefully I'll get a chance to speak to a few drivers as well, so that'd be cool. And race control will also be dropping in as well to say hi. Let's see if we can get a list. Oh. Qualifying is done, we're just waiting on a few final pieces. Race control are getting things together, and then there's going to be the parade lap. And then onto the green light. There'll be a 10-second gap between the GTPs and the GT3, so hopefully we'll get to watch the launch of them both. Some really top quality races in here, some are well known to the Major Series, and some that are very, very new. And don't forget, this is the prerequisite. This is, this is where you get to learn a little bit about the way the Major Series hold this. Major Series is known for its Le Mans 24-hour. It's been going on for a good couple of years. I've raced there myself and really, really enjoyed it. And, this is a great opportunity to learn more about it and going into the MEC, which has got some amazing races coming up. I'm really excited. If you haven't seen them before, head over to the Majors website and see what's there. That'll be at majorseries.com. To give us a little bit of a chat about this whole thing, we've got this event here. Then it's round one of the MEC. The official launch of it is at Silverstone on the 15th of February. Round two is at Monza, a 4-hour race around there on March. And then we're over to Sao Paulo for round three for a 4-hour race there, again on the 29th of March, so a couple of weeks down the line. And then we head to Portimao for 4 hours in April the 26th. And finishing off at Spa. You have to do Spa. It's just one of those things, isn't it? And that finishes off, and that's on May the 10th. So 5 rounds, lots going on, and I am joined by Jake. Hi Jake, are you there?
Yes, I am. It's a pleasure to be here and to be a part of watching some amazing racing, calling some great racing. So we'll see what goes on. I do love the majors. It's been around for a very long time. I've done the majors here and there for a very long time. So it's going to be fun to see how this all plays out over the course of a very, very long, nice endurance race.
What are you anticipating in this race? What are you expected to see in here, Jake?
I'm expecting good racing. That's the important thing, and I think it's the first thing to say. Expect good racing, expect wonderful racing, and you know what? I think it's going to be something that when you sit down, you look at it, you put it down on paper. I'm just hoping that we're going to be in with some absolutely wonderful battling that we're going to be seeing over the course of this run, and these Sud Speed sessions should be something that we stand up and say, you know what? Let's get in and have an absolutely wonderful time watching some great racing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're going to see some really end-to-end stuff, side-by-sides, going around the corners. How big a factor do you think the rain's going to be for the strategies here?
I think rain always is the great equaliser. I think that if drivers aren't necessarily prepared and haven't put themselves in a position where, you know, they sit down and you say, you know what, we're going out there, we're racing, and we're not prepared for rain. I think that they haven't done their due diligence. I think that when we sit down and say we are hoping for as much as we possibly can out of the track and getting all of that pace down, you've got to make sure you've got a car that's stable. And it's not just got to be stable for you, it's got to be stable for every other driver that jumps into the car. So I think it's really important that if rain does become a key factor, you do have to stand and say, you know what, everything has to be on an absolute 100% level.
Exactly. And by the way, there was a lot of testing at the start of this week, especially with the arrival of the Ferrari and the GTPs. It seems like quite a few drivers have switched to it.
Yes, I think that with any new car that jumps in on the iRacing server, there's always an element that drivers are going to want to try and jump to it, are going to try and get an affinity to it because it's brand new and sparkly and shiny, and they'll feel like there's maybe a tiny bit of an edge there if they jump onto it. So I think that it's really interesting in that regard that people are starting to look and make that push, especially in week 13 with the limited running that they've had. But it comes down to who feels comfortable in what. And if drivers are feeling comfortable in brand new machinery, then by all means go out there and run it. It's the perfect advertisement board for why you should jump onto iRacing.
Yeah, through my testing, I've seen how the strengths and weaknesses of the Ferrari have all come in, but like you say, there's so little known about it, and obviously there's no setups to pull across from other things like you have with the Acura, like you have with the Caddy. So there's a lot of learning in a short space of time.
Yes, it will be, and I'm sure that though drivers will have to learn the particular peculiarities of it, and they'll have the 12-week season that comes along that will help that. This is probably going to be their first true test of what the Ferrari is for them, especially when you consider as well you've got Daytona coming up on the horizon, which I'm sure a lot of drivers are going to want to try and put themselves in with and have a massive chance to look and understand that. So at least for these drivers' perspectives and what they're looking at, I'm sure that they'll touch upon it again in the major series that comes along for 2025. But at least on a short-term basis, what they're looking for right now here in the Blackout is everything they can possibly get their hands on and then some, which is pace, pace, and pace.
Yeah, exactly. And looking at the GT3s here, we have quite a few Mustangs, McLarens around Monster Mix, Porsches. There's no NSX by the looks of it.
So that'll be quite interesting then in terms of the GT3 field, because I think a lot of it is always very tried and tested and very circuit dependent on what's the strongest field. And a lot of drivers go back to their comfort zone and say, well, this is the sort of car that I can sit back and say, you know what, I can have a lot of fun when I'm in this car and I can drive it safely and we can get this car to the end. I think that's the important thing, because whenever you're in an endurance race, the one important thing that I think everyone stands onto on ceremony is, first and foremost, above all else, can we get this car to the finish? And 9 times out of 10, it's yes, we can. But, you walk into a series like this, sometimes you can get 20, 30, 40% attrition rate just from drivers who are unable to keep the car on the road.
Yeah, that's going to be absolutely vital, and that stability is, even when you consider the front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, dealing with the rain and things like this. I am curious to see how some of these cars are going to be handling that, especially around turn 1, turn 2, because that's where a big spin area will be.
Yeah, and so when you're into the opening couple of corners out here on the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit, I think that when you're sitting down on it, when you're looking around at it, it's very easy for dramas to happen at the early stage of the circuit, especially when you're moving around the AMG arena, you're looking around. I think as well, what often will get forgotten is how difficult it's going to be, especially if it's wet down just before the Advan Arch. I think that sort of section of circuit is just going to run like a river around here, because this isn't a flat circuit. You've got the hills, you've got the elevation, and you've also got the Paget Racing Curve, which will be another place where it all starts getting a little bit dramatic with the rain as you follow basically the course of the water down the track. So I really do think that we're going to be in for a treat here, and it's going to be about who can stand up to the highest levels possible when it comes to their racing.
Exactly. I think it's key to remember as well with this, definitely with this type of race, it doesn't. We've had qualifying. The drivers are just sometimes out. They're in the drivers briefing at the minute, and even those drivers that are at the back, it's a 12 hours. It's going to be a long race. I think anybody can win this one.
Any. The first and foremost call is you've got to buy your ticket to the end of the race, and if you don't do that, then there's no way you're going to be winning this one. And secondly, once you do have yourself settled down into a rhythm, and it might take a couple hours, it might take 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours even sometimes to feel like you're 100% comfortable with what the car is capable and able to do, then you're really looking down and saying, this is where I want to be, this is what I am capable of standing up and saying, this is what as a team we're aiming for. And if you want to win races like these, you've got to put yourself in with a chance to do so, and the only way you do that is you go out and you attack, or you just try and settle into a rhythm and then find that way to just move on through the gears again and again and again.
Yep, exactly that. It looks like drivers are starting to get themselves a little bit prepared. Looks like a couple are just starting to head out. Let's see what the plan is.
So I believe we're nearing the end of the warm-up now, so that is going to allow for all of these drivers then to go out and say, you know what, this is where we're looking to push, this is where we're trying to stand on ceremony and say we're at the highest level possible for it. So this will be a chance after having their meeting briefing, which says, we're trying to do the best that we can with what we've got. We're looking to stand on ceremony and say, you know what, this is the highest level. And right now it's a case of, you're not going to see massive changes out there, but what you are going to be seeing is a little change here and a little change there. So it might be a slight tweak that says, oh, maybe we can turn the tyre pressures down ever so slightly or something like that. Maybe something small that's going to make a difference later on.
Yeah, exactly. And the communication will be important amongst the team there as well. Like over a stint, I mean, I've done this before. You turn the brake bias down a little bit over the course of the stint because of changing grip conditions. And just remember to turn it back up, so other teams don't get that chance. It's knowing about where the grip is, isn't it? Especially at this time of night.
Yeah, and you lose your reference markers at this point of time. So it is very, very quick for people to lose out and gain or lose sometimes as they go about. So you could find yourself in the wrong place at the wrong time and realise that there isn't really anything that's going to help you out in that regard. So when you sit down and look at it and smile and say, right, it's purely a night race, and we're going to be racing through the night. It is a different challenge for those who go out and about and try and go through. And I'm just keeping an eye out on the precipitation levels, and it looks like it's going to be a dry-ish start, but it is just going to ramp up the percentage chance of rain as it goes through for the next 2 hours or so to about 40%. So I think it's going to be very interesting to see where that goes. In fact, that might actually be a couple hours into the race. So I'm just hearing word no rain really expected for the first 3 hours or so, and then the chance of rain I think is going to start finding its way in.
I'm getting excited about this. I think you as well, Jake. Oh, here we go. It looks like they're all getting sorted out at the end of this, so in a minute we should get to have a look at the grid system.
So you've got eyes on the grid. I'm not actually in server at the moment, so I'll be jumping in the next couple of seconds and getting through to the grid and see how everybody's stacked up. But I'm sure that we're going to have a wonderful showcase of driving, especially as they will look to gear themselves up and go.
Yeah, exactly. Looking at the thing here, we've got Fiercely Forward led by Nunez on pole position. Marshmallow Races driven by Campbell in second place. Stout in third. Rodriguez in fourth. Sean Fowler in fifth. Zui Zhu in sixth, Booster in seventh, Gary Thomas from Fusion in eighth, Timothy Larson, Hyperion. There's a bit of love in the chat for Hyperion, so that's there for you. Kyle in 10th.
Yeah, so they'll be all certainly looking around and saying, okay, this is what we're there. And of course, a lot of people have a lot of fans out there who are able to go and really generate some wonderful performance out there. So I'm sure that we're going to be in a position where we see that very shortly on who's going to be making the biggest splash forward. But right now, it's about making a good start, a clean start, and staying out of trouble.
And leading out on the GTCs, we've got Sharpov, Olivieri, Martin Mayer, Lenaway, Haupt, and Bosson. Good stacked teams there. Right, yeah. Off they go. Making their way around. Away they go.
Green, green, green.
Diving in towards turn one. Keeping it nice and organised, loving it. Oh, look at that. That's all the space that they've got in there. And off they go.
Yeah, they're certainly nice and working together comfortably there on that opening section of track, and then as they'll look to try and funnel it out, expect to see quite a bit of single file as they run on through. I think it's going to be really important that they settle down into a rhythm, don't fight too hard, deal with too much too wide running, and I think that's going to give them the opportunity to say, you know what, now we can start attacking after we've settled down into the rhythm. So expect them to try and find some single file, tiny bit of space, and then to work from there.
Yeah, exactly. We're getting some action here already, some people starting to take a little look, take a peek. Nice little battle here between Stout and Schoenfelder. Very respectful so far, very good.
That's what we expect from racing like this, and we're certainly finding that out then in the early stages. So they all look to put themselves in. I have absolutely no reference of time while seeing this race at the moment because I'm still trying to put myself into server at this stage. So I think you've got better eyes than I do at the moment.
Yeah, no worries. And it's taking, let the racing speak for itself, because like you said, this is where we are seeing, this is major standard, seeing this kind of thing is brilliant, seeing all the respect there. And nothing is on show. Nice indeed. There is a little bit of spinning towards the back there. New boy has had a bit of a time at the back. Let's see if we can catch what happened there. He's one of the new ones in the Ferrari, just going over the chicane a little bit hot. But luckily just onto the grass, so he'll get back on there. ahead.
It's very easy to run off, especially at the Nürburgring, where each and every corner, there is no true easy corner around this Nürburgring circuit, especially in the Grand Prix layout. It's a track that is designed to challenge, it is designed to be difficult, and it is designed to flow with the topology of the ground. So you are very much in a position of, right, where can you go and find what is out there, where can you find the next little stage, and really when you sat down and looking at this circuit, you're trying to find an element where you can brake and have confidence. And I don't think there's a single braking zone truly on this circuit that is truly flat, and that is going to be the tough challenge when you go to a track like this, knowing that each and every corner is either uphill or downhill. You don't get anything truly easy, with maybe the exception of turns 3 and 4.
Yeah, exactly. And also what you got to bear in mind, at this moment in time, hearts are in mouths and absolutely going by injuries. There's lots of action going on all over the place. It's really hard keeping up with this stuff. I'm here with the GT3s with Marietta, having a great little fight here with Otelar. There's a big chain there. There's so much riding on this. One little mistake and you could end up with that. But we've already said it's a mistake in the back at this stage. Anything can happen. This is driving.
Yeah, there's always a way for troubles to befall, especially when you're starting off with night racing and looking to get yourself situated early on with this. So I think at least to start this race outright, Fiercely Forward Black have done exactly what they needed to do. Luis Nunez and Sean Campbell out there at this moment. But you're looking down through that field, the GT3s, Negative Delta. Mag Performance is one of the top teams out there. Emanuele Olivieri, you expect that. Vladi Shopov, though, is a driver who definitely commands respect. He's been very good when it comes to the MX-5s, and he will certainly be looking at trying to build some pace. And they have built some pace, as the top two in the GT category have been able to walk away when they've got Corbin Lenaway for Impact Simsport Black. They've got Johan Martin Meyer for Delta V Racing there in third. And then you've got Flo Bosson for Les Convoyeurs de l'Extrême, who are there in that fifth position. And then you tag onto that Finn Haupt for Team Frida Sport. They are there, that next group of four. And already you've got that tiny groups that are starting to form up. And you'll see that over and over. And they'll only break up more when you hit the endurance section of this race, when you start hitting lap traffic.
Yeah, it's very clear to see on the when you look at the track map as well, just how those little groups are working, and just knowing the importance of getting that little gap away from the danger of the others, and like I say, biding your time, waiting for that opportune moment where it's not going to be costly on you. These guys are going to be experts at defending, and they're going to make sure that they give themselves time to do so.
Well, they need to give themselves the time, they need to give themselves the ability to go out there and really challenge for it. So I'm sure that we're going to be in a position where, you know what, you sit down, you look around at everything that's sort of there and ready, and you've got to go and push. Early stages, you've got to be able to say, I've got the ability to go out there and challenge, and that's where I think those in the GT field are maybe looking around and seeing the top two have been able to wander away, and there's not really much that they can do around it. There are some really quick drivers in here, like Lennart Rath, for example, for Schneider Motorsport, who I'd expect to be a little bit further up than what he is at this moment in time. This isn't, by any stretch of the imagination, a bad field by any stretch. They're all looking to try and put some pace in. We have had 3 cars in trouble early, so Mitchell Dobson for Moose Motorsport, they're down a lap already in the early stages. Composite Performance 913 in trouble, and so too the Magic Arrow team. So they will be the sorts of teams that are hoping to try and gain maybe something more later on, but out early is not where they want to be here on lap 4, as already we're starting to see these wonderful battles starting to take their shape.
Yeah, exactly. We're just enjoying watching a little bit of Lennart Rath right now. He's moving up through the ranks. He's just done a good overtake, and now he's chasing down Maxime Dumoulin. Looking also at the movers, some pretty good moves. Like Christophe Demy has already climbed 8 places. Matt Shelton's climbed 7 places. There's lots going on already. Lots of good movement.
there is some great movement. We are seeing drivers making good places, and I think that Maxime Dumoulin is doing what he needs to against Lennart Rath. So he's got that gap sort of there to Patrick Fergal, who he's trying to stay with in the Composite Performance 18. So that should be something worth gaining the charge on, at least at this moment. But right now, I think that the key to this race is how do you keep yourself out of trouble early, and I think that the Marshmallow Racing car having itself in second position, stuck right behind Fiercely Forward, who always seem to have a way of putting themselves into play. They've got Morten Augerson, who can go in behind the wheel for them next. They're the Scandinavian driver, so for Fiercely Forward they're there, but they have just started to hit the lap traffic phase, and I think when you're looking around at it, you want everybody to be nice and calm through, and that number 5 car of Sean Campbell will have Moritz Weinbrich, who can go in behind the wheel, and I'm sure that's going to be in the mind as they dance through up the chicane, then using that endurance style chicane, moving straight to the inside, comfortably getting by the likes of Hugo Oliveira in the Delta Racing car, and all the way to the pit wall to try and defend. Here comes the chance then for the race lead. Sean Campbell trying to go to the outside, almost trying to be pinched there with the slew of cars that are on the inside. They'll go either side of the traffic, and Campbell will just take full advantage to the inside and take the race lead away.
That is a classic multi-class overtake there, taking advantage of the traffic, working the way through. The big question is, can Lewis kind of replicate it later on?
Well, I don't think Luis Nunez needs to worry about it so much at this early stage. I think he'll be quite happy with where he is at the moment, but you're always dancing with the traffic. It gives and it takes away, and you're always trying to avoid any super amounts of drama there. And there's a wonderful bit of side-by-side that went through with the likes there of Philipp Schoenfelder and Karel Strout for the Balka Team Black Prototype 1 and the GSE Racing Esports by Teldachen team. And there is troubles down at the hairpin then, as I believe they are going to be all over each other up the hill. The likes of Nexus Esports having to try and dance away through and around. This is what you call rush hour at an extreme level.
Absolutely. And with the GT3s, they've got to try and keep it predictable, keeping themselves on the line, letting the GTPs fight it out around them. But it's so hard to do when you're thinking of your own race. You've got your own people behind you, and then you've got these guys bearing down on you.
Absolutely, the fangs are being shown, and if you are lap traffic, you've just got to be predictable. That's the first thing, first and foremost, that everyone's looking at. Robert Crisdale, the Australian driver, it would be early for him out there, and we've got a car off the road, and that is not ideal. I think it was Schoenfelder, actually, who's gone off at the final chicane, so he's had a big moment all on his own, trying to gather it back up together, but it has just completely shaken up the field then. So Marshmallow Racing, now to your point, Fiercely Forward second, and the Balka Team Black Prototype team in third. And you can never get too far away from Hydro Desek. They're in a little bit of everything here and there, and of course, being Tyson Meyer's team, Quirketize, they've always got a little bit of pace, a little bit of something that they can always go and work with. They've got Nathan Zhu behind the wheel at the moment, and they've got Peter Houston they can run towards when they next go into that next phase. So a team of very strong American-based talent that will look to continue to do so out there on circuit.
Absolutely. It's there's just all sorts going on right now. Lots of taking in. See if we can catch any replays of anything that's been going on. We had an issue for Erin Abner. Let's have a look and see what happened there, if anything in particular, or was it just a spin? Oh, he just lost a little bit of the air force there and took a little spin, nothing major. He's getting self-composed again, ready for this charge through.
Yeah, and each and every charge through I think is going to be rather important. And just taking a look on my end here at the Avner issue, he just goes through the middle of the corner and he's there back on his own, and that's just a lack of putting the power down, having no confidence in the car, no downforce being put through by the fact that it's being a tiptoe through, and effectively that's where the troubles all occur. The GT field seems pretty well off for the first start. Top two still remain that have staved away, but as you get more and more of this traffic that starts forming and everyone starts dancing around and getting themselves a place to go forward, they are looking at their own miniature battles. It is very easy to get caught up in a sense of one little battle here and one little battle there is going to form, and you're going to get these small little battle packs of 2, of 3, of 4 that are going to continue going through the long courses of the racing. For example, you've got Christophe Demey, for example, Alex Crowe and Robert Cast for Composite, for Majors Esport and for Delta V Racing. They're all together in the middle of the pack, 14, 15, 16, but they are still very much a part of what makes the field very important in terms of how they're all looking to try and scramble and get themselves into position.
Exactly, so watch a little bit of contact there from Schoenfelder. We had a bit of a concertina effect going into the chicanes, having to dab the brakes, and then car behind just wasn't quite ready for that. Unfortunately, that's a bit of damage. Hopefully though, everyone's still looking okay still. So fingers crossed that they just carry on regardless. Ooh, bit of an off track there.
They'll be yeah, and when you've definitely got someone like Crowe who is out there trying to keep himself in play, he's just lost the place, and it's very easily done by just running a little bit deep into the corner. So Demey was able to take the place back, and then it was just, well, I'll take a little bit more at it. So not really much more that you could say or do about that. That's just as comfy as moves happen, and sometimes down in the lower phases of the race, that is where it goes through. 54 Black are looking behind them though at the moment, because Carol Stout here for Balka Team Black Prototype, they will be eyeing up that second place, and at half a second I think they've got a really good chance of it.
Yeah, they're definitely getting into their groove, into their rhythm, and now they're out the other side. They got a bit of clean air, which means they can just focus on their lines, making sure they're getting good exits.
Safety car, safety car, safety car.
Oh, we got a safety car.
The safety cars come out.
So it is very early when you've got a safety car like this, so that is going to completely shuffle the field back around, and often you find it's on an instant counter that you find in the major series that you get these safety cars putting themselves back in. So they've had about 10 minutes to sort themselves out, and immediately they're going to be shuffled back into line again.
Exactly, it was, from the looks of it, was caused by a crash involving Flynn Hout. Let's see if we can watch what's going on there. Bit of spin. Oh no, there's got to be some kind of contact before that, because he's crapping all over the place.
Yeah, and when you got damage like that, you're always trying to keep yourself out of trouble, and it's very easy for you to get caught up into that. There is that 113 car, which is not looking the best in the world out there, and I'm sure that Frida Sport are not going to be best pleased with the fact that they got caught up in some issues out there and effectively put themselves in trouble and out. So obviously they'd had the spin and couldn't bring the car back into the pits, but they were just dealing with some of the GT traffic, and I believe that just illustrates just how difficult it is. So ends up getting run over by clipping the car in front, and one of the reasons why is that the GT3 cars, as we start getting the pit cycle coming through, the GT3 cars have more mechanical grip through those styles of corners than what you see from your top category of GTP. So GTP sit down, and they've got to be very patient through the AMG arena to give themselves the opportunity to strike.
Precisely, yeah, that looks like exactly what was going on there. It's all down to maintaining that level of control, and now, well, everyone's going to be discussing strategies now, won't they, with their teams, talking about whether it's worth change anything or just stay out there. Trying to see what we've got. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got about 8 cars.
Information to the pit lane. There will be no wave by. None is required.
And that's our live race control. Throughout this race, we have people in the box making sure that everyone's behaving appropriately and coordinating these kind of incidents.
So we're about to commence the class split. Can all cars please move to the right-hand side of the circuit?
Getting the instructions there from race control.
GTP cars that are behind GT3 cars, you may now move forward in the line to in front of the GT3 leader, but do not overtake any other GTP cars in doing so. Thank you.
This kind of mirrors as well what we hear in Majors 24. The organisation of this, the practice of this, many drivers have been involved in the practice sessions where race control have jumped in and said we can practice this procedure to make sure everyone knew what they were doing, and it leads to good organisation. They're now starting to get themselves organised, ready for a green flag.
We'll be doing one more lap under safety car. Just didn't quite get it done in time. So yeah, one more lap under safety car. We will go green next lap. Leader, you may disengage the pit speed limiter and move to 80 kilometres an hour or 50 miles an hour.
Yeah, defend race control will be going green flag in the at the end of the next lap, not this lap. So complete reset for the drivers, give them a chance to have a little bit of a breather, and wow, get ready to go at it again. We're going to end up with another couple of laps. I mean, this is 20 minutes in and we've already had a charge through. We've had a few incidents, but we've had some really, really good racing as well. So we're looking forward to seeing what's going to go on next.
I think the important thing about the start of this race is that each and every driver has been looking around at their positions and have been trying to get as much as they can out of each and every place that they find themselves. Now, the thing that I'm finding quite interesting here is that these drivers are all pushing for everything that they can get, and they're looking around at those positions that they got. The one thing I'm looking at is that number 40 composite performance car here right now, which is classified as ahead of everyone else. And if they've just been given effectively a wave around, they'll be jumping miles ahead of everybody else under this section and flying forward. So I wonder whether they haven't spotted that at race control, because that would be quite concerning to see the composite performance 42 a lap ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, I'm pondering that as well. I mean, they're going around, I guess, to go on the back. They've just come out the pits. They didn't get a wave round, they came to the back of the pits. But how they come out in front on the time, I'm not sure.
Well, we're just going to have to see what goes on here, because I'm not sure that number 40 should definitely be there. We saw how very close it was in the early stages as they all put themselves together. I think Marshmallow and Fiercely Forward will be sort of the canaries in the coal mine going, what's going on here?
Car 40 will need you to enter the pit lane and hold, please.
There you go. There you go. Phase controller spotted it. So composite performers are going to have to go in the pit lane and just hold there till the rest of them go through. Keeps it fair.
Yeah, so that's going to cycle them back into position, which is what everyone hopefully was looking for, and it will now allow Sean Campbell and the Marshmallow Racing team to be out there in the front with Luis Nunez and Carol Stout behind for Fiercely Forward Black, and the Balka team prototypes. GT3 will have Negative Delta by SimGear Bulgaria, Mag Performance SRT, and then Impact Sim Sport, who are sat there in third position. It looks like we will be going green this time by, and so that will give them the opportunity to really fly forward and say, this is what we're looking at next. They'll go at the DRS line, go and attack, and say, you know what, that's where you got to go. So no overtaking until you pass the DRS line. So it's all about getting the best launch through the Hyundai N-curve.
Yeah, and it's each class has got to go at that same point. It's not green flag for the entire grid. So we're going to see two launches happening. So how are Negative Delta going to hold off Mag Performance, knowing, well, they're going to have to play their own mind games?
I don't think they need to be worried about it just now. So we're 22 minutes in, 24 minutes in to what is a very long race. So I don't think that they should be sat down and going, you know what, we need to defend this like our lives depend on it. If they lose the place, not the end of the world. You can always gather it back up later on.
Yeah, hopefully that is what we're going to be looking at. Yeah, things with this, like we're saying with the majors, there's been a draw in terms of how many yellow flags. This is down to how many incidents require it. So we could end up with quite a few, we could end up with one. It's really out there in terms of if a team, say we had the breakoffs in groups, it's this that brings them all together, isn't it?
It very much is, and there's the launch as the green flag drops, and Sean Campbell gets the launch that he wants against Luis Nunez. And you look around at Carol Stout, who's in third position, thinking about diving down to the inside. How aggressive do you want to be? Under braking, and round goes top two, straight around like that. Balka Sim Racing take the lead, and pandemonium happens.
I thought that was aggression, that was fast. We knew that could happen.
Oh, there's more.
And again.
So Carol Stout getting caught out with an issue as he went through. He has himself a little spin-off for the exit, and that tagged around then Jack Buser for Nexus Esports, who moves now into the lead. A dramatic restart.
It's been absolutely crazy. Look at the damage on the back there of Larson. Is that damage? Has he lost his tail there? Yes, he has. So he's been in the wars a bit, and now Jack Booster is taking the top spot.
GSE with the black and orange mechanical flag, Blackout OPR with the black and orange mechanical flag as well, and some dramatics then going on in your GTPs. It's a nice clean start for Shopov against Olivieri when you still got the likes of Flo Besson there trying to battle with Patrick Fergal in the GT3 field, but at least as the front of the field goes, that was not what everyone was hoping for on the green flag restart there. Just a massive bit of drama. We've got another car off, and that's Antti Tuominen there who's around. We've seen a couple more go around as well. So the likes of Antti Tuominen getting caught up as well for Impact SimSport Purple 49. Everyone is getting caught out.
There's lots going on, so much contact happening at the moment. See, I'm going to keep up with it. Well, there we go. Luthwaite from Whiskey Business Racing. He's been involved in the wars as well. There's been so much contact in this opening lap. It's been more aggressive than we was anticipating, wasn't it?
Well, they've only got 60 instant points to play for before drive-through penalties become a factor. So when you sit down and look at how much damage is there from the early stages up at the top end of the field, you've got some pretty quick drivers, pretty quick teams which are wanting to stay out of trouble, and immediately you're looking around at Delta V Racing, for example, who are up from 23rd to 6th position in this race, have gained 17 places in 25 and a half laps. So you're really getting a look at what is making this a very, very important battleground out there at the front of these fields. So this has been wonderful to see at the moment. It now puts Hydro Desic up into second, and CRZ, who started in 12th, currently are in a big scrap with Impact SimSport Blue. Liam Kilton right now finding himself in the mix of all of that because they've dropped back on this lap.
Yeah, wheel action going on there. We've got Shilpa, Kilton, Shelley. Safety rejoin there, that's good. But now he's got the relent. Oh, Shelley trying to go around the outside, didn't quite happen there.
Well, you're always looking to try and make sure that with every single section of the circuit, especially if you've got Ed Shelley, for example, for Fusion Blackout, you're trying to work out where is the right place you can make it happen. Carl Abrahamson just behind him. Nico Schiffer is there in front in the CRZ car in 8th place. And They now get an ability to just focus on themselves for the moment. The group behind them, of course, Mark Shelton, Liam Kilton, and Fabio Salvatierra for Focus Racing GTP. And as they go side by side for the moment, they're hoping that there's a look at turn 3. It's a switch back into turn 4, 90-degree, hard right-hander, and Salvatierra takes the place away from the Impact Sim Sport car.
Got 4 cars in the pits at the minute with from those exchanges earlier, and wow, I'm glad to see them all make it back to the pits. We didn't need another safety car.
Yeah, so they all managed to get back, which was all well and good, but now they're probably sitting down and saying, you know what, next stage of this race I think is going to be rather important. Where do they go? How do they go and do it? And what are their focus is going to be now that they've had that massive seismic shift in this race? That's where their focuses are probably going to lie, and that next phase I think is going to be rather important. Lennart Rath is there with Maxime Dumoulin, for example. The GT3 field I think has been nice and quiet, which is what they've needed here, a nice bit of stability. And they'll just be working to their strategy, trying to get to their hour, making sure that their fuel goes in, and they really make this 12-hour work for them.
Yeah, the GT3 is looking a lot. There's still a lot going on in there, but it's looking a lot calmer. Just having a look at Dow, having a good look at the back of Socherov, looking to see that way to get through. So there's a nice little train in this section. We've got the breakaway. At the front now, we have a 3-second gap, 3.5-second gap between the front 2 and P3. So they've done it again. And well, it's only a matter of time before the field will spread out as a result of the pass-through again.
Well, no surprises in that regard in terms of what they've been looking at, and it has just remained a case of this track being a little bit calm out there at the moment. It is worth noting though that the weather is lining up to about 12 o'clock. Maybe we'll start seeing a tiny bit of precipitation. No confirmed guarantees on that, but as they rush on through the opening section of the lap in your GT3s, it's about 5th place on back where it starts getting interesting with Les Convoyeurs de l'Extrême out there with the 222 and Flo Besson, who is behind the wheel. You've then got Patrick Fergal's had the gap build, and then it's everyone. It's Rath, it's Dumoulin, it's Socherov, it's Nathan Dowd, it's Van der Gooft, who is there, Coquelet, who is in there, Robert Crisdale just about holding on to it, and then you look at Murietta and Krubel there for Aerokinetics, lots of fans there in chat. You got Alex Rogers and Ruud Schurl, who is there for Raccoon Sim Racing. They're all there, they're all in that group, and they're all looking at a top 5 finish, and all they're trying to do is stay with the cars in front and know, let's get a pit party going by the time we hit the hour 10, because of course all of that pit strategy would have found itself a little bit shaken up by the safety car.
It reminds me of the old days of the trolley train in Formula 1. Not saying that any of these guys are doing like that, it's all based on speed and merit. But it's going to be interesting to see how if there's any leapfrogs, and if anyone's actually thinking in terms of strategies on how to gain any bases from a leapfrog.
Well, the way they've got to do it is they're looking at an undercut.
Yep.
So how early do I go in compared to the drivers around? If they're not going to go and make places by the time they get to the end of their fuel tank, then they might as well try and scamper a little bit earlier. But I don't think they're going to be looking at too much at that perspective. I think they're going to be looking at the long game here, and I think they're going to be looking at, well, how long can we go, and can we get an extra lap compared to our competitors? Because it's all right undercutting and jumping a little bit of time on the track, but what you're really looking at is, by the time that you reach the end of the race, do you have enough fuel to get yourself home and host? And they'll be having to do those number calculations on the fly with the safety car that we had earlier on. And I'm sure we're going to have more safety cars as these sorts of races continue. But I think the important thing to remember is, how much have I got to get to the end, and can I cut out a lap, 2 laps, 3 laps to get the strategy on point? That's where they're looking at, and that's where I think the biggest smiles are going to be had.
Absolutely, yeah. they can say that means the less weight to carry around. And like you say, you might be able to work out, can you save yourself having to go in, like only going in for the last couple of laps as opposed to any more. All those calculations will matter. Now, they won't matter so much in the 4-hour races during the MEC, but it will matter here.
Yeah, I think it really will matter right now here in this blackout race that we've got going on. So I reckon that when you're sitting down and you're looking at it, at that, simply put, the most basic level of racing, right now, build a gap, I think, is the most important thing. Nexus Esports out to 7 seconds right now with Jack Buser over Thiago Rodriguez for Focus Racing GTP1. So they're doing what they want. You've got Demey for Delta Racing, who's now moved themselves up from 23rd to 3rd. They're through and working here with Marshmallow Racing. So if Marshmallow can put themselves in a really nice place and say, you know what, this is the next charge, this is the next moment, can I now charge my way back up through the order? I think Marshmallow, who have the fastest lap of the race so far, and are trying to prove that, you know, they shouldn't have been tapped around in that stage. They've done quite well without really drawing too much attention to put themselves back in a champion in a race-defining moment.
Seems like he's quite happy just to sit behind. He's not looking like he's making any moves, which is very wise at this point in time, because it's not important to. This will actually contribute towards the fuel saving as well.
It does, so you can definitely lift off, you can definitely save a little bit of fuel when you're behind the lap traffic, but what they're also looking at here is, do I have an angle to go and attack? And the answer, if it's not clear-cut, if you can't get a clear-cut move, you might as well just try and back off. And it's clear that Campbell is wanting to go through. He is quicker than the car in front of him, of Christophe Demey. Issues running into is he's now going through the lap traffic cycle. He can't find a way through. He can't find that pass that gives him what he needs. And so because of that, he's now stuck waiting for an opportunity that may or may not turn up. He's just waiting for any moment to strike. And in fact, he gives himself a little bit of a gap to say, you know what, it's not worth me being uber aggressive unless I can find an almighty amount of pace, like now, where he almost thought about it going up the hill into the left. And that could have been the move. He was just trying to lull himself into a sense of security, and he is now trying everything, over and under, up and down, and left and right. They've got side-by-side GT3s out there as you've got Fergal and Rath going out there together for 7th and 8th places, but still nothing there for Sean Campbell.
Sean just came out of nowhere there. That was a really nice bit of devious move there. Backing off, thinking, you know, will that lower him into sort of security? But Demey was not going to fall for that. That was a great defence.
I think it was more that Campbell decided he was running out of road, but now he'll try and launch for it, and again he'll have to go to the outside, and he'll try it again there as he tries to pick a pocket on that outside line. The issue that he had there going through is that Corbin Lenaway, who was there for Impact Sim Sport Black, just wasn't tracking out as much as he wanted to. Little bit of contact front to rear that makes itself known, and Sean Campbell, I think, is a very impatient driver behind Christophe Demey.
He is keen, he's wanting to get round, but he's running, well, is it advantageous for reaching the end of the GT3s? Possibly, because then it means that they don't have to do much dancing, but you can concentrate on the racing, but then that's down to a square battle between Demey and Campbell.
I definitely think it's a battle. I think it's something that, you know, they're looking around at, and they're 8 seconds off the race lead. So if you want to get through, if you want to make that place, I'd suggest doing it sooner rather than later. And again, I think the way that he uses his deployment is rather clever, because again, he'll go up the inside, and this time he'll get it done. I think he just uses his deployment differently, and that's why he gets that move, because Demey's trying to defend in all the different places, but you don't get enough deployment to defend every straight. That's just the way it works.
Yep, timing it and execute at that point. So Campbell's got through and has already got an 8/10 gap on Demey. So hopefully we'll be on the charge now, being able to hunt down Rodriguez and Buser.
Well, Rodriguez will be the easier one, seeing as he's only 2 seconds down the road, so we'll expect that. But I think Nexus Esports have done very well to give themselves that margin. They're doing 139.1s over that last lap, which I think just goes to show that Jack Buse has got himself some pace. He's got himself a little bit of room to go and work with, and he'll be quite happy with that. And so I think that he's sat in a position where he'll be quite comfortable with it. He'll be someone who's hoping that, okay, the next phase of my race is just, you know, taking the challenges of those behind, not necessarily worrying about it so much, but just trying to relish as much time as possible out at the front of the field.
It's incredible that he has managed to just get his head down, keep out of trouble, and yeah, building that 9-second gap. He's getting that rhythm, really taking advantage of the battles that's been going on behind him. He's in a really nice, strong position. He would be one that, if there was another yellow flag, he would lose out on that, because he will have to just do this all over again.
He can't bank on it though, and that's why he's just got to build the gap now. So I think that Car 78 will feel very happy with the position that they're in, and that's what they're working with at the moment. It is worth noting though, of those top two in GT3, that you've got Negative Delta and Mag Performance, 81 and 73. They're doing a fantastic job. So Vladi Shopov can go to Ventsislav Rechinov for their driver change at the stop, should they choose it. Mag Performance SRT have Yashar Nuhi they can go to, or Lorenzo Azzolari. So they've got those two options there that they could also lean into when it comes to the stop. Now, we don't expect a driver change at every single stop. We expect maybe, especially when it comes to GT3, them to go about 2 hours and then decide, right, this is where we're going to make the switch.
And obviously you consider the factors such as the weather, which is coming in the next couple of hours. It's easier to do 2 hours in the dry and get a big stint done and out of the way, and then start chopping and changing in the wet, because a lot more concentration is needed at that point.
Yeah, they are very much looking at the concentration of what happens if it starts raining. And of course, when you're at the Nürburgring, of course, it's never ever truly going to be clear. Of course, we are in the midst of the Eifel Mountains, and so whenever you're in more mountainous terrain, it's more likely to rain, just because of the way that the clouds catch on the top of the mountains and then form clouds and create rain. So that's just the way it goes. And as they're focusing through, as they're also dealing with what they've got, they've been in this position over and over and over again. Emanuele Olivieri and Mag Performance, they had such a wonderful showcase of their driving talent over at the 8 Hours of Fuji just a couple months ago. They are a team that you've got to keep an eye out on, that when they're running GT and they're running endurance, they are one of the best teams out there, and can give any good team out there in the world a run for their money in a GT3 car. So I think that Mag Performance here are showing they've got something, and it's almost underrated, the work that's done by Negative Delta, because they don't often run in a GT sense. I wouldn't have put them up at the highest level. They're not massive I-rating pushers, but you can see Vladislav Shopov is a talent beyond talents, and if he wanted to, he could join any top team and be a fantastic driver.
Quite a bit of an off-track situation here for Luca Krugel. Getting to the corner again. Straight into battle there with Van Ottilar.
So that will be a little bit further back down in the pack. And this is what happens really when you get into these battles, is that you've got to try and work out where you're able to really make some progress here. And that Aerokinetics green car is not going to be too happy about the fact that they've dropped about half a dozen positions out there, but they are going to have to try and work hard through. They've got to get past, believe it or not, the BRT Waifu squad 86 team out there at the moment. So that'll be Anthony Flores, Elias Roman and Brandon Hageman, who are there behind the wheel, as here comes the almighty lunge down the inside, and Krubel takes the place away. But then they've also got to get past Van den Ottela there in the Impact Sim Sport white car. So it's a case of, when you've dropped those places, yes, you can take a couple laps to get back into position, but then you've got to go out there and attack once more. And I think that's the important thing, as Marshmallow Racing, about a couple of laps ago, have now moved up into second, and on that last lap, they were able to take out 1.1.
gap now is closing. 7.5 seconds away, 7.6 seconds away from P1. Building up a nice 3 and a bit second gap. Marshmallow is definitely on the charge, trying to make their skills count. Really taking advantage of having Sean Campbell in the car. Like I said, a very skilled driver. Having a little look around at what's going on the tracks. Plenty of fights going on. We've still got Shop Off and all the areas in GT3. Leonard Rat is having a good look at Bogle. Two drivers which are definitely looking to make progress. And then need to catch up to Boss on the front.
Yeah, so someone like Flo Besson, who is there in the 222 car, has been running some nice consistent times. But the group here with Fergal, the issue that they're running into here is that they're dealing with each other and not necessarily the ability to jump forward and battle. So they did a 55.9 on that last lap. It was a 55.5 from Flo Besson. So they don't have the pace at this current moment in time to really say that they are catching that group in front. So they are focused very much among themselves, and it might just be that they don't have the quickest driver in the car and they've got a driver later on in the stint who's going to able to run them up through the field. This is what you get here with endurance style racing, is you get equalizers, you get checks and balances, and that one driver who's quick, another driver isn't as quick. And so you're always looking around for where's the weak link and how do you minimise it and maximise your strength.
Agreed. But we're going to need to see something from Rat to get past Fogel. I have the feeling that Rat can actually outdo Fogel. It's just about finding that spot and then try and catch up. Like I said, there's too much involved in this battle. What else can they do to get around it to get the move on the field?
I think that the important thing in terms of what they're looking to try and deal with in their battle is maybe they're going to have to try and use some of the quicker drivers. Timothy Friis Larsen, for example, making his way through that group has completely opened it up, and Lennart Rath couldn't stay in range with Patrick Fergal. You're trying to relay a situation where it's Fergal that has to move out for the traffic rather than Lennart Rath, and that just opens up Maxime Dumoulin in the Simotok Sensations Velocita car. And Dumoulin here through the Advan Arch gets that one done without really any argument. So good move from car 44 and from Dumoulin as he now moves up into an extra position and realises, you know what, it's my turn now to start attacking here with Patrick Fergal and Composite Performance.
We go down into turn one. How much can catch on Fogel even on the brake areas here, whilst we've also got Dowd catching up on Rat as well. The train is starting to move around a little bit. I think, like I say, people waiting to come through, going to take another shot. Great opportunity here for Maxime Dumoulin of Simotok Sensations to have a good go at the Composite Performance 18 car and see if they take advantage.
Well, can they is one thing. I do want to go and say that we had a change of position up at the front. I think Jack Buser's actually run into some troubles out there on the lap because he's had an off going through the final chicane. He's clattered the anti-cut curb and spun around, and as such, Marshmallow Racing now leads your race.
Yep, we've got that on replay. Oh, it's a chicane again on that left-hand side, rolling it a bit too hard inside. It's a little mountain there, isn't there, on that left-hand side there, and it just unsettles the GTP.
It's an anti-cut curb for a reason. You're not supposed to go that far over the circuit. The white lines define the circuit around on this track, and so if you're going over the top, it is going to lift over the right-hand side tyres as it did in this case, and when you don't have that grip, the car's only going to want to go one way, and that's spinning around. There's not much you can do about that except accept your fate at that point. So for car 78 and that incident that you see there, that is a prime example of what happens when you run off the circuit a little bit, and actually part of that debris refresh system that's coming into play here with this brand new build of iRacing.
Yes. What do you think of that? The gravel coming onto the track? I like it.
Well, it's something that if you wanted to continue to build iRacing as one of the premier platforms to go and get sim racing, it's something that you're looking at. You're trying to make iRacing as realistic as possible. Gravel just doesn't stay in gravel traps forever. Drivers push the barriers, push the limits. They go out a little bit further. They bring on that gravel back onto the circuit. And so when you really sit down and look at it at a base level, yes, it's something that absolutely needs to be put into play, and drivers will have to learn and adapt. And I think it's something that when you look at it, it's going to be a case of no two races are going to be truly 100% the same. You can't drive this circuit from time and time again, because the actions of everyone else in the field means that your race is not going to be replicable to 100% standard. And I think that's absolutely wonderful.
Agreed. I love the part you drive around now. You do have to keep an eye on that track instead of just looking ahead. You can see if you can see any gravel happening there. It's definitely another game changer on top of the range. Like you say, adding to the realism.
Yeah, and you just keep adding an element here and an element there, and this is why this is the greatest sim racing MMO out there in the world, because everyone wants to go and race, and you can get a race, and you can match make, and you can have your own leagues and your own sessions, and just have this as a concept, which is very good, a full night race, because you can never do this at the Nürburgring. You've got all those different villages that are there in the middle of the Eiffel Mountains, in the middle of the Nürburgring, that will go, no, we don't want that noise all through the night, all the time. So you can't have a dedicated night race. That's why you see races are only scheduled really through the day, through the likes of the VLN, and then you got, of course, the 24-hour race which comes along. It's a very set schedule that you find, because a lot of racetracks have to deal with the noise issue, which is always something that's there, and you're always trying to keep in mind. And I think it's very important to keep that into a perspective, as we got some great battling going on actually for third place overall, as Focus Racing and Delta V just changed hands. Thiago Rodriguez, nothing he can do about that. That's just quick driving from Christophe Demey as he makes his pass.
We also just saw there the overtake. Maxime Dumodi getting past Vogel into turn 1. There's some great action going on there. Let's watch that replay again of the overtake.
I think it's just very simple, in terms of. I think it's just very simple in terms of what we're seeing with these moves. They've just got to be very simple. They've just got to be very nice and clean. And this is just a case of understanding, I'm quicker than you. I will just move over to one side and I'll let you go, and I won't bother you over this race, because I'm prioritising a finish first and foremost. You've also got the likes, of course, of that Fusion Blackout GTP being chased down by Drew Boyer in the High Prix Sim Race City Azul car, which is certainly hoping that it can charge through. Boyer does have Eddie Gomez that he can go to at some point over the course of this race. You look at what Fusion Blackout are trying to do. They've got Ed Shelley, of course, who's a fantastic driver when it comes to this, and the entire team's there. Garen Batten, Tom Guest, Gary Thomas. That's a team that is going to make itself known later on.
Especially with their experience in terms of the multi-class racing. We've seen people like Tom Guest dance his way through getting overtakes done in the middle of a crowd. We've got Tumanin going into the pits. Seems not having a good time. Might start seeing a bit of
I'd say we see them open for GTP. They're only going to go 45 minutes, maybe max, on a tank if it stays green flag running. So right now, I don't think there's too much to be concerned about. Antti Tuomainen currently in the pits, and you know that's where they are. That's what they're trying to do. You're in the pit stop cycle now. You've gained yourself an extra 5 minutes. It means it's 5 minutes less you've got to do at the end.
So I'd say thank you in the chat to Baba Let's Go. Let me know if that's any better for you.
Well, I'm sure we're going to be jumping in and seeing here that the pit stop window is going to be important. Marshmallow Racing out to a 5-second margin at the front. and they are going to be running those tanks low. So I think those drivers who have maybe gone out and pitted now aren't necessarily on the same cycle as what they'd want to be. So we will soon see as they head over the first hour towards the second hour whether there are going to be changes, whether there are going to be importances that come along for it. So I think that we're going to be settled down into a rhythm where that all plays out.
Yeah, we're looking forward to seeing how that plays out in the next couple of hours. We'll start to see the deltas are pitting. We can probably start to identify from there who's going for those extra laps, trying to stay out there, and who's just going to almost play the chill game and play it safe and just pit in when they need to. Who's going to be doing the fuel saving?
It's who wants it, who needs it, and who can go longer than who. This is a game of chicken at this sort of stage, and this is your first real indicator, I'd have thought, on who's able to go a little bit longer. I think we've still got a little bit of time for that, because I think we're roughly going to be about 5 to 10 minutes out from the full bulk of these drivers pitting. I think it'll be closer to the hour mark because drivers came in and looked at what they were doing in the early stages and the early caution that came out. So I think we still got a little bit of room left to go, but not masses of amounts.
So we're on board with Rodriguez and Schiffer. So it's the Focus GTP and the CRZ. They're both looking pretty steady, pretty chilled. All putting in great lap times. 39.9 and 39.8. So CRZ has just pulled that quicker lap. But then Delta V, Delta 5 in front of them, the car 14 doing a 39.3.
Car behind doing a 39.4. That's going to be where they sit around and go, hang on a minute, you know, we're both in the 39s, almost in the 140s, and everyone else around us is going slightly quicker. Drew Boyer 39.2, for example. So this is not quite the place they want to be out at the moment. But Thiago Rodriguez has been going back, lost second place, lost third place, and now potentially is looking at losing fourth as well if he's not careful as they go into the Goodyear hairpin.
Yeah, we've got Ed Shelley just creeping up on them. We know what he can do. We've seen him in majors. We'll see what he pulls off if he decides to have a go.
We will soon. I'm sure we will soon see whether this is going to be a case of how aggro do we want. They go past Finn Haupt in the Team Frida sport car, who is there as lap traffic and down, I believe, 7 laps and in 47th of 49 positions. So he's certainly hoping that he needs to go on and get going for it. So at least for the moment, this is where you start trying to settle it out. Thiago Rodriguez here has got himself in an all-important position here to now need to defend. Nico Schiffer is hoping that he's got himself a way to look, and he had a little thought about it to the mirrors, and unfortunately it was just that, a thought to the mirrors, no more, no less.
Yeah, I think he ran out of time very quickly there to make something stick. But it could be something for the subsequent lap to think about. Always calculated at this stage, just always looking to see can he unsettle him, but the more he stays there, the more I think it's going to play for Thiago, but even more importantly play for people like Christophe de May, who is again just pulling away from the lap times.
I mean, de May will be happy about it because it allows a 2.5 second gap to form, but for Christophe and what he's hoping for here, you know, he'll be thinking about, okay, this is a long pace run. We're not looking at this as a short pace moment. They're thinking about, okay, what's our long game? How do we, you know, gather through the gears? And this is where the attack comes again. And with the Fendi racing car on the outside, again, Nico Schiffer gets close, but that's all it is. It's close. There's nothing more to it than it's a close little battle. And Thiago Rodriguez is doing the bare minimum to keep in front of Nico Schiffer. Schiffer again will close up. There's more traffic on the horizon in the forms then of Don Michel Kremers, Kevin van den Ottelaar and Hugo Oliveira. And that's why you don't want to push like that, because there opens the door and through goes Nico Schiffer as we now hit the pit stop cycle.
Now they're going to go side by side into turn 1. Rodriguez giving himself the advantage. Oh, but now he's got GT3 and yep, getting stuck.
Boxed himself in there, not much he could do about it, just the way that the traffic forms. Sometimes you do have to go with the flow, essentially. You've got to follow to where the traffic's going to be. If they're going to hold to the inside, which is what they were supposed to do, then you are going to have to try and angle away to the outside or just wait for the exit when the door opens back up again. So not great for Thiago Rodriguez, and out of the frying pan into the fire. Here comes Ed Shelley.
Yeah, Ed Shelley looking hungry as he wants to go on the hunt there. He's having a little look on the hairpin. And he's keeping it in there, Rodriguez. Keep going. Having the advantage now.
Oh, you can't get away with that too often, Ed. That was close to the end of the race there through the Schumacher S. Just having that door slam shut. The traffic of Luca Krubel, the Aerokinetics green car, which is way down the order in 37th position overall, finding a little bit of something there. So that could have been that just in the blink of an eye, but Rodriguez holds on and is just making life a little bit difficult for everyone to try and get by.
Brilliant. This is actually working in favour for Drew Boyer, who's now eyeing up the opportunity to joining in on this. He's pulled back nicely, now only a couple of tenths behind. So I want to see him podium battling.
So will this now be a case of just trying to position yourself before the pit stop window fully comes into play? Because we've got Nexus who have come in now and are looking to make their stop. Or is this going to be more a case of I just want this place because I feel like it?
We're sticking on board with this battle here between Rodriguez and Shelley. Let's say thank you to Jake for sticking around for that. That was awesome. We'll see what comes on next. Both teams dive into the pits. A bit of cross there from Rodriguez. Almost felt like a last minute, or getting the maximum out of it. So these two going in the pits now. Sean Campbell still in the lead. He's got himself a lovely 18-second gap. Really working well in terms of the pits. It'll be interesting to see who comes out nice on these two. Let's have a look here. We have Ed Shelley has come out in 11th place. Pit stops are roughly in line there. It looks like he's got himself a little bit of space, which is fantastic. And now he's going to chase up the pack. We've got Sean Campbell's come into the pits. Nico Schilper. Drew Boy is taking P1 temporarily. This pit window is well and truly open. Only a couple hanging on in there. We can see who are trying to get that extra lap going on. So many have done the 33 laps, so we're going for the 34. But Hyprix, Simray City, O'Toole holding on out there. Second place, Luis Nunez from fiercely forward. Looks like they've been able to get that extra lap. So we're going to ride on board for a minute with Peter Houston, who's got Ed Shelley just 2 tenths up the road. So the team's definitely going for the double stint on this initial part. Looking at the GT3s, we've got a battle here between Nathan Dowd and Vogel. Look, we got Alex Crow waiting to come through. Is this the time that Dowd makes the move? He's in the mirrors, he's going left and right, ghosting. The question is he going to have a look at down at turn 1? Not quite wanting it. We've still got this battle happening between Boyer and Shelley. Shelley holding on. Because now they've done their pit stops, it's now a straight sprint towards the next stage. So they'll be considering about how far up they can go, what kind of advantages can they get over other people, especially before the rain arrives. Not sure what time the rain is due. Like Jack was saying, on its way up. Boy getting a bit held up there, gives Ed Shelley a little bit of breathing space. Well, that's played right into Peter Houston's role, as both him and Larson are able to get involved in a fight. Move on turn 1, yeah, nice and straightforward. hydro race. Not looking too concerned through that, look quite straightforward. Just in time for the traffic. That little migration just allows that little bit of a gap to form. Kremers has been in the war. Let's see what's gone on here. The LFR F1. Oh, a little bit of a niggle from the GTP on the way through. That's unfortunate, but hopefully there are no damage. The 237 can just continue. The space and the margin for error on those overtakes makes it so difficult. Keeping an eye on my board to see where all the action is for you. And we've got some action going on right here. Right, it's having a good look at Fogel to see if he can finally get through. Close the door on him. Meantime, at the front there, you've got Alex Crow in the Major Z Sport with a good lead, 13 seconds lead. Keeping it clean, keeping it smooth, working his way through. Great work there from the Major Z Sports, number 47. 13-second gap to Mo Islam from Composite Performance. You can see from the track map, everyone's mixed in now. Some regular dancing. Sean Campbell having a little look at Liam Kilton. Taking the outside. Yeah, Liam Kilton doesn't seem to have anything to do with that. As Marshmallow Racing begin their charge back up to the top. A little offset, I think, with some of these drivers near the top here, because they pitted down on lap 9, lap 10, and Sean's in lap 34, so he's looking at closing in that gap. So on the look of it, the likes of P1, P2, looking at a lap and have to pit in a little bit, and that'll be Sean's opportunity to take P1 back. Sean Bowler's working his way up, following the incidents that happened earlier. He is P21. He's now caught up to the rest of the field in terms of GCP. He is a lap down, at least. All that sounds a lap down on Composite Performance. There's still much to play for. Anything can happen in this race. Not had the rain yet. anticipating that being a thing, as the GT cars are starting to go in the pits. Vieira's done a lovely job up at the front there, as I mentioned before. A skilled driver. So now it's about just hammering those laps out. Now we're just settling in. The race is being probably grouped. Everyone's in their rhythms, playing out their strategies. There's gaps forming a few places. I mean, we're on board here with Mark Shelton trying to hold off Jack Buser. Now, Shelton seems to be on older tyres. Buser only came out the pits a short time ago. Shelton was in the pits on lap 9. But he's not wanting to give up that spot. He wants to try and keep it as he works his way through. Jack Buser trying to stay on his tail. He's quite content where he is. Our closest battle right now is between Coquelet and Crisdale. The GTPs are coming through. Coquelet's done a good drive, he's trying to maintain that position. Crisdale has dropped 2 places over the course of this race. Difficulty that we find with this kind of thing. The restart definitely did change things. It was absolutely crazy. There's all sorts going on that restart. Especially amongst the GTPs. The GT3 seemed pretty smooth. Apart from getting caught up, but yeah. It's amazing how this race got turned on its head. Now, what's going on at the front? That gap is closed between Crow and Islam. Major Z Sport and Composite Performance. And in comes Islam for the pits. That gives Crow some breathing space. I imagine he'll be pitting soon. He's one of the few yet to pit, as a result, who pitted in the originals. That'll give P1 back to Marshmallow Racing. Let's jump on board with Carol Stout, who is trying to catch DeMay. Made up 3/10 in the last one, is looking on fire. But what can Stout do to catch DeMay? Oh, a little bit wide, left the door open. Stout goes up the inside. Nice move. DeMay just got him. Just came out a little bit, left the door open a little bit. Stout wasn't taking any messing. Well done. And that's Blackout Racing Team up to P9. Oh, but DeMay's having a look. Gonna get back. Sensible there by Stout.
Safety car, safety car, safety car.
Another time.
Car 913, please hold. No overtaking. Please maintain race speed until you catch the safety car queue.
Wow, so there we go, there's another safety car situation. It looks like Perez. See if we can see what happened there. Hit with a couple of GTPs. Ooh! Lost the grip, went away, careened into a wall, and yeah, even losing the front lights.
Car 5, you are now the virtual safety car as the leader of the pack. Engage pit limiter as you have. Thank you very much.
Alex Rowe taking advantage, jumping into the pits now.
Leader is approaching turn 1. Everyone please be aware. Leader is approaching turn 1.
And we have our second
Car
safety car.
29, please slow and get behind car 5.
So we are our second yellow flag of the race, full course yellow. Teams bouncing around. Oh, what's going on here? Something involving Eureka as well. There we go, it's back. So Sean Campbell has taken back his P1.
Car 237, you're going to have to actually stop. Thank you. Just wait for my instructions.
Yeah, what happened to car 237? That was him pulling up. I think he also got involved in some difficulty.
Car 913, you may now tow. Okay, car 237, yes, please just resume your position in the queue behind car 5. Thank you. We'll be commencing the wave-by process shortly. Can all cars please move to the right-hand side of the track? Okay, now, car 237, you may take the wave-by. Car 43, you may take the wave-by. Oh, sorry, car 19, position 43, sorry. Car 19, take the wave-by. Car 82, take the wave-by. That is all the wave-by cars.
Are the instructions coming crisp and clear from race control? The question is what we're going to face like last time.
As it is only GT3 cars that are trying to catch the back of the pack, we will do the class split on the front straight. So again, if all cars could move to the right, and then GTP cars may move to the left and pass any GT3 car moving to the front of the pack. Cars 17 and 40, you passed another GTP car. Please concede those positions again.
Apologies, we were in the wrong gear. We tried to pull away when they came past us. We were just in the wrong gear. Sorry.
Okay, we've got it redressed. Thank you, everyone.
That's good. Many cars have taken advantage of the pit window.
Okay, leader, you may disengage the pit limiter and increase your speed to 80 kilometers an hour, 50 miles an hour. We will go green at the end of this lap.
Oh, that's what you want to hear.
A reminder, there will be no passing prior to the DRS line and the leader accelerating.
Team's getting wound up. Sean will have his strategy. Well, with every car, we'll be just thinking, you know, is this the chance just to move up the grid a little bit? Is it not? We saw what happened at the end of the last restart. Will that mean these guys take it a little bit more easy into this one? Or are they going to play it safe and think of the end game? I think right now they've got to be thinking ahead to nothing unnecessary, but if the opportunity's there, take it. We are getting poised, couple of corners to go. What's going to happen? Just a blimp to end up right down the complex. We are getting ready to go again. We're about to go green.
Green, green, green.
And there we have it. Great getaway there from Sean. A little bit of looking, diving, weaving. Right close in the middle of the pack. Places in the middle there with Mark leading. Oh, it's far too soon. It's been a spin off with Mo Islam. But aside from that, everything's looking better. A few change of places down in the GTs. Alex Rogers finds himself on the receiving end and just dropped down a couple of places. Olivieri handling the lead well, trying to keep a bit of a gap from Shopov. I expect to see them just do their thing in terms of going, make a gap. They've already made up a gap. Olivieri, Shopov and Haupt. That's a great launch by those three. 3 second gap. Well, it's a bit spicy here. Tara trying to go around Fogel. Tara then doing a great job there. Kuskar ahead of him. Down in 13th. What happened there? Oh, he had to come off early. He's down the path, he's going to have to do it all again. Such a good launch. So happened. Yep. Cold tyres are bouncing on the curbs there. Yes, indeed. Cold tyres did not help out there. I think we're going to see here just how good Sean is. Climbing up the rankings there, he's getting past Mac, Alex Pro and Silva into P10. I don't think he's going to be too worried at this moment in time. I think he's going to be knowing what he's got to do, he's just going to have to get on with it and do it. Pop at Adam Lark, Project 91. Ooh, yep, held it that time, much better. Up into P9. It's having to be really aggressive. Understandably so. If you want to claim back that top spot, because right now, Nico Schipper, sorry, just did a grand job. May from Delta 5 Racing, in front of the pack. Gotta admit that restart was a lot better than the last one. A lot safer. Still for composite racing. This is a good fight. It's not going to rush it. We'll just keep on the back of him, make sure he has that opportunity and work his way through. Three-way battle here. I'm on board with Marco Silva. We can actually have a look in the car and see what they're seeing. Silva right on the back of Lock. Having the odd glance. Nice pass there from Silva. It's way through and risk. Adam Locke losing a couple of places. Weir's having a real good look now. And he gets through. Big unfortunate time for Locke. GT3 class, we have still the gaps being formed. Shopop got past Olivieri. Hops is staying with him, even though he's a lap car, he's still hanging on there with him, which is brilliant. Getting a 6-second gap. And then away. He's a little bit on his own right now. It's not a bad way to be. And then behind him is an overtake opportunity here. Now taking a look. Got them all in. Well done for the Sector 5 Blackout team. Perfect. And then Rat now taking a look. A bit of a difference, half a second in the last lap difference between these two. To the bottom. All about being patient, not getting on the gravel. Oh, they're going to have a look how quickly Rat recovered that. It's like a little counter steer, just bringing it into play. with the iRacing gravel movement, that's made things a little bit more tricky for Saarinen behind him in the Banana Racing team. It's all shaping nicely. We have another train. Now the GT cars are having to negotiate the traffic. GTVs. Interesting conversation in the chat about the safety car scenario. I think there's many pros and cons about it. If you want the realism, like we were discussing earlier, I think having the safety car procedure or so is a good little factor. It's quite unique. Not every series does it, and it just means there's no mathematical calculation. It's down to the drivers in terms of it happens from what happens to the drivers, not a count or anything like this. Because even in real life, you can't just magically tow off the track. So there's my opinion on it. Adds that element of no lead is forever safe. So even with Shopov and Olivieri having a 6-second gap on P3, it might not be there in half an hour. It's a good test. That's my opinion. Movements happening through the multi-class, driving through the GT3 field. Boyer looking to take advantage of Marco Silva. Marco Silva's not going to give it up easily. He goes around the other side. Holds in there. Great racing. The Hyperix Simray City car and the AGC by Rubigas. Planning how they're going to overtake, where they're going to overtake. Right, so that's about what happened to Delta 5. They got caught out in some of the initial exchanges that have been happening. Oh, but look at this. It's too wide in. Silver and Boyer not giving up on each other. Silver got back in front. And the message of, I'm in a race, I need to go. No flashing lights. Not a right to pass, but at least it's saying I'm here, but I've got a race on my hands. Yep, Kieran weighing in, saying safety car is always good if it's done right. I agree. I think Majors have done a really good job in getting the safety car procedure, doing it well. Speaking as a driver for the Major Series. Group Boyer not wanting to give up this, well, he's gone to the outside. He's going to get a little bit of extra manoeuvring needed. Definitely going at it. Having a look down here. Oh, it's been a little bit of contact. Fisher and Davey holding on. David trying to make up a place diving into turn 1, but has he got enough? Yes, he covers off from Flores. Great move there from Clean Sim Racing. Oh, a spin out. Behind him. Enables the Aerotechnics team to move up. See what happens through Boyer. Oh, getting a little bit caught up in the collisions ahead. Wouldn't see anything to do with that on that kind of turn. Lots going on the track in a minute in the GT3 field. We have, who's car fighting to Coquelet? We've got Gout 1, Baby. I think it was Oliveira who went off and lost his lights. Somebody lost some lights. That's not too bad. Let's wait this next chicane a lot more. Wasn't happy there with that one, as you can understand, being pushed around. So Shipper being able to get the lap times in, done a 39.293 because he has a sim sport. Well, firstly forwards, Nunez is definitely having a go there. He's just done one of his fastest laps of the race, but he's just crossed the line there to a 39.9, but his last one was a 38.9. Being 8.5 tenths behind, he's on the hunt. In third place we have Carl Stroud. Who has Schoenfelder for company. Not fighting each other, just letting them through. Makes perfect sense. First Valkyrie Racing Team Black GTP. Then we got Nexus Esport number 78, Stephen Cross. Did one of the faster laps on the grid so far. Sean Campbell, who we saw earlier, come out and is up to P7. Showing off his skills there. We have Crisdale, who looks like he's been in the wars a little bit, doesn't have headlights. He's driving through, and he is, you know, fair play. I mean, looking out of his car, I don't think it's going to be very easy. He's literally relying on other people's headlights. Got a good grip on the handle there. looking like a lot of the GTPs are now gone through, although P1's about to go back through the field again of the GT3s. We've got Marcus Silva trying to hold off the advances of Drew Boyer of the Hyperx Sim Race City Azul. Marcos has done some delightful racing so far. Further up though, Sean Campbell's lined up his next potential victim. I mean, this guy's absolutely fine for Marshall Racing, 39.1. Although first forwards Nunez has just done a 38.8, that's his best of the race. Sean Campbell flying for the time. He's going to get a good run off. Oh, it's two GT3s right there. Going round each side. Got one. Old Davey now in the thick of it. Looking at the battle between Shopop and Olivieri. Hour and 52 minutes in nearly. Each in a world of their own. The temperature's holding nicely at 19 degrees. The rain is coming. Look lower down, it looks like Thomas Galwan is trying to have a go at Paul Davey. He's taken a couple of tenths off him recently. The other traffic coming through. He's going to fancy his points. Marcus Silva and Drew Boyer about to work their way through there, still fighting away. Does this Galwan the chance to attack Paul Davey? Or is he going to stay behind and settle? And we've had an incident. Car 13 had Shelley. He's lost his front nose. He's able to get it in the pits. Oh, big spin out, an extra contact there, taking out his nose. Oh, that was huge. Interesting to see what happened before that point. That's them done. Hopefully the damage isn't too bad. We've got Rodriguez getting past Kilton. Sean Campbell got past Nathan G, so he's back up to P4. Oh no, and Kilton's spun it. He's not dragging and punished again. A lot of action all of a sudden. Let's go to Satiro, negative delta by Madness. Going up the inside of Otalau, who's not looking for the cutback. Smooth as you like. Is closing in on Shipper. It's the opportunity for Paisley forward to have a good stab at CRZ Sim's foot. As we're getting towards the second hour, so pit windows probably will start to open again soon. A nice close three-way battle forming here between Davey Gower and Dorica's joined in. Look at these two have been at it for a while now. And it's great to see Rafael Dorica getting the P1. In terms of pitting, Galvan pitted 2 laps before Davey did. They could see this as an opportunity to actually gain a lap on their pit strategy. That could play a key role later on down the line. Constantly thinking about that end game. Can they squeeze the extra laps in at this point? And if you're behind someone, it can be frustrating if you've got the pace. You can also play to your advantage. Looks like the mate's going to have a little go. Carly's holding off on Boyer. Boyer's done a fantastic job so far from Hyperx Sim City. Can Does 5 Racing hold him off. He's having a peek. Yeah, think about it, I think it's too far away. Not worth the dive. Lap times were almost identical, both doing 40.9s. Now there, he's got a good little gap. The question is Boyer going to have a little look? I think he's just done enough. He's got that GT3 there to cover as well. Oh, close. Good drive. Over now to look at GT3's Leonard Rat. Trying to ask for maximum volume, so this is Schneider Motorsport against some top sensations. Trading lap times really well. The question is Rat going to have a little look? Back for it. Just going to close it in now. Looking at the lap times there. Rat did a 55.8, high 8. That's what I did a 56.0, so only a couple of tenths in it. In nicely. In a situation for 48, Josiah Farrow seems to have a bit of a problem. Oh, it's riding the crab a little bit. Oh, and hitting the wall. so difficult now, especially with the gravel situation as it is. It makes it a lot more dynamic. It means you end up in a lot of trouble quite quickly. If you end up in that kind of situation, it's really hard to move. He is down in P23, he's gone in the pits, understandably so. Sean Campbell up to P4 on his charge, he's got Stephen Cross in his sights. And he looks to go up the inside. It's quite straightforward looking. P3. Silver goes in the pits, as does Cross. The window's opened, a lot of cars going in, Luis Nunez is staying out. He had those advantages over them last time. See the likes of Stephen Cross and Christophe May also stay out a little bit longer. They have a good, 8-lap advantage in the pit stops as a result of the safety cars. Just a new leader, Luis Nunez, as he's going to try and really take advantage. He's got Darren Martel ahead in P10, who's looking to lap. Then he's got a little bit of clear air to actually get some laps down without the GT3s. In Majors eSport Blue with Mikhail Massenza in there. Just on his out lap. He's been in there a while. Look in the chat. Sean, superb drive from you. That was brilliant to watch. Talking about the caddy being difficult on the restart. Agreed. Yeah, a big fan of the marbles. We've had a couple of situations here. Mitchell Dobson. Oh. What happened to Corham View? Because he doesn't have his tail. Hence the contact. He's not getting that downforce that he desperately needed. And then we've also had Salvatierra. Oh. Langston having to dab the brakes, which just meant all his downforce had left him. So now having the brakes on that is such a mad effect. Yes, Sean, apart from the 2 spins, but it's nice to know that even the great ones spin. Makes me feel better about my spins. But yeah, I was happy watching that action. Drew Poyer in the pits. Drew up to P3, Stephen Cross. We're getting held up by his GGs. Playing nicely in Masanza's hands. Hear the gravel as well. Right out. About half a second off. It's going to make it interesting to see if he goes for it. He's having a look, but decides better. But with the leaders of the GT3s, we got Shop-Off from Negative Delta, and Micropoint SRT's Olivier still locked in. They've built up a 15-second gap. Seems to be 16 seconds on sector 5. They're on their own little world, these two. They're the only ones doing 54s looking at the screen. Apart from Anthony Husko in car 222, he's done 54s. And Eris Gianni in car 118, but makes you think what could have been. Ooh, Adam, is that Adam Locke that's come off there? So now he's got issues. He's got the Maybach breathing down his throat. And that's going to raise his heart rate. You see down the track, even the gravel, like part way down the tracks where it's all been pushed along, sort of rolls over it and disappears. It stays. It does add to it. He's definitely done well there, getting away from Demi, opening up a nice 1 second gap. Giving himself some safety. Meanwhile, wheel-to-wheel action here. Scout got his opportunity to get past Davey. Outside, but fingers crossed, wanted to get through. By the guys. Great racing here between Raccoon Sim Racing and Aero Kinetics Green. He's having another look. He's gone around the outside and pulled it off. Fair play. Nice work, Cameron. But also there you got Tariqa wanting to have a little look there. He nearly got through, but Davey shut the door. And GTP's come to join the fun as well. Timothy Larson. Created a little bit of a gap that's made issues at the back here. As Tariqa is looking to get past Davey. GTP is going straight through, Eddie Gomez, so this is a chance for Tariqa to have a look. Is he going to take a peek? Nope. He's going to sit tight. He's working on that drive, he's got a nice little drive out of that corner. It's covered well by Davey. He's just off the line where I think Fisher's wanting to come through. Yep. These lap times looking good. These guys doing 57.58s and Fisher's doing 56.2s. So I think he'll be wanting to get that pass just to get on with his race and help catch up to Michael Dowden. Just a good touch, Marlin and Rat having a good look at each other. Dowden trying to get past Marlin just to kind of get again back on with their race. Right gets past Dowden. Here in the GTP we've got Liam Kilton of Impact and Blue going into the pits. That unleashes Marshmallow Racing's Moritz Wainwright to just charge on down P5 at the minute. You've got about 14-15 seconds to climb up. Oh, Liam Kilton in the bits. Impact and Sport. Nathan Dew's gone in the pits. Cross a chance to run away. Those guys were due for pits. I think Stephen Cross isn't far off. He'll probably be coming in this lap or the next. But Ali Hunt, the fiercely forward, he is a minute behind. So the offset races are now coming in the pits. National Racing just did a 140.2. That was Rich's best lap so far. And in comes the race leader, Stephen Cross. That's the C Sports. Ali Hunt, who only pitted 5 laps ago, has the opportunity here to catch up. Just wanted to get the hammer down. Close that gap as much as possible. Rico de Sousa of Delta 5 Racing is trying to catch Eddie Gomez from Hyperix Sim City Atul. One of the closest battles on the track at the minute. And now it's just about the endurance phase. It's keeping that focus, keeping the overtaking of classes as required, and thinking strategies going forward. Nathan Dowd has just appeared in front. I think they just had a bit of a little bit of contact there with the GTP, just taking them off track a little bit. Bit of netcode maybe. I think the sensor has had a crash. We'll go and have a look at what's happened there. HC Sport blue. Oh no, he's just going into the pits. Let's go. Oh! Oh, he hit the wall. I think he went in the pits and then changed his mind. Interesting situation there for Mikel. He last pitted some time ago. Hopefully he's got enough fuel to get around. Maybe just chooses to stay out and try and do one more. He's nearly home. Trying to stay safe. I think he's trying to epically fuel save. Has he run out of fuel going into the pits? He's rolling. He goes round there. If that was a case of running out of fuel, this guy is doing an amazing job. We're really hoping he makes it. Oh dear. And he had to jump in there, he ran out of fuel. So, leading in the front, Olivieri. We've had all sorts happen whilst we was looking at that. My performance being led by Olivieri, who's got a nice little 15-second gap on Dowd, who's just going in the pits, so their pit window is starting to open. Still no sign of the rain, we know it's coming. That'll be a good test of these guys' skills. Position battle here, Salsa and Gomez for 7 and 8. That's 5, got a good advantage there. Matt Skelton's not behind, not far behind. I think he'll be planting a bit of this. He's turning out 42 ones. But these guys losing a second to him in the last lap. So I think Matt Skelton might be fancying this. They have nice clean air for a bit. There's no GTs for a while. Let's have a look at these lap times. 41. Oh, very close. Focus GP, the GTP 1 of Ricardo Ferreira getting the advantage there, getting a half a second on them all, or a second. These guys are close. So pretty much after the oh, a little bit of slippy moment there. That Gomez having a bit of a spin. Ferreira's looking to take advantage and does so. Oh no, that mistake cost Eddie 2 moves, and he's gone out wide again. That'll be the pebbles on his car probably. He would not be happy about that. The high friction sensitivity, I thought, losing 2 places. So after the last round of pit stops we have in the GTPs, we actually have 3 Acuras on the lead, followed by a Caddy and then the Ferrari. 4 of the top 6 are Acuras. Ali Hunt mix it in with the back markers. We've got Ed Shelley ahead, or behind. And in the GT3s we have 3 of the top 4 being McLaren. Ford Mustang held in P2. That makes an interesting look, doesn't it? He's trying to get around the marker. There you go. A bit of a cross there, a bit of a spin out. Mike Shelton under attack from Oliviera, Ferrara, who's dying to get round, or even left and right. He's going to push that door open? No, but he's definitely going to have a look down this straight, isn't he? Guerrero from Focus GTP going after the Project 91 racing team of Chelsea's gone side by side. Yeah, might just have much of a chance to defend from that position. So we've still got 9.5 hours to go. Anything can happen. Driver changes to be done. Weather is a factor. All sorts can happen. Is it still exciting? Looking down the pack on the GT3, we've got Tim Kern. Getting the move on Eris Giuliani. Sorry. Looking in chat, what's happened to the overall race lead? Well, Stephen Cross is still hanging in there. The car 5 Marshmallow Racing had a couple of spins, but charging up through the field again. It's been the last restart was good. The restart before was a bit of an issue. We've had Liam Kilton come off the track, trying to negotiate the gravel and get back on safely. Looking at making the move. Oh, too much on the curb. I got catapulted off. That's the problem, if you ride too much on the green stuff, it doesn't like it. Apparently someone's having with Paul Davey. Let's have a look. Oh, just a little bit of oversteer there. I'm glad he's okay. Alex Crow going into the pits. Car 47. Andre Rosa getting the job done. He's a fast driver. Across the line, what lap times is he doing? 140.0. Really showing some great pace. I think strat differences are really playing a role here. You're talking biggest difference in the top between the pit stops about 16 laps, and then the rest are about 8. But Johan Lamminen is not resting from GSC Racing Esports. He is having a look. See if we can get past the NGC of Andre Rosa. Pit changes are happening at GT3. Our Banana Racing team about to change of driver. Delta Racing are getting ready with Pigo on the Piera. He's on his way in. Up for the battle for P2, Ali Hunt is under pressure from Maurice Rainrich. 7 tenths different last time. Let's see what Maurice can do. An interesting battle between these two. They're quite evenly matched. Matches the two a lot. Responding well to conditions on the road. Lap times are quite consistent. Morris taking a little look there, trying to put him under a bit of pressure. Dab on the brakes just to get in there the right speed. Nearly caught out Wainwright. But luckily he was on it. This is great racing by Piston Forward and Marshmallow Racing. Oh, he's having a look at the inside. Has he got it? Has he done enough? There's a GT there. And he's pulled it off. Marshmallow Racing moves up to P2. Now we've got 13 seconds past the P1, and there is an 9 lap offset between the two drivers. So P1 pitted on lap 77, and Wainwright Park pitted on lap 68. So the tyres have been lovely right now for Wainwright of Marshmallow Racing. They'll be playing to both their advantages, to be honest. Oh, they've been the thick of the action here. We get some negative Delta Racing. Letanova's doing a good job holding that gap. Oh, I think Davy's having a consideration for it. He's having a think. He's taking a look. He's taking a go at it. And a bit of contact. They both look okay. Racing's racing. He came across a bit. We've got all sorts happening now. Look at this. 4, 5 and 6 are locked together. And it's just looking to get round Sherborne. Sherborne holding it. Playing well, but the side by side. Sherborne keeping that pace on, getting a good line through the chicanes. Nowhere Danish could attack. Save it up for the straight. Right on him. I think he's going to have a good look at this. He has gone for it. There's GTP there as well. Sherman's had to back out a bit. Good overtake. Danish up to P5. There's Schneider's Motorsport. Looking at this, it looks like the Marshmallow Racing's Wang, which is the fastest on the track at the minute, just on a 39.47. Brereton's doing a great job down for Focus GTP. In fact, like, we just crossed the line to 39.04, so quality lap now. You're talking 56s. Tommy Van der Gucht is the fastest GT3 for Kinetic Racing. Well, every time I say it, someone else does something better. Catherine Cray just did faster one there, 56.3. GTP battle happening in front of it. So close. Ali Hunt and Nathan Chu going side by side, banging doors. We're giving each other space. I hope it stays that way. It's looking good. And he just backs out a little bit. Hunt just good move, backing out of it, just giving him a moment. Go on the attack again. gap on now, 1 second. Down the list, we've got a bit of a fight forming here. Aaron Powell. Fight with Miguel Bento. So Vox TPT getting under pressure here for the Majors Esports team. Powell still looking to get past Bento, looking at the lap times. Now second on the last one. Oh, that's an opportunity. Didn't quite have the speed out the corner, understandably so, keeping it control.
Hey, are we live?
We are live. Hello, Joe.
Hey, how's it going?
I tell you what, it's been exciting. Yeah, plenty going on in here. Have you been following much what's been happening? You been able to?
I'm afraid I haven't. I've had some other shows today, so you'll have to get me up to speed a little bit here.
Well, we've had 2 safety cars. The rain is yet to come. It's got to be on the horizon. We're anticipating it soon. We've seen some brilliant driving. Marshmallow Racing in P2, Nexus Esports in P1. Marshmallow Racing have really been shining, in my opinion, for me. Had a couple of spins, but kept fighting through the pack. We've seen some classic wheel-to-wheel action in the GT3s. We have Rachinov in the lead at the minute, with McRae in second place. The restarts have been good. The second one was, well, the first one was a bit hotly contested. But the others, smooth. The standard of driving has been really good so far for me.
Well, that's great to hear. Glad that things have been going well out on track. Does look like we're well into the night, so drivers having to deal with that out here at this stage. And just getting up to speed here on the timing and scoring, so hopefully I'll be able to get a real tabs on what's happening out there as the 78 looks like they're holding down that top spot for the time being. How's the interclass traffic been so far? Has the LMP2's been behaving, or excuse me, the GTP's been behaving pretty well with the GT3s?
I think on the whole, I mean, considering the experience that I've had with this kind of thing, generally speaking, it's been alright. There's been the odd knocks, as you could come to expect from multi-class racing. Well, on the whole, everyone's been holding their places. They know where the danger points are. I think it's been pretty good in that respect. I'm just having a little look here. We've got something about Morris Wainwright having a bit of a crash. Let's see what's gone on there for car 5. Oh, into the complex, just having that spin. We've been saying that the turn 2 going into that complex there for the GTP has been a bit of a nightmare, particularly for the caddy. And Paul Morris has been caught out there again.
That can definitely happen. The Mercedes Arena is definitely one of the more difficult places to try and drive around this track. Let's see here as I'm getting the replay. Apologies, I am on a bit of a delay on the feed. Yeah, just coming around there is you'll find that it's especially difficult to get that change of direction and be fast through that portion. I can only imagine the GTPs around here, and on top of it, it's so cool out on the track. Only 67 Fahrenheit. It's probably pretty slippery.
Definitely, and this situation is still happening with the warm tyres. It's even worse when they first come out of the pits with the cold tyres, with the cold temperatures. There's just no downforce, no grip, and especially if you're having to dab the brakes and make an adjustment. But, you know, P3 is only a second up the road. Fiercely forwards, Ali Hunt. I'm sure that Marshall will be wanting to have some of that.
I'm glad to see, this far into the event. I mean, we're up to 3 hours already, it looks like, and I'm only seeing somewhere in the realm of about 5 retirements, so that's a really good sign, especially multi-class this late at night, that it's easy to throw it away quite quickly. So we've got so many still carrying on at this stage.
100%. It's been really enjoyable to see. It's actually, for me, it's one of the good things about the standard that we see in these kind of races, the fact that people are sticking it out. And we have had heartbreak, we have had the crashes, we've had cars run out of fuel, but they're sticking it out, and it's really good to see. What I'm hoping for is that when the weather comes, and the rain, and obviously there will be more situations there, I hope that the attrition rate stays as is.
Yeah, I was just looking at the weather, and I can see it looks like in about an hour the chances of rain finally start going up from 0, and it'll be as high as 72%. It looks like somewhere just after midnight. So it'll start to creep up. It's kind of a question of, I guess, when that starts to happen. I'll keep my radar open just to make sure that we have at least a little bit of a heads up on when that's going to be coming in. Yeah, like you said, it's hard enough at night, and I can only imagine with the rain coming down, that's going to reduce the visibility even more. It's going to be so tough to try and figure out the grip levels for the cars.
Yeah, it's going to make things a lot more different, especially with the cars going off the track, trying to squeeze out every possible interstate car on the track, but soon they'll have to step up the paint, because that's just going to create spins.
Exactly. It's well, and the even more difficult thing here is while they do have the headlights to kind of go off of, they're all kind of going away from you in a way. So, usually you would, to try and figure out where there's moisture on the track, you'd look for those shiny parts on it with the sun bouncing off of it, but you don't even have that advantage. So they're really going to have to be on their toes out there. And I've seen quite a bit of action somewhere around 6th place there, it looked like, in the GT3s. I think that was Mercer in the composite Performance 18 car that was kind of in the thick of some cars going by. In fact, I think still a lot of GTP traffic having to try and dice their way around him.
100%. We just watched Kinetic racing MEC's Tommy Vander Couch. Just got past Chris Sherborne, set to 5. Took a half a lap to do. We finally got it. But it looked like Ali Hunt was doing a little bit of a rally there. He he's trying to stave off the attack in the GTP class as well. There's been some good spades of action going on.
Yeah, seems like there's still a few drivers close enough together that we'll have some battles. In fact, I was just kind of checking in with the GTPs, and the P3, P4 fight is only about 3/10 apart, so that one's definitely still very close up there between the Fiercely Forward Black team and the Marshmallow Racing drivers. Ali Hunt versus Mons Weinrich, it looks like currently out there, is they're actually heading down into Valvoline and Ford, so early in the lap around here.
Yeah, when we're looking at the pace, I mean, Weinrich has definitely had the pace so far this lap. So has his teammate earlier on, Sean Campbell. Both of them being very, very strong for Marshmallow Racing. And I wouldn't at all write them off trying to catch up to P1 by the end of this. And, you know, very likely be all the full course yellows, allowing them to close in that gap and really put the leaders under pressure.
Now, I'll have to double check with you. How are they enforcing the full course yellows? I assume that they are admin enabled, so it's something manually thrown. But what are they looking for to trigger those?
Well, basically, it's down to the drivers in the sense of if an incident occurs and the driver cannot get back to pits and must tow, they first have to call race control to request tow, and that triggers the safety car. So it's not down to any mechanic or any lottery or anything like that. There's no set number. It is purely down to, you know, the drivers in terms of keeping themselves out of trouble.
I do appreciate that a lot. It kind of a more realistic version of it. You know, you get a car that's stranded and somebody's going to have to go out to recover it. So yeah, that makes complete sense. Nice and simple. And hopefully that'll keep it from being too many of them, you know, especially since the drivers should hopefully be able to at least crawl the car back unless the engine has expired. So, but, you know, not impossible around here.
No, it's possible. We've seen both ends of it in terms of drivers getting back to the pits with no headlights, which was hats off to them for that. Yeah. we've had cars beached up who lost their engine or lost the suspension as a result of the hit with the wall. So we've had all sorts here, but it does add to that realistic theory. There's no how many are in the lottery questions like those been in previous series have been in. And it just makes the entire 12 hours unpredictable.
I do appreciate that aspect as well, since, you know, I think that's one thing that definitely has been missing from endurance racing on iRacing, that rain has brought forward, definitely for sure, but just the unpredictability. It's always there because, you know, you can get involved in wrecks, but, you know, once everybody gets separated, everybody's kind of typically running their own race, whereas here now you can definitely be affected by something that happens on the complete other side of the track, and that can throw your strategy, you know, on its head. So hopefully this will really kind of keep everybody on their toes out there and make sure that they have to be very flexible with what's going down and how the stints are going.
Precisely, it does avoid the strategists. I'm just picturing now the strategists, even in my racing, the strategists trying to plan 6 hours ahead, 7 hours ahead, but with these factors come into play, the rain, the new gravel map, all of this does create those uncertainties. See, can you really plan that far ahead? Apart from trying to pull out the ideal scenario.
Exactly, and I'm glad you brought up the new gravel mapping as well. It's been very cool watching that this week and seeing how it actually plays out in real life. There's definitely corners where you can see a lot of gunk kind of thrown on the track, and again, that makes it difficult. And, you know, much like real life, it makes the track a living, breathing thing that is in constant flux. So you know, one lap to the next, things can be different. And drivers always need to watch out for that. By the way, I just saw Mons Weindrich looks like head into pit lane. So third place in the GTPs. Looks like they're heading in for their scheduled stop.
There you go. I won't be surprised to see some of the others follow in. There seems to be a bit of an offset with a few drivers. Yeah, Andre de Bauer's gone in now from CRZ Simsport. They're all scheduled, and then there'll be a bit of a gap before we start seeing some of the others jump in there.
I do see, it seems like the 822 also has a meatball flag, and that must have been recent because they've been in for roughly a minute and a half, it looks like. So they must have driven it back in, but they've had some serious damage. I'm going to go back and see if I can find out what put them down pit lane. Because that must have been a major hit out there if they were given a black and orange flag.
We're going to see what happened with this Renault Charrier, Delta 5, Delta V. Funny thing the chat needs to tell me, oh, just tapping the Technics car in front. Just caused a little spin out. I don't think that was it.
They did get a hit from the side exiting pit lane, it looks like. And then, yeah, you mentioned the Delta V team hitting into them. I think it was the number 42 GTP that maybe got into their side. Sometimes if you hit that suspension wrong, that can definitely do it. So that'd be my guess. More likely to give them a meatball flag than the nose to tail that we saw there for that spin.
Yeah, definitely. It's amazing how little contact you need on the sides compared to nose and tail. And even on the angle on the suspension, sometimes like hitting square on, you almost, if you're going to make contact, try and engineer it to limit the damage by how much you rotate.
Exactly. I mean, you've seen even in the real world, some drivers do that where they can tell they're heading for a wall and they'll steer into it at the last second because they, like you said, they'll want to try and hit it square on. Because if you hit that corner of the car, that's a lot worse. That's usually a lot harder for the mechanics to go back and try to repair. Same thing here in the sim where you might not have real mechanics to worry about giving them a long night, but you know, you could so severely compromise your race.
Yeah, I mean, I think all of us must have done that at some point in the sim. I know I remember doing it. Going up in the chicane at Spa. Turn it that little bit more to force that nose in. Yeah. Good times in the LMP2 for me. As mentioned earlier as well about the car types. So in the GTP, the top three are at Cura. Porsche's moved up to P4, and then the Caddy in P5. Interesting mix. The Ferraris are a little bit lower down at the minute.
It doesn't seem to be the car to have, the newest one, which is a bit surprising. There's always the tinfoil hats come out that everybody thinks they release a new car, that's going to be the fastest car, so everybody buys it. But having worked with the iRacing devs a lot, I don't buy that at all. I know that they want everything to be nice and even out there. So just for some reason, the Ferrari not working. But yeah, that Acura definitely doing extremely well out there. Only thing that's sad is that we've got the GTP Acura, but not the brand new GT3 Acura, since that was only released this week. I'm assuming that was considered a little bit too quick to suddenly throw that into the mix here for this race.
The NSS, yeah. I mean, I think also to bear in mind, when we got the new cars only released a couple of days ago, the time to actually put it through its paces. I was a bit disappointed. I went and bought that one because I definitely love it. I already enjoyed being in it, racing. But yeah, I was a little bit surprised not to see that, but there are a lot of McLarens here.
Which makes me happy. I am admittedly a huge McLaren fan, so once they announced that the new one was coming, I was so happy because, yeah, even as much as I loved the MP412C, it was so long in the tooth by the time they replaced it. It needed something new. They were many generations behind, so yeah, extremely pleased that the 720S Evo has now hit the track in iRacing.
Yeah, again, that was another one that I was looking forward to. Been on other sims, and the McLaren was my go-to car, but then in iRacing, and I always heard from people, the old model was a little bit more disappointing, where the new one, yeah, I got that, and I took it around the Notch Life, and I just loved it.
Yeah. Oh, and a beautiful looking car as well, so that never hurts.
Ooh.
On top of things.
I like it. I know people who actually don't like the look of it. I guess that's down to individual taste, isn't it?
Yes, I was just going to say, you can't account for taste always, but, to each their own. There's cars I'm not as big of a fan out there, race cars especially, that have been successful in the past, but, it's... what was it, Enzo Ferrari that used to say, a car is neither ugly nor beautiful, it's beautiful when it wins.
Yep.
So that's the whole purpose. It is a utilitarian machine. They might come out styled pretty, but their purpose is to go and be fast.
Definitely 100% with that. We've seen a lot of good fast ones here. We've got Porsche leading with this one, followed by the Mustang. The Mustang was another car which I like getting. I took that round Sebring, and that was really, really nice.
Yeah, definitely enjoy the Porsche. It's a classic. It is kind of funny to see that for the top two, because that's the two brands that I work with in real life covering. So glad to see their representation at the top of the field here for my sake. It looks like Richinov there leading in the Porsche, as you mentioned, and then the gray and the number 28 Mustang. It's about 30 seconds. It's a pretty decent gap right now. It seems like Negative Delta has pulled a bit of a march in these early stages.
Yeah, they've done a really, really good job so far in this race. Pace has been consistently quick. They do have... It's only a 3-lap offset in the pits. But yeah, it's been a joy to watch these guys in action.
Looking forward to once the pit stops start cycling through, then my timing and scoring will get updated, and I'll have a better finger on the pulse of what's happening strategy-wise between the various teams out there. This is honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if that strategy does become a bit of a part of this one, because this is a track where passing can surprisingly be a bit difficult. There's just not really many good spots that you can try and overtake out there. So if you find yourself stuck behind someone similar on pace, you might wind up finding yourself having to use that run in the pit lane to try and just leapfrog them a bit.
Definitely. And also, it's that counter strategy for me as well. If the pace is close, I was seeing with some of these guys, 10th in it, if it's not costing you time, take advantage of the fuel save, play the long game. I mean, some of these guys are pulling out an extra lap as a result of being stuck behind. Well, technically not stuck behind if you have the pace. So that could all play well on hour 11. Position-wise, everyone's looking pretty spread out in terms of battles. So now it's just the focus, concentration side of it.
Yeah.
I'm sure everyone's got their eye on that weather map.
Yeah, I always found that to be a bit of a difficult point of the race where things do get spread out like that. Sometimes you need that carrot in front of you to try and keep yourself focused, like you said, and get the good laps in. When you're just out there and racing on your own, sometimes it can be difficult to make sure that you're always hitting your marks, you're getting good pace in it. Or at worst, you can, all you have to worry about is your pace, and then you start pushing too hard. And, you really need to kind of run to what you can do in this style of racing. It's about not overdriving.
It's not overdriving it, and it's not that falling asleep. Now, speaking of sleeping, I'm going to feel for the European drivers later on when it's middle of the night. And they're going to keep going.
Yeah. Really, honestly, it's one of the things that you don't have to think about in real endurance racing, but here it can become an advantage or a disadvantage, depending on how you do it. But being able to really make a team that is spread apart. If you focus everybody all in the same sort of time zone, then you better hope that someone's a night owl, because it gets a little bit difficult out there. We always tried to have somebody from Australia or from Europe there on our team, so we could kind of make it a bit easier on everybody to give someone not giving someone less than ideal hours. In fact, I assume you're over in the UK, so it's probably getting relatively late over by you, is it not?
I am in the UK. It's not too bad at the moment. It's 20 past 9. That's fine. In 6 hours, I think I'm going to need people to play air horns to keep me awake. Or at least keep the chat going brimming, give me lots to look at. But it's not too bad for me, because you're saying about night owls. I'm on the night owls of my team, so I'm normally in the car at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. So I'm going to try and delve into my experience of that here today. Keep enjoying myself.
I am unfortunately no longer the spring chicken, teen and young 20s that could stay up until 5 a.m. so easily. Now,
neither am I.
Yeah.
Those days are long gone. Just watching this battle here between Takata of Super Top Sensations and Blackout from Kinetic Racing, half a second apart. They are throwing down quite nicely.
Fifth here in the GT3s.
Yeah.
It'll be McLaren versus McLaren, it looks like.
Car 44 versus car 2. Yeah, I think both of them are pretty solid in terms of the driving, so see what runoffs they get. Oh, flashing the lights, trying to cause a bit of distraction.
Can manage to get side by side here. This is coming up to the Vidal chicane. It looks like Kay is going to try and defend that inside.
Oh, that's gutsy, but is he going to take it at the inside? Yes, he is.
The final corner now onto the main straight. Pretty decent exit from around the outside for Vandergooft. Let's see if he can use that to his advantage down to the first corner. This is one of the most ideal passing spots on the track, the Haug hook here. He is going to defend that inside, yeah, so Takei will have to try something creative as he's thrown his best at it here at the end of the lap, but it didn't quite work.
No, that was a very gutsy move, and hats off to both of them for the driving and the respect for each other. It makes this kind of thing work and makes it enjoyable.
Absolutely. They've got Adam Locke behind them. That's one of our GTPs. Sometimes you can use this lap traffic as a pick here. So he'll get by Baptiste. Now, if he times it right, you could maybe try to follow him through, depending on when he tries to go by Tommy here. But nope, it's not going to work out that way. He waited patiently for the straightaway.
And that worked well in Van der Goop's favour, because it gives that little bit of a gap for Takei, just to make sure that he can't get him on later on, try and break that slipstream.
It's like 3 seconds ahead of Mercer back there in the composite car. So if they do start battling, it's not too far to the next car ahead, so they do have to be careful on that front. Still not seeing any clouds showing up on the radar on my side. But again, it's still a ways before we even get to, it starts at 1% at about, looks like 11:30 p.m. they're predicting. And we're still at 10:47 here, virtual sim time.
So anticipating an hour.
A little less than that.
Less than that, yeah. Into the pits goes Liam Kilton in the GTP. That'll be the second round. We've still got people like Stephen Cross, who's due to go in the pits, the leader, overall leader. And then a couple lower down the GTPs. So it's that offset group. Just looking at the chat, Sean Campbell has tested all the GTPs. For him, it's Acura first, BMW and Ferrari all tied for second, and then the Porsche.
So I have to ask: is that how you guys say Acura over in Britain?
Well, I say Acura. I don't know. I don't know if it's right.
Acura.
Okay.
Is usually. Yeah, I know it's branded locally to us. It always really confuses me when they keep referring to the Honda NSX.
You see, that's how I know it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Honda.
exactly. Yeah.
As soon as I saw the car, so I said, "Oh, it's a Honda," and then yes,
Exactly.
all my friends on the pond, across the pond were like, "No, it's Acura." Okay, I had to look it up. It is a Honda, right?
It is, yeah. It's just a Honda-owned brand, and I'm not entirely sure why they put that car under that brand over here in the States. Because I mean, it's definitely well loved over here. I feel like Honda kind of missed a trick on that point. Or I don't know. There's some sort of, I'm sure, branding motivation that they had for that. That's just beyond me. Somebody in some boardroom made that decision and felt smart.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing to actually split. Almost like, split it in two across the board. Someone can explain that to me about the marketing benefits of that.
Sure, somebody.
I mean, some people say, I was having a conversation last week with someone saying Hondas are slow. And so they wouldn't use the name Honda because it's associated with slower cars like the older generations of Civics. But they're getting faster.
Yeah, I was going to say.
They're getting really good. I mean, the hybrid models they are what they are. But the other ones, I mean, they're not sluggish anymore.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm trying to think of how they were perceived for me growing up, and honestly, the first really it was more just about the reliability, honestly, because my dad had a Honda Civic that my brother bought off of him, and he got it when we were in high school. And if it gives you any idea, this is now 20 plus years later, and my brother sold it finally a couple years ago. So, yes.
Yeah.
So I don't know about slow, but if anything, I've always had positive impressions of Hondas just for sheerly being bulletproof out there. They just keep going.
I definitely will subscribe to reliability on Hondas. I mean, my family had a Honda for 16 years. It just kept going and going and going. It's the reliability is up there for sure, if you look after it properly.
Definitely. So, now I'm gonna have to do some digging into that after the broadcast and see if I can find what the actual reason is. If it is because of perception of being slow, which I can understand. It is a performance car, the NSX, so you'd want to put it somewhere that you feel like.
I think the NSX is. I don't think the NSX particularly has had the reputation of being slow. I think it's the association with the consumer cars of Honda. I don't know. Yeah, it'd be good to look. I'm interested.
I've seen some moves out there that have been awful tight at times. There's some drivers being very willing to get close up to the other classes to make those overtakes, which really scares me a bit in the dark, because it's a lot harder when all you see is headlights to really kind of have that depth perception, know exactly where that car is placed around you.
Yep. It does play hard, doesn't it? I mean, you look at the gap. I mean, we're on board now with De Brouwer looking at Ali Hunt. And that half a second gap, you have to really picture in your head the distance to the time. It makes it really difficult.
Yeah, that's for the fourth place in GTP between those two. So at least we've got that battle going on for one of the higher spots out here. Also worth mentioning the strength of field out here looks pretty darn good. Looking up and down the order, you see very few lower than 3,000, which is, I mean, obviously not the highest, but that usually is a sign that it's a pretty stacked field out there.
Yeah, for sure. No one here is the sluggish ones. They're absolutely pounding down the lap times. The way that the GTPs are moving through the GT3 field, where the GT3s are still able to do their own battles as well. There's some real good drivers out here today, and it's adding to the festival that is the Blackout. Looks like some GT3 fight brewing here between Danish and McRae. So that is car 23, Schneider Motorsport, car 28, the Impact SimSport Black. Looking good.
Yeah, this is actually trying to dig them up here. What position is this for?
They're fighting for P2.
Ah, there they are.
There's 8 tenths between them in the last lap. The Danish has been driving really well today. The team of Impact SimSport have been superb, so yeah, it's going to be should be a good one.
Danish trying to chase down McRae here. Ford versus BMW. Coming up to the end of the lap, it looks like here up into the braking for the final chicane. And thankfully they're using the more open chicane. Now, if you have to make some passes, that's not honestly something you'll be very thankful for, because that's one of the good passing spots kind of taken away. But I have to be honest, the slower chicane just felt so fiddly to me here at the Nürburgring GP. So I'm kind of glad they went with the WEC version.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. I mean, even that, we've taken that just too far over to the right, using the green part. It's been punishing cars. I think that's enough of a situation for these guys than using the other chicane. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this layout. Just comment in the chat, NSX isn't slow, but doesn't stand out in any way. I think that does sum it up really nicely, Kieran. I was just looking about the whole Acura and Honda. It's apparently to appeal to both the economy market and the luxury market, and Honda just basically have copied Toyota with Lexus and Nissan with Infinity.
Ah, okay, interesting.
So it's, yeah, luxury and economy groupings.
Makes sense. I just have particular beef with Lexus though for trying to frame themselves as a racing brand the past few years, because I worked at a Lexus dealer many years ago after college, and there was nobody interested in racing there. none of the cars really played to that at all. The sportiest they got was a single coupe that was up for offer. So when they started showing up and say, yeah, we're racers, I'm like, no, you're not. Like, I know you're just Toyota rebranded, and I like Toyotas actually. I've been driving one for 13 years or some odd now at this stage, but Lexus, apologies to all the Lexus fans, it just doesn't do it for me.
That's bad. I didn't actually know the link between them two. So yeah, I've learned something new tonight. We've got the GTPs pushing through between Danish and McRae. It's created a bit of a gap. Unfortunately for Danish there. Hopefully he can get back on the tail.
Now that traffic is on by, didn't separate them too much, still about 0.6 of a second between the pair of them. When you're that leading car, it can be so difficult as well to also keep track of what's happening with those lapping cars. If you got somebody battling with you, that's why, especially at nighttime, the pit can sometimes be almost a little easier in some ways, because you're trying to let that faster car through, but you could accidentally leave the door open for the second car, which is the car you're actually fighting with. So unless you're really making sure that, you know, it's only one or multiple cars that are going by and covering your bases, you can find yourself kind of snookered there. And looks like you got a little bit of a chance for Danish, but no, he's not going to be able to get close enough coming down into left-hander. It looked like he maybe had a chance for a switchback there.
I think he was looking for it, but then McRae had that covered.
He's been doing a very good job with this, despite having lots of these GTPs trying to fly through. Seeing 43 cars still on track, so yeah, that's a lot of traffic to deal with.
Just signaling to his car there to say we're coming and we're racing.
Very close coming down into the Howe Cook there. That's Le Convoyeur de l'Extreme, I guess, with Hugh's car just ahead of them. Not sure what that translates to, because unfortunately I know German more than I know French. But he's going to have to be aware in this situation. It's always more difficult to lap cars that are within your own class, because, you know, when you're in the GTPs and you're lapping the GT3s, you've got that performance advantage. So you always know that you can out-accelerate them. Yep. If you don't get cooperation from a car that's within your own class, you can easily be just jammed up behind them for a long time unless you are significantly faster. So you kind of almost need this car ahead, this Ford Mustang, to kind of pull out the way, which he is not doing, coming down through the Schumacher S. And you can see how much this is holding him up. This gives another chance to Danish, and this time he's got it.
Yeah, he's not going to be very happy with the car in front not giving way there. Yeah, they convert that extreme. They're not going to be happy. He's getting through there now, but at a cost.
Almost held up the Delta V number 14 there for a moment, but thankfully checked up. That cost him some time, but at least they live to fight another day. So now that Yannick is passed, it's actually not crazy far up to our leader, negative Delta, with Shopov currently in that Porsche. So
Shopov's
curious
in the
to
pits.
see.
Well, he's getting back in.
Catch.
He's been in. He was in for the first couple of stints, and then they changed driver. So now Shopov is back in. Is that in anticipation for rain, or is that just getting him back up along the track? Because Shopov has been really quick tonight.
There is still absolutely nothing on the radar right now. We still got about 30 minutes, it says, until we get any percentage of a chance of rain showing up. So I don't know if that's going to be in anticipation. Although, I mean, that said, it's what, about 50 minutes to an hour for a stint for these GT3s, I believe, right?
Sorry?
I believe it's about 50 minutes to an hour per stint for these GT3s.
GT3s, yeah, you're talking about an hour.
Okay, so that will take him, into the rain potentially, but that seems a bit early to be trying to prepare for it. I'm pretty sure that's just a scheduled stop. But for Danish, this is nice, because now he is out in the clear and leading this race ahead of McRae.
Yeah, he's put a nice 1 second gap there, which is just basically enough to break that toe and get his head down, like you say, just to get in the clear.
I mean, he's already got a second and a half, so it's working pretty well for him, although, again, lap traffic not doing him much favors. Nathan Ju going around the outside, costing him a little bit. But it does look to me like the 23 BMW was the faster of the two. He was just trying to wait for the right time.
Yeah, I think it's that opportunist moment. I think McRae did a brilliant job of holding him off, but ultimately was punished by the back marker.
That comes and goes. There are the traffic giveth and the traffic taketh, we like to say. So there will be opportunities to get that return to you at some point, especially in a race of this length with 12 hours. And we're only, I guess, just about a quarter of the way through right now.
Yeah, just with that. We're 3.5 hours in. The open interval race on a demanding circuit. This is great to see. Just on board with Marcus Adami from Delta Racing. Trying to hunt down Mercer from Composite Performance. This seems to be where all the action is. The GT3s are bringing some really good racing. The GTP spread out a little bit more. Ali Hunt is the closest closing in on somebody by the looks of it, on Wayne Rich of Marshmallow Racing.
This fight here between Mercer and Adami for 7th in the GT3 class currently.
Yep.
Another Porsche versus Ford, interestingly enough.
We have a single BMW on track, just noticed.
Interesting. And leading the race, no less.
Leading the race, so. Yeah.
Yeah, looking through, it seems pretty well spread between the Porsches and McLarens there at the front of the field. It definitely looks like the car to have, but we've got some Fords kind of scattered around. And then you get down to 18th place in the GT3s when you get a Lambo. And Merc also joining us a little bit farther behind. So yeah, it seems like the McLaren and the Porsches are doing a little bit better at this track. And that is the thing that I wish there was some sort of solution in sim racing to find to kind of help that balance so that we didn't get so many of the same being chosen. There's really no solution to it, because in real life, you commit to a car. It's rare that a team will suddenly switch manufacturers partway through the season. Or, you know, if there is a one-off race, it's what car you have in the garage to go racing with. But here, if you've bought whichever car, you can hop in whichever one you like. The counter to that I have heard is that I've heard a lot of people say that iRacing is close enough that honestly, once you get to the sharp end of the fields, it's more down to which manufacturer you feel most comfortable in. Or I guess if you have a personal preference, if you're like me with being a McLaren fan, which one you want to hop in and represent.
Yeah, it's got to come down to that comfort point. I wish I did see more kind of series where you are there are ones out there, it's been in them, where you are locked down to a particular car and you just got to get through with it. I wish even in official they could do something like that, as opposed to just being, I'll switch cars today.
I will say there was a team in SRO that we had called for multiple years, and they had always run those Aston Martins. Now I remember, it was Flying Lizard, who actually were most known for their Porsche days, but they had decided to run Aston Martins in SRO for a while, and then suddenly one day they show up for one of the rounds in a BMW, and it took so much in me to not refer to them as the Aston, because it was just habit by that point. So when they do switch in real life, it can be really disorienting.
It goes beyond just them changing their car. It affects commentators, it affects everyone thinking, why have they done that? Leads them down a good rabbit hole of thought.
Well, and the interesting reason was that we found out was because the driver was just struggling with how the Aston was handling. When they switched to the BMW, they found a lot more success and found a lot more speed. So it wound up being a good call. And going back to that driver comfort thing, sometimes it's more important to find the car that suits you well than over anything else, because that's where you find the speed.
I'm with that completely. I felt like that with the old Ferrari GT3, not the new one. I was so nice and comfortable in that, but I found speed, and as soon as they changed that up, I was hoping to get that same kind of feeling, because you know how much to apply the brakes. Oh, wait, he's done us. Oh no, Jabuz and Flores just coming together a little bit. Managed to save each other, which was quite handy. But that was an unfortunate get together there.
We don't want any more contact than you need. There's 60 incidents, and you've got yourself a drive-through penalty, and then every 20 after that. So you got to hold on to them around here. Make sure that you don't use them up too early, so that you do have that cushion in case the unexpected happens. I mean, we always got to remember it's a 4X for car contact. So if you wind up close and you only have 4 incidents to spare, all it takes is an unfortunate bump, and that removes you from the equation immediately.
Especially when you're in the top end of the field, where every second counts. I mean, we're talking 10 seconds gap between P1 P2. That will easily disappear.
Just one spin would change the running order right there. Yeah, you're right. So in endurance terms, 10 seconds is very, very close. You cannot afford to have mistakes when things are that tight out there. Ideally, you want more like 30, 40, maybe even multiple laps between you to give yourself a nice little buffer out there.
It's that all-important buffer. But even then, when things happen, it's all about not giving up. I mean, like I say, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's now 6 cars no longer with us, but you could be laps down and still end up on a podium.
Absolutely. The ethos of endurance racing is never say die. You get back out there, try to put the laps in. You don't know what sort of problems everybody else is going to experience. And yeah, maybe you wouldn't wind up with a win necessarily unless we have some real craziness out there, which with the rain, you never know. But it's there's still good results to be had. And in this race, I mean, there's no points to worry about. So it's all about just trying to say you got to that checkered flag as high as possible. So you shouldn't give up. Looks like P2, or well, what was P1, excuse me, has pitted in the GT3s. The 23 car of Schneider Motorsports brings Danish in.
That should allow the P1 to get back up there. Shove her off, get him up there and get him back to the front.
I tell you what, I've kind of glanced back at my weather report here. I said it was around 75% on the high, for the high end of things, a little after midnight. That's now up to 95% at 1 a.m. virtual standard time. So the percentages have just been going up. It's gone from 1 to 2%, which is kind of inconsequential when it eventually shows. But behind that, then it quickly rises to 10, 29, and then we're seeing 60% chance of rain at just after midnight. So, yeah, it's looking more and more likely that the rain is indeed coming. It's now more a question of when, not if.
Yeah, I know a lot of these guys have been practicing in the rain, and they've been asking questions. How much percentage are we expecting? And of course, race control can only give the answers that they can see in the forecast, which everyone else can see. We don't know. I was in the session 2 days ago, and it was at 95%. And driver saying, "I hope it's not like this." Well, you never know. But then, if they say 95%, but then only do 50%, 60%. So even though the percentage up, it doesn't mean much.
It is ever fluctuating, which is I love how iRacing has implemented that. It has the variability, much like in real life. They can predict this percentage of rain in real life, and well, maybe it just never does. But sometimes the winds shift how you weren't expecting. Maybe the precipitation didn't build enough in the clouds at the time that they thought it would. It's a science, but it's not an exact science.
No, exactly. We got Gaz McRae from Impact Simsport going in the pits, so now it's SF Hulkinen from Banana Racing Team has taken the lead in the GT3. They last pitted on lap 75. I can't imagine they'll be too far off going in.
They should be up to their into their pit window here pretty soon.
And then P2 Van der Gouch is even less. He's done 2 laps. He pitted in lap 73, so he should be in the next couple of laps. So an interesting chopping and changing.
It's definitely been fluid out there. Hopefully won't have too much fluid out there. We do get it. But,
yeah.
Oh, we got a black flag for High Prix Sim Racing City Azul. Eddie Gomez in the number 46. So I don't see anything from manual race control. I'm going to assume that is an incident limits penalty, which is not good this early in the race. The only other thing that it could possibly be is if they got a slowdown penalty and didn't serve it quick enough.
That is interesting. Yeah, I don't have any info here.
And it's definitely not speeding in pit lane because there were 19 laps since the last one, so I would have known immediately.
Let's see if I can get any information on that.
Oop, the 2 cars in, and driver change. Vincent L'Herbier is going to be taking over for Vandergroup. So Kinetic Racing swaps them out.
And their drivers, which made sense. Then in 2 laps you got Adamian Hulkinen going in.
Haven't seen Vincent in quite some time. He's raced quite a bit in the Precision Racing League. Cool to see him out here. I should have known because Kinetic heavily involved with PRL, of course, so not too shocking that he shows up.
Yeah, I kind of like seeing a lot of familiar faces here as they're getting ready for this series and getting ready for the main major series. That's around the corner.
Absolutely. Not much wait, and we're right back at it. Now we're getting some warnings, not penalties, for cars from race control. Looks like a warning for the 42 and, annoyingly enough, the 24, just to confuse us.
Yeah, so both of them have had conversations with race control about incidents happening there.
Checking to see, that is NGC number 42. It's Marco Silvia. I'm trying to find the 24. That's Major Z Sport Blue, so Aaron Powell in that car getting that warning. Not sure how long ago that happened. You had noted some contact earlier. Was that the same cars?
I don't remember. What doesn't help. I'm going to put it out there. I'm not ashamed of this. I'm putting it out. I am dyslexic. I do have a hole in my memory. So little things like that. I remember the contact, the little door-to-door, but I wouldn't personally. Not much that intensive protest. I don't remember the numbers though. But it's all good.
I mean, honestly, that's commentary in general. It is a mess of numbers and names, and it's amazing to remember as much as we do. So, yeah, don't worry too much about that.
I'm just enjoying my time here with you. Loving this job. We got Battle P10, P11, Angelo Pennings of Impact Simsport White, and Renaud Charrier from Delta V Racing. But then right behind him they got Michael Dowden from Bowker Team Black GT3. It's a nice little chain going on here, P10 down to P12. But they've got P18 and 19 in the mix as well, so Tim Kern and Luca Krugel. This is going to be a good pack.
Yeah, multiple situations going on here. A lot of cars come together, that is for sure. With Pennings holding that top 10 spot right now as they exit the Mercedes Arena. Ford leading a pair of Porsches, leading a pair of McLarens currently, although the McLarens are about 7 seconds back, so they're not really in this fight. Side by side, though, between Charrier and Balka, with Dowden in that car. He's going to have to watch out for Schneider in second place, who's running his own race. It actually almost looked like he was defending, but I think it was more an attack here on the 16 car, trying to go by. And there's some sketchy stuff happening coming out of the Dunlop hairpin. They have to get single file by the time they get to the Schumacher S's, because that is just not a side-by-side corner.
And definitely it's not a case of lap markers are any less slow. I mean, these guys are really quick, and so they're trying to get through their race. So it's literally a collision of two races here.
This is always the most frustrating part. Everybody, gets to run their own race. So they've got stuff that's important to them. So you can't expect them to just jump out of the way. And Charrier's going to go very deep, maybe too deep. No, he makes the corner somehow. It was impressive over Pennings, but then we've got more battles. Oh my goodness! Schoenfelder is really just barging his way through Coca-Cola there.
Wow. Now Krubel's attacking Pennings to get through. Not his race, let him out.
Yeah, and that's the difficult thing as well. It's not just for us trying to tell what's happening out there, but for you inside the cockpit. Again, keeping track. Are you letting by a car that's lapping you, or are you opening the door for your rival to overtake you? So you've always got to be very much on your toes.
Well, this comes down to then, like I say, it's the quality of the spotter relaying that information to the driver, saying, the one behind you, don't let him through, or the one behind you, not your fight.
Here we go again. Another side-by-side down through Valvoline. That'll switch back to the inside for Charrier, for Delta. And then another of our GTPs trying to sneak through. They're going to line up the Dunlop hairpin once again. And Dowden round the outside, going to try to use this banking that you can sometimes utilize to find more momentum off the corner. And she does. And now he's got the inside of the Schumacher S's. And there you go. The pass is done.
Great move there, making it work for Dowden. Still got Danish itching to get through. He's working past area now. The information will go back to Dowden in the car to say the car behind you, it's not your fight. But you know that you're going to have Charrier right on his tail to take advantage of the gap.
This is where you can't rest on your laurels now that you've got that position. Keep trying to push forward and get away. But Schneider between them is a big help here with the car lapping them. P2. The car of Danish. He's not going by super quickly here. BMW kind of just letting things happen.
Think you'll let him through here?
No, looks like they'll stay in line.
He's staying there.
And I mean, I don't.
Going up the inside now.
Yeah. And see, this is where Dowden really doesn't want to let him by, honestly. Unless that car gets a really good run, he's acting as that buffer that we were talking about that's preventing Charrier from being able to overtake him. So this is frustrating for Yannick, but you can understand from inside the cockpit that he's going to make you work for it.
Yep. Yannick's just caught up in that situation. And hopefully, I think Michael's just hoping that Yannick will work with him, get a bit of a gap to Charrier to make the pass safely, position-wise. But now you got the GTPs coming in as well. That could work in his favour. Stretching out the gap a bit.
There's quite a few of them too. There's 1 and 2. There's a couple more in there between them. This is hurting. Yeah, Yannick is getting the worst of it, though. He has lost touch with that car. He's trying to lap. Dowden is well ahead of him at this stage.
Well, now Dowden's got a 2-second gap to Charrier, so another GTP. them by the looks of it. Looking at the chat. Hey Joe, hey Adam. Great stream at the moment, thank you mate. We're on the recovery drive after a crazy incident. Let's hope the rain gets us car 61. So it's TSC, car 61, Fusion Simsport. Gary Thomas is currently in the car. Lap times are going quick. Good luck. Exploit asking where are the overlays from. These overlays are from STK Gaming. Big thanks to Lee and the guys at STK Gaming for helping out with this. I am a paying customer of theirs, and yeah, I love that you can do stuff like this. Yeah, super helpful.
That's excellent. By the way, I know we were saying around 11:30 possibly for the percentage of rain to start. That's been bumped back to 11:45 now. Still at about 2%. At midnight, it's up to 15%, and then it jumps up to 47% at 12:15. So it did get shifted back slightly, but it's also continuing to just have a very sharp rise. So it's getting a higher percentage sooner, if you will.
That's going to be interesting. The more it pushes back, the more it plays into some of the strategies in terms of trying to pit in time to stick the wets on. It's going to benefit some and not others. And with the sharp rise, it will leave the calculation onto how long do you persevere with the dry tyres on the track. But everyone would have done their maths on this, I reckon. Everyone would have done their practice to know at what percentage to pit. It's going to vary car to car.
Yeah, exactly. And we have to remember, again, going back to the differences between the cars, I'm sure certain manufacturers will perform better in the rain in comparison. So who's suddenly going to come alive when it gets to be a slippery track?
Oh, very much, guys. I mean, I've got my predictions. I can't wait to see if they're right. I don't really want to say my predictions right now. I'm basing off experience and what other drivers have said to me in conversation, but I wonder. I've just seen Flo Bossan doing a good pass. So Flo Bossan from Let's Convoyeurs de l'Escrime, and they're up to P12.
Excellent.
Still good things to watch around the track. So now we've got Eddie Gomez. Is it Eddie Gomez? Oh no, that gap's opened up all of a sudden. That's because Eddie has just had a bit of an incident. He was fighting with Mosby. Let's see if we can watch on the replay. Got caught up on the embankment and slide. That's unfortunate. When the downforce leaves the back of a GTP, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, and they can be tricky. It's one of those things where honestly I always loved the high downforce cars when I was younger, and then I started doing more sim racing and realized they're stressful to drive. They're very difficult. Now give me a car instead with all the horsepower and none of the downforce, because I'd rather go really, really fast and then have the slower corners, because that's the thing, is you make all your speed in the corners in these cars. So it takes a degree of both bravery and a sense of where the grip is in these machines. So, and unfortunately with that big shark fin on the back, as soon as that grip starts to go away, it's going to snap. It's going to leave you in a hurry. Yeah,
it's a GTP driver said to me, you gotta have faith flying into the corners with this thing. And you gotta really trust the car. Then the sudden braking, things like this, just zaps our downforce and you have to dance it a little bit. Oh.
Apologies if I've gotten a little bit quiet. I've been with the new build comes the struggles of trying to figure out what the graphics settings need to be to get the best out of this, and I've been having some cars jumping, so I'm trying to see what I can do to improve that here.
That's all right. You built that yourself, or you get that in?
The computer, or
Yeah.
yes, but many years ago. It's due to be updated.
Nice.
Definitely due to be updated. So.
Fellow computer builder, I love it. Oh, we just had an overtake on the overall lead. Jack Booster just got past Nathan Chu.
All right, so
a change of lead in the GTPs. But I don't think Nathan Chu's going to take that line down. Let's see if he tries to fight back to turn 1.
Still with him. They've got some of those lapped cars around. Should be able to get by at least Pennings here at first. And then they've got Jeff Sanders. And yeah, they're going to be able to sneak by. So that's good for the lapped cars. Bad for them. Although behind them, my goodness, it was very close between Clement and Schoenfelder. Nearly had an accident heading into the Haughoek.
Yeah, Schoenfelder, he's been in the wars a little bit today. So, he's been in for a long time. He's been in since race start, so he's done 4 hours. I think he has. Oh, Chu's got past Brewster again. Quick change of direction there, just making sure the Phobos on doesn't get caught up. Great reflexes. Oh. And the crew will just come off. Kubo just came off the track a little bit. Let's go and see what happened there to Luca. The aerotechnics. Looking at a change of direction. Oh, and a door bank. Came out wide, I think. Quite a tricky one going too wide into there. Especially if going in hot.
It's a little bit of a battle forming for third in the GT3s, it looks like. Volkanen's getting closer to McRae. It's coming down to the Mercedes Arena right now. About 4/10 of a second between them.
You guys have been at it for quite some time. We've got the Mustang versus the McLaren. Just enjoy a bit of the noise. I like the noise of the Mustang.
It is a great sound, yeah. I'm looking forward to getting to work with the Dark Horse cars this next season.
Oh yeah.
So that should be pretty entertaining. No doubt getting to listen to them cycle around the track. I spent the past year working with Porsches, so it's been all the sounds of flat sixes constantly.
Out of the deep sound great ones, and the Gen 3s are in the Major Series this year, so I've already got mine. Can't wait to see it in action.
Yeah, I actually just got to call a race last night with the Gen 3s, and they sound fantastic and honestly look very cool. And interestingly enough, we also got to see them race in the rain, which was definitely pretty wild. They were all over the place. You could tell with all the power in those cars. They're a handful.
Yeah. I mean, that's what makes the major series as well. Their track car combinations certainly push you, learning new limits. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm in it next season. I'm looking forward to it. It's been a while since I've been in there properly.
I am as well. Yeah, it's one of the things I really do love about the majors is it forces adaptability, which I've always been more impressed with drivers more than just outright speed. Because yes, that is, you know, pretty amazing when you get a driver that's just incredibly fast. They're doing awesome things with the cars. But the drivers who you just stick into something completely foreign and you give them 6 laps and suddenly they're at the top of the timing charts, that to me is the innate ability. That is someone who just, their brain works with racing for some reason. Because I'm of the mind that, you know, there's no such thing as talent being something you're born with. We all develop these skills, but there are certain people who definitely have brains that pick things up quicker in certain ways, and that's where I think those drivers, you know, have that, if you want to call it talent, basically just embedded in them, because they just understand how the car works and they can learn it quickly. That's where I think the true amazing drivers come from.
Yeah, a lot of us, I reckon, do not. I've got one in my head. As you're saying that, I'm immediately thinking of a good friend of mine who I know in real life as well as in sim racing. In a couple of laps, he's up to pace in anything, anywhere, and I just get really jealous. That's like, it takes me hours and hours and hours. But he's like, yep, there now. I'm like,
sorry, I know I'm a bit of delay on the feed still there,
That's
but I just saw them going 3 wide up towards that chicane. That
was fun.
That was a sketchy moment.
But Pokinen was still looking to get past McRae, even with the GTPs flying down either side of him. He was looking to take advantage, but good covering. Just getting a heads up on the chat. First band of rain showing on the radar. Good, good, good. I mean, the nice part for us, we're sat, you know, in our rigs. And, well, are you racing in this?
No, I've.
You know, so both we get to sit back and not worry about being in being in the seat during the rain.
No. I have enough on my plate this weekend. I don't think I need to add that stress to me.
Yeah, understandable. Oh, Pokinen having another look.
Yeah, I'm hoping to be able to check the radar soon. I again, with dealing with the graphics issues, I've shut down my sim and I'm trying to get it pulled back up here to see if any changes I've made will help me out.
Fingers crossed.
I think part of the issue is we've got, what is it, like 12, 14 different makes of cars out there. I'm sure that's eating a lot of...
That's making it interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, Gaz McRae's gone in the pits. So Pokinen's got a chance now just to put the hammer down. But I don't think he's going to pit anytime soon.
Yeah, and in this one, I think if anything, you probably want to try and hold out if you can until the rain comes, and it makes sense to pit, because if you add a short stop into it, that's just going to unfortunately add a pit stop and make it a little bit longer. But then of course everybody's kind of mostly in the same boat. But if you can steal that march by just timing the pit stop right, which is easier said than done, then that helps you out tremendously. At least having it towards the end of your stint helps you out a whole lot more.
Yeah. I mean, you want that golden right at the end of your stint time to change. I don't know how many teams are going to get to have that, but I wonder how many are going to sacrifice a couple of laps just to preempt it. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, well, and the last thing you want to do is put those wet tires on before the track is ready for it, because it'll just shred them. Your pace will be nowhere anyways, and then when the rain comes, then they're going to be absolutely useless anyways. So yeah, it's almost better to go a little bit long on those slicks than it is to try and put the wets too early.
100%. And I'm expecting, to be honest, when you look at the stacked field, everyone's on their helmet. They know what they're looking for is this is the right time to change. You know, too soon, like you say, shreds the tires. Too late, you're on ice. But these guys will know what to do. They'll know what's going on. They're going to have somebody watching the radar and trying to make those kind of predictions.
Yeah, I can confirm on my radar. I can see that band. It's coming from the southwest, it looks like, towards the track. So that would be towards the Dunlop hairpin first.
Yep.
Is where it's going to show up.
Well, that'll be an interesting place.
Yeah, and that's the other thing that I love that iRacing's done here is that the rain doesn't necessarily, show up on the track as a whole all at once. Much like in real life, it can appear at one spot over another first. So
exactly, yeah, it definitely adds something knowing that it's not just a dump of rain all on the track. I say the ultimate here is to bring it as close as you can to reality. It makes sense to only have it working its way up.
We're down to midnight now for the first percentages of rain. It's changed once again, so it's bumped back almost a half an hour from when initially they were predicting that we'd have a chance of it, although it was a very low chance. But some of that is probably also the fact that the closer we get to that rain, the more accurately it could probably predict when that rain is going to start to come down.
And everyone's going to be working that calculation. Everyone's going to be thinking, and then working off that percentage, like we were saying earlier. Percentage is only an indicator; it's not a guarantee.
Yeah. I think the old words of wisdom is the way to go by. You want to be on the right tire at the right time. So don't try to preempt it like we were talking about. Wait for the driver to tell you what the track is like, and then let them choose. It looks like Buser's in, so there's our overall leader.
Oh yeah, Buser's going in. I'm going to quote a driver here today, who, just going off what you said just then, I have to quote it. Here's methodology, he shouts out, be in the right boots at the right time.
I like it.
Big shout out. Yeah, so Dad Buser's going in from the lead. He's got a 52-second gap to P2, Ali Hunt.
Hunt still owes us a stop.
Too far away. Change of driver as well. Charlie Pouillet is getting in the car.
So curious to see if they'll emerge with Nathan Zhu, who did take the stop not long ago. Nathan's towards the end of the lap here, so it will be relatively close.
Ali Hunt's going in there. P2 is in the pit, so it's down to Nathan Zhu now.
Coming around Coca-Cola. And Charlie's actually still in pit lane right now. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it makes sense. A couple more.
Yeah.
He's on his way out now. It's a little bit slower than before.
That is unusually long. I wonder if they had damage.
Yeah, it's 5 seconds more than the usual pit stop time for GTP. So you're talking 42 seconds. It was 46.5 seconds. So it must be damage. Just getting a little bit of the optionals done.
So the fiercely forward team you mentioned, now that they're in there, it looks like Agason also going to be taking over. So Zhu easily takes that lead away. It's now about 8 seconds difference between them. So I'd say that
Sean Campbell's back in the car for Marshmallow Racing. That's going to have an impact. He in the opening hours he was very, very quick.
and sitting in third as well. Now I think he's been in the car. Did they have a pit stop recently? Okay, yeah. Well, no, I mean, I think it's been a minute since their last stop, if I'm seeing correctly. Let me check their laps here.
132, so they did 9 laps ago.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah. So they still owe us a pit stop as well.
It's all right. The ones really outstanding now: Miguel Bento in car 7, and Aaron Powell in car 24. Them two need to come in.
There's a lot of clouds showing themselves now in the radar. That's the only disadvantage of this all happening at night is we'd be able to kind of see them actually coming off in the distance too here in the sim, but not to be able to really kind of witness them rolling in.
That's one of the things of the blackout, isn't it? Adds to that element, you can't see it coming.
It does look like the 78 is actually losing a little bit of time as well, but some of that might be traffic because it's up to 11 seconds, and I can report, yeah, they're just going by Scordilis there, the 97 GT3 car, so maybe just caught them at a bad time and opens up that gap. So great news for fans of the 34. Not only did they emerge ahead, but now their gap is in the double digits.
That's good news for them. Well, then we'll see how the factors play. Is Axon struggling now to get past Len away? It's had to put the brakes on a little bit extra to get out of the complex.
So down to 1% chance of rain at midnight. But at 12:15 a.m., it's up to 35% chance rain. If I'd have to wager, I'm thinking it's probably coming about 12:30 in the morning. It looks like, because that jumps up to 73% right now.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's going to just keep dropping back gently, and then it's just going to go for it.
Oh my goodness, I've been watching our leader and Jude just put 2 wheels in the grass to try and lap traffic once again. He's got the bit between his teeth and willing to take some risks out here, knowing now they've got the lead. Now they got to try and run away as best they can, especially because you want that buffer in case the rain comes and it's kind of uncertain on when to put those rain tires on, because your competitors can definitely steal back those 10 to 12 seconds over you if they get the timing right and you don't.
Yeah, exactly. Let's just having a look at what's going on down there. We've got talk of Miguel Bento on the Volkers GTP doing a good job of bringing the majors back up to speed, back up the rankings. He's climbed up 8 places since the start of the race, so he's doing a cracking job there. Our biggest mover has been, let's have a look. Yeah, Pulkinen, car 50, climbed 25 places this race so far.
Ooh. Yeah, that is impressive stuff. Started 24th, currently sitting 3rd out on the track. So the Banana Racing team understood the assignment. It's not about where you qualify out here, it's about where you finish. So they've really gained a ton in that process.
They have definitely got a good strategy on the go here by the looks of it.
Also, Fiercely Forward Black, who we were talking about in their pit stop with Agason taking over, they're now trying to see if they can retake 4th on track. Ricardo Ferreira, the Focus Racing, kind of in their sights right now.
Yeah, we're watching them live on stream. And they definitely have the comparing the lap times there. Looks like Ferrari got a little bit of a better run with a 40.3. But then they've got the GT3s ahead of them.
So maybe a chance to once again kind of catch them by surprise up there. They do have Nelson Clemente and the NGC GTP behind them. That Acura is a couple laps down, so that's not for position. You don't have to worry about that. So first up going to be Chris Sherburne, and then Tomaz Kouan up ahead of them. Looks like Sherburne's actually going to be at a very good spot here, coming down into the Dunlop hairpin. That allows Ferraria to easily get by. Then he might have a little more trouble. No, he times it right getting around Garon. Yeah, so that's going to work out great.
Yeah, it was good patience there from Ferrari. Just held off that little bit of moment extra just to give that look up the inside. So that could have been problematic. Like I say, here with Kremers now, he should be okay. He capped out a 1.5 second gap to Argison, so he's been hurt by the traffic.
Yeah, it did not work out for him. In fact, he was taking risks through the chicane. He came awful close to the tire barriers at the apexes. He's got to be careful about that. Other than us wondering when the rain will arrive, the other thing is how long is it going to last? Because I'm kind of looking out forward, and it dips down to about 20% at 3 in the morning. So it's looking likely that it could be a few hours of rain as well. So it's not looking like it's going to just be a short spurt of it.
That will be adding challenge, because that's going to be, we might see more driver changes there, more rotations. Given the difficulty it's going to be, especially over the course of a few hours. And the track is going to be slippy throughout.
And it'll still be in the midst of the dark, so, trying to tell when that track is getting dry enough to switch back to slicks. Going to be another difficult aspect, trying to read what it's doing exactly.
Exactly, and with it just being nighttime throughout the whole thing, even when it dries out, it's going to take a long time for the track to dry out. It's at 3 o'clock in the morning. That's going to be another couple of hours of, even if it's not raining, still dealing with the track.
I mean, they do have quite a few cars still out there, assuming they still have plenty of them after the rain, which is something you can't always bank on. But, if we have a huge number, that will help disperse a lot of that water relatively quickly once it stops raining. But you're right that it's not going to evaporate. It's such a cool night here, which you tend to get. We have to remember, we are in the Eifel Mountains.
It's going to make some exciting viewing. It's going to make some exciting viewing. We just never know what's going to come next.
I have just been eagerly waiting to see when we hit that, 35, 73% that we've got on our radar predictions here. See when it starts coming down, because that is when the cat gets thrown amongst the pigeons for sure.
Yeah.
Again, we've only lost one since I've joined you here, so mighty impressed by everybody doing so well. 43 cars still running out of 49 cars.
Yeah, but it feels a bit more like a standard race at the minute in terms of a typical iRacing race. Dry, guess you got your nighttime. So I think everyone's in it for the long haul, especially considering what goes into being in this race. These guys have been doing the practicing. They've been pre-qualifying all week to earn the right to be in this split. And so for me, these guys have all fought to be in the top split, so stick it out. Does that make sense?
Am I seeing correctly on my timing and scoring? Negative Delta, who's leading in the GT3s, has a black and orange flag for me. Is this something that just happened?
Shopov has got.
Yeah, they're heading into pit lane. Yeah, Shopov, our leader, is coming into pit lane. They've had a serious incident somewhere.
Let's see if we can get that on replay.
And this was in the Schumacher S's. They got hit by one of.
They got hit by GTP.
GTPs. Yeah.
And hit the wall right at the suspension point. And yeah, they're crabbing. Oh no.
Wow.
Oh,
I said it earlier, you can't take anything for granted. And they have gone from leading this race to now likely, I would anticipate, probably going multiple laps down.
Some of the action here. We've got P15, P16. Abeletskos batting it out with Biggs. So that's the Majors eSport Blue against Impact Sport Purple. Two caddies.
Have a decent variety, it seems, over in the GTPs in comparison to the GT cars. Acura, obviously popular up at the front, but you've got Porsches smattered out there. We mentioned the new Ferrari. The caddies actually kind of bookending things. They've got one in third, and then you have to go all the way down to 13th until you see another one of them, and it's a couple of them towards the back of that field. But yeah, it's relatively well dispersed in the faster class.
Exactly. It's just seeing what's trying to go on at the minute. We've got car 47's going in the pits.
So Sam Marin is taking service for them. So in 10th place right now. Actually going to swap out. Alex Crow going to get into that car.
He's done a couple of hours already, so he knows what's going on out here.
Yeah, he started off the race, did all the way up to lap 82. So yeah, he's put the work in.
That a lot of them are getting their work and getting done now. I wonder if it's down to availability of the drivers getting the maximum now or what, because dude, I'm sure cars will have certain rain technicians who are better in the rain or better in the dry. It'll be interesting to see what some of these drivers do. So Alex has been in there before, Sean's been in there before, Nathan's been in there for hours. What's the next phase in their teams?
Well, and you know, most teams will come in with a planned order of running. So do they have the flexibility? Is everybody on their toes enough and awake that you can throw somebody out into the rain because you know they handle it better? Just because you have that driver on your team doesn't always mean that you have the ability to just chuck them in the car at any time.
And take into consideration, I was saying, that the rain's going to last hours and hours and hours. You're going to need multiple people who can drive well in the rain. Otherwise, that's a lot of driving for one person to take on.
Yeah, it's looking like 2 to 3 hours. You did mention, I mean, there has been drivers that have done, what'd you say, about a 4-hour stint in this one?
Yeah, it's
which
looking at that point.
I can't imagine doing, but...
Not on a track like this. I can imagine doing it in certain tracks like Le Mans. It's doable because it's so big, and Nürburgring, Nordschleife. But yeah, doing the GP for 4 hours is a lot.
Impact Sim Sport just spun off the track a little bit. 15 car fell to 16th position after that little excursion. Yeah, I feel like somewhere around 3 hours is the longest endurance racing stint I've done behind the wheel. And any more than that, just I don't know if I could handle having to focus for that long. Because even racing for an hour, by the end of it, often my brain is mush. Because I think that's the thing people don't sim race don't understand is that you're having to focus so hard that it's not that you're physically tired, it's that your brain has just had to be on point for so long that you by the end of it you can't really focus on anything. You need to decompress.
Yeah, that need to look away from the screen to get that extra screen glare situation. I mean, yeah, having driven actual race cars, you do have that, the body throw, the inertia, everything like that, and that adds to physical, but I don't know, it does feel very different being sat in the sim, and yes, I could probably do longer in a sim than I could in a race car, but I agree, it gets to a point when you can almost daydream in a sim, and you have to really keep that mental discipline, that mental focus, and that's tiring in itself, telling yourself to stay focused.
It is, absolutely. And these drivers are experiencing that. You will see some of the mental attrition out there, if you will. Drivers making what looks like probably silly mistakes until you understand just how much they've worn themselves out to get to where they are. Now, if I understand, is it do they have a minimum number of drivers on a team? Is it a minimum of 2, or is it a minimum of 3?
It's a minimum of 2. I think it's a maximum of 4. So we have quite
I would not want to do a 12-hour race with 2 drivers, I'll say that.
There's a handful of teams in here that have done that. Just having a little look now.
I feel like
Banana
3.
Racing Team, they've got, oh no, they got 3. Composite Performance Car 18 GT3, there's only 2 of them in there.
I feel like, well, remember...
Delta V's have got a couple of cars like that.
Are you looking in the sim, or are you looking at like an official sign-up sheet?
True, I'm looking at the official sheet.
Okay, I was going to say, because you have to. I wasn't sure if you were looking at the sim, because that only reports who is currently signed in to that team.
Yeah.
So.
I know. I've got my little sheet here, which I'm just looking through and seeing how many. Marshmallow got 2. Tom Moritz and Sean. Moose Motorsports. So yeah, we've got quite a few there with just 2 drivers, and yeah, hats off to them. Team Frida as well, GT3, they got 2 drivers. So they got another 7.5 hours racing, alternating and then dealing with the weather a bit. I bet they're grateful for this moment in time now while it's dry.
If you ask me, I feel like 3 drivers would be the sweet spot for a 12-hour event, because that's enough that you can spread it out, but you don't have too many people that you're trying to get adapted to the car. Because that's the other thing, is every person that jumps in needs to suddenly, if it's their first stint, they need to kind of feel how the car feels. But as long as the car hasn't changed too much between them, but just those 3 people, then it's you're not having to relay too much information out there. Well, I'm sure there are those that would disagree. It's like, go for the 4, but I don't know. I feel like 3 is nice to just keep it spread out, but you don't have too many cooks in the kitchen.
Exactly. I think I agree, 3 is the sweet spot. I think it's important for them all to get out now, like have some alternation now, get a feel for it, so that way later on when it does hit the fan, they're all in the race mentally.
Indeed. Looks like the weather predictor shifted back again, saying
Really?
12:30 a.m. now for the 37% call. And I can see those clouds continuing to get closer and closer here, but they're still not over the track.
Wow. Are we ever going to see the rain?
That's the question. I mean, what a tease that would be if it it kept saying and it kept shifting itself back and it never actually rains in the end.
That's happened in officials. You're waiting for the rain, it never comes.
Yeah.
I want to put money on it. It will come at some point.
It seems like I said with the percentages that we see, it looks more like a win to me.
Yeah.
So I'm with you on that.
We've got Mercer and Bosson going at it now. Mercer's covered it. Bosson's going around the outside, but couldn't make it stick. Mercer stayed in front.
We've checked in on Mercer a couple of times.
Definitely stated their intentions there. Blow Bosson car 222. That's the way the extreme. Wanted to get past.
Sometimes you got to be careful of those situations. If you kind of show your cards too soon, then they know what's coming. They'll know where to try and cover off where the car is strong. A lot of times, if you can manage to arrive quickly and then just mug them confidently, then you know the pass goes a little bit easier because they weren't expecting it. But then the downside of that is that maybe you didn't know quite where you were strong and you sent it in a little too hot where you shouldn't have. So it's a balancing act. But yeah, when you kind of half-heartedly try to go for a pass, now suddenly you've woken them up, and it's going to be a different race.
Exactly. Just letting them know what's going on is not always the best idea. But let's see what Bosson does with this. I mean, he's still trying. He's still keeping his nose in there. He's going around the outside here. Mercer, he won't.
Just
enough
space.
Run off here, but I don't think he's going to win the next bit. It's going to be about who's the bravest.
Bosson's got the inside. Whoa! The car's slow that they just zipped past there. I'm not sure what caused that, but Flo is going to get the spot. That was Ferreira. What put him there? That's a strange place to be off. Oh, Ferreira got hit from behind by Schoenfelder. Both of them hard into the wall.
I think that was what race control was just talking about in terms of they got received some guidance there.
Yeah, Schoenfelder's actually still stationary. I wonder if he can't drive it back. I wonder if we're likely to get.
Something's happened a while ago.
And safety car.
Safety car, there we go.
Please maintain race pace until you catch the safety car queue.
All right.
Leader
slow it down. Potentially just before the rain.
Pits remain open.
As they say, this changes everything.
This is going to be a good one. We can kind of make it inevitable. The issues that they were having there, getting home, extremely difficult. That's Schoenfelder that's out as well. He's packed up.
Yeah, he was the one that brought out the safety car. He can't get it back to pit lane.
See if we can catch what happened there. Oh, that's a big collision there. It's not really paying attention to what's going on around him.
Mm-hmm. That's why I was saying it's not a place that you commonly see wrecks. They're just going down through the kink. And that's a very high-speed portion of the track. It's no wonder that disengaged whatever was driving the number 17.
Car 78, you are about to take the lead. Please engage the pit limiter at the pit exit.
Yeah, I just kind of collected him into that.
Yeah, hit the back of the car. That's going to be a lot of really sensitive bits, and car just Unfortunately,
Everybody, leader is in turn
would
one.
not be able to drive away.
Both of them took real heavy hits there, so could see some lengthy repair time for them too.
Car 2, you may now tow.
So they haven't towed yet. Okay. There we go. Permission to tow granted. I was kind of curious if they were waiting until there was, if this was real, a safe way for them to get marshals out there. So it looks like now they have allowed them to send it to pit lane. And the reason that's important is because the tow takes a certain amount of time. For those not familiar with iRacing, it calculates how far you are away from pit lane. The farther you are, the longer it's going to take to tow you in. Now, the good news is they were quite close, but that timer doesn't start until you hit that tow button. So the longer they are made to wait, the more time they're losing.
Exactly. It adds to it's almost a bit like extra punishment on top of the punishment of having that going through your brain and the repair time. But again, that adds to the realism of all this. They're having to check everything, make sure everything's alright. I mean, I think the response time from race control is pretty good, but they got to make sure that all the cars are in a decent position, like now, in terms of all got their tailback, making sure they know where the leader is.
Going down the hill towards the hairpin, please approach slowly.
Race control getting over communications and just talking to the drivers, make sure everybody's aware. This is always a complicated time, of course, because of course they're doing this manually, which is the other aspect that's so fascinating about it. The clock keeps ticking, and they all have to try and work this all out on their own. As right now, Pouyer is leading this group. He becomes the de facto safety car, but I'm sure there's all kinds of wave rounds that they have to do, and of course there's the pit stops, which I think Pouyer might be ready to do one. He's 15 laps into this stint. Agason as well. Looks like DeMay, Shelton, Boyer, they're all 16 or 17 laps into this stint. It's more of a toss-up for Majors Esports. No, it's not. I just see them heading out of pit lane because they pitted 7 laps ago. Now that's going to reset. But Mo Islam is pitted 5 laps ago, so he waste another bit of time coming in to take the pit stop here under yellow and lose that track position.
Yeah, it's a interesting risk on this one, about just because there's a lot on the lead lap.
Take a wave by.
They're doing the wave bys at the minute, which will benefit some. Yeah, it's an interesting call about whether or not to go in the pits now.
Those are the only cars eligible for a wave by.
Thankfully for everybody here, it looks like there is no limit on the amount of tires that you have, so you don't waste a set of tires by getting in there and taking those.
Some might even take advantage of this to put fuel in the car, so that way it's just a quick
just
tire
a reminder,
change.
especially to the prototypes.
Exactly.
On the restart, tires are going to be cold, so drive to what you've got underneath you.
Sorry, I was just listening into race control once again. Still no rain out here, and still saying 37% once we get to now 12:30 a.m. here. And then it jumps up to 70% at 12:45 a.m. All right, Pouyer, does he pit in? No.
Nope.
He's going to stay out. Interesting. I would have thought this is well far enough into the stint that it would make sense to just take the pit stop. But maybe, I wonder, because if maybe the timing was just wrong, that they passed the pit entry, and by the time they got back towards it, they had closed the pit lane.
I mean, the other consideration there is when you got Jew, who is P2, he's quite a few cars back.
Okay, we're going to commence class split. Can all
we got this, so we're interested to see the benefit
and then
after the split.
GTPs move to the left and pass to the front of the GT3 cars
by at this stage. And then the part of the problem isn't just whether or not the pits are open or closed. If the train has caught up to you, even if the pits are open, like I said earlier, now suddenly you've got the worry about, I'm going to lose so much track position. And this is a track where track position can be quite important. So you might not want to give that up. You might want to go out and try to get the gap up when you're racing instead.
I mean, you're talking 1, 2, 3, at least 4 cars between P1, P2.
Yeah, so he's got that
5
buffer
cars.
right now. Yeah, and so when we get to go green, those cars will have to be overtaken by second place.
Exactly.
So that's going to hold them up. So that's a big help right there. And I wonder if that's kind of their thought process, is that it's better to try and run away under green, take a quick pit stop, and then get back out than waste the track position here, because then they're the ones that has to go forever passing other cars, both for position and those that are lapped, to at least get back to the front of the field. And by that point, you may have lost a lot of time to the leader.
When you consider the pit deficit, I mean, this is my thinking, that we'll be thinking, we've got the rain coming soon, and both him and Drew will be pitting to change their tyres at a similar time. And to take advantage of that point, obviously they got to refuel. There's a 15 lap difference.
Okay, now we have the class complete. We will be going green at the end of this lap. Leader, you may
go green, yeah.
And increase to 80 kilometers an hour, 50 miles an hour.
Short full course yellow. This leaves us with 6 cars actually on the lead lap on this restart.
Yep.
See a big band inside the clouds of non-clouds, which could be interesting. If we do start to get rain, I mean, an on and off rain, just that makes it all the harder too, because again, you'd likely want somebody on the box to really be watching, so that they can let you know what to expect out there. Is it actually stopping raining? Should you change to dry tires, or should you gut it out now that it stopped raining, because it's going to just start right back up again?
And these are all discussions that I'm sure the teams are going to be having with their respective crews, in terms of analysing every situation they're doing. But yeah, we'll be thinking about how to go. Wow, it's not as important on this one. Just thinking about the launch when it goes green. It's not going to be as tricky for him. So I don't think the cars behind him will do anything really silly to risk V1.
Once again, a reminder, no passing of any cars before you cross the DRS or the restart line on the front straight.
So this will definitely shake things up a little bit. With all them bunched back together.
Yeah. And heating the tyres. Eric Biggs there is definitely trying.
Past 12:15, we're at 0% chance of rain. No shock there. But still looking at 30% at 12:30, so 15 minutes, a little less than 15 minutes from now. All right, here we go for the restart. Weir is going to have control of the fields. With Nathan Ju back multiple cars, and we'll have to hustle to try and keep touch with the 78. Green flag is out. We head on down into the Haug Cook, who is going to be able to successfully work their way around this sharp right-hander where it can so often lead to car contacts.
Zhu is definitely wanting to get in there early. He's flashing his lights. He's made up 2 cars already. He is having to be aggressive to catch up. Is it worth it is a question I've got to ask. In the sense of risking the car. There's been a bit of contact in the GTPs. But Sean Campbell's catching up as well, so he's only half a second off Ju.
Currently still Thomas and Dobson separating P1 and P2 out there. I think Clemente also has had an issue in the GTPs. That's the 42 down in 17th. Gets it back on track, but has fallen to the back of the field. Oh, Edgerson is off course.
He's off. He's lost his nose. I'm wondering Is this going to be a... Oh, is he able to move? He's trying. Now you got the GT3s coming.
Oh, man. Another quick caution, potentially. That sometimes can happen. Car doesn't seem to be
He
going
showed
anywhere.
signs of moving. He might just be waiting for people to get out of the way.
He does have a meatball for what it's worth. Doesn't mean that the car is stricken, but he is going to have to come and take those repairs. No, he's not moving.
He's not moving.
Wow.
And safety car, safety car, safety car.
Oh, there it is. Safety car back out again. All right.
Back under safety car, please, everybody.
Now 2 cars in between P1, P2.
Yeah, that actually that worked out pretty decently for Jew. He got those 2 overtakes done.
GTP leader,
and now
please slow.
he gets to do it all over again.
Now, everyone, we're going to go to pit speed limit now, please.
So
to try and shorten
this
this yellow.
helps him keep up with Pouyer.
The issue now for Jew as well, he's got Sean Campbell behind him, who's already shown his racing capabilities, so he's going to need to keep an eye behind him as well as try and get the jump on Dobson and Thomas. His dynamic is slightly different now, so yeah. This is looking good.
It's very fascinating how this has turned things upside down a little bit here. Keep watching those clouds like a hawk and see when they reach the track. They're very, very close, I can tell you.
Oh, that's good to hear.
Now, the thing is, we could get rain coming while they are behind the safety car, which will probably make it a very easy decision. I'm pretty sure everybody's coming in if it starts to rain.
And especially if the percentage of rain is high, it's going to be get wet very quickly. So it will make it worthwhile. Where if it was like 2% for a while, it's a question.
Okay, overall,
remember that's a 2% chance. That's not saying only 2% rain.
Car 45, you may now tow.
It's not saying how hard it will come down, but you are right. Yeah, it's if it only comes down very, very lightly, then that's going to make it a harder decision. But if it downpours, well, then yeah, I'm pretty sure we're going to see pit lane absolutely filled with cars.
Green at the end of this lap. Straight into it. Now, it might be my data coming through because this is always this area of the data stream I get is sometimes off, but it's saying that 3 cars have elected to go for wets already at the end of the last pit stop.
You're right.
I'm sure that's not true. I'm sure that's just a hiccup in the
please allow car
data coming through.
To pass you on the left.
I would think so.
I would not anticipate anyone putting wets on right now. I wonder.
Surely that's
GTP car
that's got to be an error because we had what, about 2 laps under green or thereabouts, and you would have absolutely shredded those tires.
Exactly.
Car 22, you may pass the GT3 cars.
So they're waving some more around. So I don't think they shouldn't be going green this time by then.
I was saying it's going green on this one, but yeah, there's one coming in up the back.
Reminder, no passing before the DRS line on the front straight.
Unless they were just trying to separate the classes a bit.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, they're weaving their tires, so it looks like they intend to go. Pouyer has control of the field, and there it is. Green flag is out.
They're
underway once again.
Let's watch what happens here between Zhu and Campbell. Campbell weaving, getting into the mirrors. Zhu straight on the attack with Dobson. Ooh, kept it.
Yeah, late dive there. That's going to put him up one closer. But he's trying to run away from Campbell, who also manages to overtake. Now it is only Thomas that separates P1 from P2.
don't think G wants to hang about, so I think he might push Thomas quite aggressively.
Just to add some
Fusion
spice
GTP.
to it all, I can tell you that the closer radar, because we have two, one is a wide shot of the area and one is close in on the track, we now can see clouds, or at least precipitation within that zoomed in map. So it's got to be close.
Both cars weaving, both Drew and Campbell looking to cause distractions. Thomas keeping out wide, keeping out of the way. And that just allows Campbell and Drew to get fighting.
Yeah, they're definitely the closer battle up in these top three, because Charlie's trying to run away and he's doing a good job currently.
Yeah,
Campbell's team started this race in the front row. In fact, Sean was in the car.
Sean knows how to get the best out of that caddy, so let's see what he can pull.
Okay, here's one for you. I am showing 100% precipitation now, so it might be raining out there. I'm going to hop on board one of the cars, see what I can see. I don't see raindrops.
Into the rain now. Should be heading into that. We're in that bottom part here. Yep, there's a little trickle of rain. Yep, it started to rain in the bottom corner.
There it is.
There it is.
Now remember, that doesn't mean the track is immediately wet. So the drivers will have to feel at what point is it worth putting on those wet tires.
And it's worth mentioning on the overlay that you can see here on the stream, I might be saying 0%, but that's on the start-finish line, which looks like it's one of the last parts for it to hit. So we'll see that for a little while.
And it does look like it hasn't reached that part of the track yet.
No.
Because I'm still riding on board and I don't see any of the raindrops hitting the windscreen.
Oh, he's having a look at the inside.
At the front, yeah. Be careful here because you don't know what kind of grip you're going to get into some of the corners.
Exactly, and if you're over enthusiastic right now, it'll cause complications, but Drew has got through, and Campbell's trying to take advantage as well.
The windshield wipers are going. Oh, now it's properly coming down. Yeah, there's big rooster tails coming off the back of cars.
Yeah, it's definitely it's coming down some now.
We were waiting, and the answer was about 12:30, roughly 12:30 in the morning, that the rain finally has come here.
Yeah. 3-4 minutes earlier than predicted, which is cool. Danish has done well at the restart. He's got a 7.8 second lead over P2 still. Quite a few cars in, so well done to Yannick and Team Schneider Motorsport. A couple of teams have gone in the pits from the GTPs.
Don't see any rain tires yet, other than the ones that we'd mentioned earlier that we didn't think they actually had the rain tires on them. Still, they carry on past. Leaders are gonna not take it yet, so they seem to be happy enough. Kind of surprised because it does look pretty darn wet.
track's still showing 5% up at that top end. It's going to be an interesting trade-off, isn't it? Now, at this point of the track versus the top northern side.
But it's moving across the track pretty quickly here, so I think it's probably going to get that crossover point sometime soon. And for Ju and Campbell, they're only 7 laps into the stint. Houlier, though, is on 22 laps into his stint. So he is at a scheduled stop. It's I guess it's a bit of a moot point since we did have the safety car just before we came to the weather here.
Yep.
Unfortunately, just as it starts to rain, that is about the time that I've got to go. So appreciate you having me in.
Love it. See you later on tonight.
Absolutely. I'll be back around 10 p.m. my time. So
yeah, well, I look forward to it, Joel. Thank you very much for joining. And see you later.
I will see you later.
See what's changed when you come back. That was Joe, everyone. Brilliant having him here. During the course of tonight, I'm going to have various commentators from different areas coming in, so it's going to be really cool to have a chat with a lot of people to get that cool mixture. And I'm joined here by Sebastian. Hello.
Hello, good evening. After, I don't know, 5 hours on race control, I'm finally here for the broadcast. Thank you for having me.
It's great having you here. How is it going over there?
Oh, it's a mess. I mean, you can see we have different weather conditions coming up. We have safety car periods coming up. We have contacts under safety car. We have unsafe rejoins. We have everything imaginable in iRacing happening. But overall, it's with so many drivers, it's pretty clean. But we have something from every direction.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, this, I'm going to call it a spectacle. It has had it all, hasn't it? In terms of the battling, now the weather's joined in. I mean, the radar's saying very lightly wet, but it's due to get a lot worse by the looks of it.
Yeah, we in race control, we were a little bit watching the rain coming in on the radar, and then seeing the safety car period, and yeah, which took very long with the wave buys. We were thinking like, yeah, okay, if the pits are closed and the rain is coming in a little bit earlier, that could be really funny for some of the drivers.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for us, I'd say funny. I'm not sure how they're feeling. Oh, hopefully they're loving it out there. I think a lot of people have done a lot of preparation, and with so many of them still on dry tyres in these wet conditions, I'd be spun out by now, I think.
Yeah, of course it's horrible, and we are in the comfy position to, you know, sit in our booth and judging people. But of course, yeah, but I mean, it's also the fun of the concept. We have a 12-hour race in the dark at the Nürburgring, and weather is coming into play. So we waited years and years and years for having rain, and yeah, it's good that we are here tonight and enjoying it.
And with the build-up as well, with the additional realism benefits. We've seen how the gravel plays in the dry, and now we get to see how it plays in the wet. We are getting to really push what iRacing has had to offer, and just literally tick every box that we could have.
Yeah, yes, indeed. I mean, we have also seen contacts due to gravel on the track, where a car is a little bit slidey, and the car behind is rear-ending him just with tiny damage. But as you can see, the new model of, yeah, I don't know, how is it called, dynamic track gravel traps or whatever. It's not like Mario Kart, you know, it's not like Magnussen and Hamilton with the pole, but it changes some things on the track, of course.
Yeah, it's definitely calling upon another set of skills from the drivers. They've had it nice for a good, 4.5 hours. Doing the old school, just dry rain and just dry track and deal with a bit of cold. So the temperature's going down a bit now, 17 degrees C from 19 degrees. So yeah, this is calling upon the next set.
Yes, indeed. And also with this low temperature, and if the rain comes up now, that doesn't really dry up for a couple of hours.
No, exactly. I just noticed that Dew has just struggled a little bit there and brought in Campbell as a P1, P2 battle. Dew stayed ahead, so that's good news. Good news for Dew, good skill there. And it's good to see that, 5 hours in, the closest battle is P1, P2.
Yeah, impressive. It's a hydro race and marshmallow racing, if I see that correctly.
Correct.
3/10 apart after so many hours. Really, really great stuff. Of course, the safety car periods also, come into play there. But yeah, it's just great stuff. And now it is really looking racy on this slightly wet track. So as I look on the weather radar, there's a little bit more rain coming up for the next 5 minutes, and then it gets lighter and even maybe stops after more rain is coming in from the west.
Exactly, and both lead drivers now have gone in the pits. Because you felt that that's enough. I mean, especially Marshmallow Racing, they've been through quite a bit in this race already with spin-outs and things like this. They've had to fight through the field so many times, but for me it cements doesn't matter what look you have on the track, the opportunities given by yellow flags if you use them appropriately leaves the door wide open for people to stay on top and not run away with it as well.
Yeah, right. And everyone can get into trouble. We have seen that. There are sometimes situations where you have 3 or 4 GT3s up in front for the next 2 or 3 corners, and you can gain much, but it's also very risky to get a penalty by the race control if something goes wrong.
Exactly. It's good having you here from race control as well. The next while when we look at incidents, because people are going to have varying levels of, is it a racing incident or is it what?
Yeah.
But the rules are well thought out here, I feel, in terms of the majors.
Yes, the rules are well thought out, and it's on us in the stewarding room to, find a measurement. And maybe sometimes an incident isn't so clear. And of course, there's democracy is coming into play. Maybe sometimes we are 3 on 2 or 4 on 1, but that happens. I mean, not every incident is super clear. I mean, if somebody rolls backwards into the chicane from outside of the track, that's easy.
Yep.
But the other stuff, side-by-side racing and somebody makes a little mistake, or like here with the lapping GT3, stuff can happen. And we have seen a few things where I must say, we were on the verge to say like, okay, that was maybe intentional, but in the end, everyone wants to have a nice race here.
Well, that's the hope, isn't it? Everyone's here to enjoy the race, enjoy being part of Blackout, because it's such a unique race.
Yeah.
Emotions are going to fly. The heat of battling going on all over the place, but at the end of the day, we're all here because we enjoy racing.
Yes, and maybe winning one of these beautiful coins in the end.
Oh, yeah, these coins are beautiful. I really do like them. I saw the pictures of them and I just maybe wish I was on track.
Yeah, right. I mean, for the German region, I will have every coin in hand. So Mike will send them over to me, like the last 2 Le Mans races, the Majors 24. And then I will distribute them to all the German drivers here. If even a German driver wins one this year, or in this Blackout. But yeah, let's see. I mean, it's a huge thing, like what Mike is putting together there, also with these coin makers, and yeah, they are looking terrific, and I think they're very much worth putting on the wall into a frame to show again that you are part of such a nice event like this tonight.
Yeah, and the coins are quite famous amongst in the major series itself, having the ability to get coins. I'm a very proud owner of 2 coins, and I'm hoping to get a few more this season. But they sit pride on my little trophy table. Because, yeah, the amount of time that goes into design for these are just lovely.
Yeah. And I mean, in the end, the major series and all what's coming together with the setup shop and everything else, and that is really impressive. So why not celebrate it with such great prizes in the end?
Exactly, and it adds that another level of realism in terms of, you might win a race on the official special events and you get a virtual certificate and that's it, which you print off, and you could keep them framed then, that's absolutely great. But to actually have something in your hand from that series, I love that.
Yeah, it was
my coin from the most laps at Daytona a couple of years ago. I actually cherished that because of a week-long battle I had with another racer, and we put down 2,000 laps at Daytona. And so having that as a memory is just brilliant.
Yeah, right. I got the, I don't know, what was it, 4 years ago or something like that? There weren't these coins, there were medals, and I still have it hanging here on the wall behind my rig, and it always reminds me of that. So it was a great time. P3 in the Majors 24 back in the day.
Oh, nice.
I mean, in a very low split, but it doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't, because it's, that's the great thing about the pre-qual is as long as there's no sandbagging, which the race controller is conscious of, you're racing against people you should be racing against, and it doesn't detract wherever you are, whatever split you're in, you're up against people similar to you, and it gives you that opportunity to fight. It's wicked.
Yes, and that's all what sim racing is about. Going to race, have fun. It's not always about like, I'm the best man here on the track and diving in from 2 car lengths because the GT3 has mirrors and get out of the way, I'm the faster class and whatever. No, it's about having fun and enjoy the possibility of doing this. Because I don't know, like 15 years ago that wasn't possible, but here we are.
Like I say, even over the last couple of years, it's been amplified through iRacing in terms of getting closer and closer to real life, and the cost of this. I mean, it depends. The cost you spend is completely up to you. I remember my first rig, a couple of £100 compared to what I race in now is different. And if you crash the car, your pride is dented maybe, but at least you get to not have a thousands and thousands of pound bill if you did in real life.
Yes, or maybe getting hurt. I mean, some people would say like a boxing glove has to come out of the wheel, or you get electroshocks when doing, I know, stupid stuff. But of course, it's you're not getting hurt too much. Maybe with a direct drive, if you're not careful or get hit unsuspected. But in the end, you have the safety of your own rig, your own home. And can enjoy racing for what it is.
Okay, car number? 18.
This on the race control.
Yeah. It's not what I'm used to hear chatter between drivers and race control.
I think there's a connection issue for car number 18.
I have it.
Is he blinking maybe?
Oh, there he is. He's on the side of the track. But he's cutting in and out, so I wonder if he's got a connection issue.
Yeah, here comes the tow request, of course, into play. But I think that's not necessary anymore, unfortunately.
No.
I just see the TÜV Rheinland Tower, so...
Just watching the fight between Robert Crisdale of Progleep Juiced Racing Blue and Lynn Hopt from Team Frida Sport. Mercedes versus McLaren.
Also great to have the McLaren in an updated form for a couple of months. So it's competitive again and not like an exotic choice.
I mean, Joe was saying that earlier. It's nice to have the McLaren there. Oh, Van der Gooch wanting to get past there, wanting to get laps in. He's wanting to come through. Pretty awkward at these points in terms of wanting to let the lap cars through or facilitating that if possible, but not surrendering your own race.
Yeah, that's always the case in the multi-class racing, of course. I mean, in the end, we have just 2 classes, so it's not too difficult. But I think, let's say, the geometry of some corners of the Nürburgring GP track are quite inviting for dive bombs.
I agree with that.
And if you're in a battle with the same class, like a couple of GT3s under one blanket, and then the GTPs cutting in, that's difficult. Also in the dark, in the rain, nobody wants to compromise their line, wants to get onto the wetter lines, of course. I mean, a spin could cost you several positions or even much damage to the car. Yeah, so the GTPs have to find their way around the GT3s, and of course it's their responsibility to make that cleanly.
The GT3 needs to stay predictable, and the GTP needs to make the pass safe. I mean, the good thing about the MEC is the choices of class, so having the performance difference between GT3 and GTP means that the overtakes are a lot easier. If, for example, LMP2 were in there as well, that would have made it a little bit more tricky, especially in these scenarios when an LMP2 can drive a lot smoother, a lot easier around the track than the GTP.
Yeah, we have seen that, or I experienced that in the first ever iRacing rain race at Sebring back in the day, as the rain was new. And there at Sebring, there was much stuffy stuff on the track, where LMP2s got faster than the GTPs on one lap. That was quite funny. And even led the race at some point, at least in our split. And then it dried up, and it's going back to normal again.
Yeah, I've experienced that as well with the, who was it? I think it was it Petit Le Mans?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I was at Petit Le Mans, and it was interesting how in the corners I was overtaking GTPs, and then on the straights they would just overtake me back. And it wasn't a case of, I'm not going to be a pain, but they had to go so slow through the corners. And the traction coming out of it played into my hands.
Yeah, that's but of course very stressful. So good we don't have that here tonight. So I'm seeing on the right side of my monitor the new protests coming in. So and with that situation, also with 3 different classes, that would have been another ball game here in the park.
Yeah. Another headache to put it more.
Yeah.
Put it in there like that.
I mean, 90% of the people are satisfied at the moment, I think, with our stewarding. So, yeah, it's going good. So let's keep it that way.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, emotions do run quite hard, don't they? And what people also have to remember is you guys are there, you're doing your jobs. You got the human factor as well. You guys are going to be going for raids. I mean, race control, some in race control are here for the whole 12 hours.
Yeah.
And they're going to be sharp on it, and that's why you got lots of you rotating in and out. It's not easy. I've had conversations with teams in other series when we talk about race control, and then you invite them to be part of race control, and they're like, no, I couldn't do it. So,
yeah.
Everyone I know in race control has got experience of race control, and it's great that they're doing it.
Yeah, that's totally understandable to not step out of your own pond in that situation. Yeah, and as I said, we're many different characters, different opinions, different experience levels, but in the end, the mixture get it done, or is making it happen, so we have a consistent outcome in the end.
Yeah. And the conversations stay in the Discord channels. Doing appropriateness, working those threads. The conversation is useful.
Yeah, what I really like is like stuff like people saying sorry or accepting the penalty and saying, yeah, okay, it is what it is, it happened and it's our fault, and hopefully everyone has a good race in the end. And that I think is very sportsmanlike, and I like it.
You don't want the toxicness in here. This is not what this is about, is it?
No, not at all.
I say to me, drivers, like you say, even the drivers will have different opinions. Ultimately, it's down to the rules of race control.
Yeah. I mean, the most impressive people are those who say, I don't agree, but I accept it.
Yeah. It is what it's race, and don't let it define the whole race in terms of if you've had that disagreement, because we're here to race.
Yes. And it's looking so fine here in the rain and in the darkness of the Eifel region.
Enjoying the race here between Corey Ratcliffe and Adam Locke for P6, P7 in GTP. So that's Project 91 and Balka Racing Team Black.
Yeah, also Balka had some problems, some issues in this race already.
Yeah.
So it's good if they can manage to get back in the top 5. But of course, they are one lap back behind the top 4 of their group.
We've still got a lot of time ahead of us, so one lap isn't a bad thing. You're getting out, moving up the inside. Nice.
Yeah, very good racing. But here comes the main straight and then turn 1. Ooh la la.
Oh dear. Didn't quite have that line there, but safe report, more or less.
And very nice rejoin, I must say.
Yep.
So Corey Ratcliffe waited there for the traffic and rejoins the race.
Yeah. A good demonstration there of doing it right.
Yeah, that's how you do it. I mean, your heart rate is up because of the attempt to overtake, then you overshoot, go into the gravel. But then, have the overview, have the, I don't know, the look for the relative, and maybe headlights in the back, in the mirrors, and then you rejoin safely and all good.
And this is what
works like a charm.
Exactly. I mean, this is what I would come to expect from, the drivers that we have on track today. They're all experienced drivers. You look at their licenses, for example. They should know how to do this stuff. So the issues you face in officials with people just rolling back on the track and things. We won't expect that here. So it's unexpected, but it's still nice to see.
Yes, indeed. and sometimes I would really love that, I don't know, in the endurance races, especially the special events, iRacing would have live race control in the, I don't know, top 5 splits or whatever, to just even out the odds a little bit for stupid stuff going on.
You reckon that will ever be a thing? I'm not sure. They have sometimes live stewards in the high splits in certain races, don't they?
I don't know.
I've heard they do.
I don't. They do? Okay, that's good.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I've heard of times when RAs have brought live stewards in, or there's so much steward capability dropping into a top split official. It was on Reddit.
Oh, maybe because of the tire cooling stuff at Spa.
That for
but
sure.
I don't know.
But this was a different one. I remember I saw some footage of someone bad mouthing. There was a race control put in with live admins for my racing, and they just weren't tolerating any bad mouthing.
Ah, okay.
And so when someone tried to say how the iRacing admins were liars, they got kicked.
Ooh.
Yeah. Tuominen and Rodriguez here from Impact, who's got purple, and Focus GTP having a good fight through the rain. It's our closest battle on track at the minute. Let's see what the spray looks like from being in the car. There you go. And this is what makes it hard to get right up behind the cars. Your visibility disappears. It's down to your muscle memory. Oh, he's gone off the track a little bit to get the look in on the turn. And he gets the job done. Well done, Rodriguez.
Yeah, risky move, but yeah, a nice reward with the overtake, of course.
Yeah.
But as you have said, the you can't view too much right behind your opponent, and of course, some dirty air is coming into play.
Yeah. Lots of factors. I'm making live. We're trying to find a really good one to watch where two cars are close together.
Maybe what is it? The Majors Esports Blue? No, sorry, it's the Focus Racing. Yeah, we got it already, right?
I'm on Majors Esports at the minute. Who's that? Yeah.
It's Hyperx Sim Racing Azul, and directly behind them is... Oh, but they are one lap down. Sorry. Oh, god damn it. I'm getting too tired.
Ooh, look at these. This is good. Marcus Silva from NGC. I've seen a lot of these guys today. They're very good, gutsy drivers. We've got Rodriguez looking to come through there for Fox GT. I do find myself sometimes moving outside of the off the racing line just to get a better view of what's going on.
Yeah, sometimes maybe the car in front feels like you're, you know, intimidating him, but in the end, it of course helps with the rain to get a better view for the next braking zone and not ending up in the rear of the car in front.
Well, there we go. We should have a decent one here. We got Pouillet with Campbell, P1, P4. That means... That means Campbell has pitted. Yeah, they've lapped everyone apart from P2 and P3. Incredible drive by Sean Campbell in Marshmallow Racing.
Interesting, of course. I mean, he did the opening stints and is now doing, I think, a double stint. Yeah, from lap 133 to now 178.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's now out for 10 laps. Or 11. Very consistent. And I mean, on this track, of course, the difference between the drivers, because everyone knows the track so well, isn't too much. But if you keep being consistent and manage the traffic here, you can, of course, gain much on your...
We've got a nice shoe here for Lyndon Swaby. He went off track, but he's trying to get it home. See if we watch the replay, see what went on there. Oh, contact from GTP. Put him right into the wall.
Oh, work for the
Major one.
race control.
He's driving, that's the main thing. So I think he's going to plan to get to pits. Robert Crisdale, I think, has been in the wars a bit as well. Just a bit of a spin on turn 1. Oh, that's a horrible place to try and do a safe rejoin on the inside of turn 1. Ooh, just get out of the way. And then, that's better. Yeah. Fair play, fair play. Yeah, in goes Lyndon Swaby. Jeff Sanders has... But the rain is really taking grip now.
Yeah, we have at least another 15 minutes of a 100% rain chance. And then the wind will lower, but temperature stays at 18 degrees Celsius. And then around 4 a.m. we're now at 1 a.m. So basically for 3 more hours we will have rain.
Yeah, I think as the track's getting a lot wetter and the driver's getting more tired, I think we can see a little bit more of these things going in. I mean, that was a great save in that last replay. And that was Jeff Sanders, nearly in the wall, but he was able to stop the car, which was really important. Elias Roman has also been in battles a little bit, but we're here with Adam Locke, Project 91 Racing Team, Balcor Racing Team's Corey Ratcliffe again. Less than 3 tenths between them.
And that's what, again, all about. I mean, P7, P6, there's still opportunity to gain some positions if you're racing clean, but with traffic again, that could be an attack from behind now. Down the Goodyear corner.
Yeah. He's trying to look at, he's getting a bit squiggly on the outside there, Corey, coming off the... It's hard with trying to keep one tyre on the off the racing line to keep the grip. Oh,
but this is looking good.
Oh, here we go. Brave speed going to there. A little bit of pushing around the Lambo. Squeezing, I should say.
Yeah, but it worked out.
Yeah, it worked.
And a gap is already established.
Yeah, that's the key thing there for Corey now. He's got that opportunity to run and not immediately have Adam on his tail.
Yeah, and another opponent up the road.
Yeah, DeMay is 27 seconds. Just having a look at the pit stops. A lot of them have put themselves back in sync. A couple of drivers got 5 lap difference. So naturally the rain has equalised everyone's strategies, especially within the top 12. We saw some, 8, 16 lap disparities in pit stops. Now they're all back to within 2 or 3.
Yeah, right. Maybe the rain is helping to get the field back together.
But it's making all the. I can imagine the strategists having to just chuck out all the calculations they've just been doing over the last hour, because now they're on the fresh strategy.
Yeah, right. And I think P1 did go around P5. Quite interesting.
Yeah, he's going around him again now. Now DeMay can enjoy a little bit of tow from Campbell. Oh, he's having a look. Or is he overshot it? He's overshot it.
Woof.
Woohoo.
Yeah, famous corner, also back in the day in F1. We all remember that. Like the car park in T1, Nürburgring.
Yeah.
Yeah, but of course it was trouble for P1 Marshmallow Racing. Like, race could have been ended there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that was what? Braking line difference, perhaps. Sorry, brake point difference, knowing that, with the rain, you're going to have to recalculate.
Yes, and it changes. It's not every lap the same at this point of the race. So you can't say like, okay, there's my braking marker, I brake, and that's it. So it's not so easy. And another reminder, you can't get tired right now. You're not allowed to.
That sounds really harsh, but it's actually really true as well. You're not allowed to get tired. You have to keep that level of concentration. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's tough luck. I like that. On board with Delta V Racing, number 2, Jerome Populaire. Second behind Rude Scholl, Raccoon Sim Racing. Adam Box in there as well. A little bit wide there from Rude. He's opened up the door.
And side-by-side action, but not for long.
Yep.
Want some flashy lights.
I'm guessing that's Thiago. He's saying, I'm here.
Yeah, and it's good that he's reminding them, because they're in a very intense battle situation, and he's approaching them and maybe even seeing the position numbers of the GT3s and thinking like, yeah, okay, maybe warn them. It's not like being cocky and being like, yeah, I flash you because I'm in the faster class. No, it's also helping each other a little bit.
Yeah, I must admit, I'm not a fan of the flash lights, so I am coming through, get out of my way. I'm not a fan of that. I am absolutely down with people just going, I'm here, just so you know.
Yeah.
That's fair play. Tom Guest gets around them as well.
I mean, from the perspective of a track marshal at the Nürburgring, I can say, and also as I talk to drivers, they also like to have blue flags for warning reasons. You know, if you're driving in a very slow class car around the Nordschleife and you maybe don't expect a GT3 in the back and seeing blue flags coming up, you maybe check your mirror twice and avoid something that could be race ending.
Yeah.
So
Sorry, go on.
yeah, you know what I mean. So again, the point like helping and warning each other about certain situations.
Yeah, I'm more down for that kind of reason, the drivers helping each other out. That to me makes a lot of sense because it is keeping everyone safe.
Yeah, but not driving directly behind somebody for 4 corners and flashing like, I don't know, it's a thunderstorm.
Yep, exactly. Well, I think again that's another example. It's not happening much. I've seen it in the majors 24. People flashing for half a lap.
I mean, it's just straights. So
yeah, it makes me chuckle when people do it to me.
yes, it's a friend of mine who always said to me, "Why can't you go fast at Le Mans? It's just straights."
If only it were.
Yeah, for him it is, but yeah. But there was no rain, so whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, also tonight, like if you see that the top 3 of the GTPs are still in 1 lap, and then we already have Nexus Esports 1 lap down, and also in the GT3 field, Delta Racing is leading by 1 lap in front of Kinetic Racing MEC. So yeah, that speaks volumes if you can manage the traffic, manage the rain, get everything done perfectly, have no contacts, no spins, and then you can have a comfy lead, of course.
And that's when it can really let the stress levels go down a little bit, perhaps. Still have to keep the concentration.
Yep.
But
maybe manage the traffic a little bit more easy.
Yeah,
if you lose, I don't know, 3/10 here, they don't care. Because why? Yeah.
Yeah, it's not as urgent. Where if you got someone barreling down behind you, you do need to move.
Yes. I mean, if you go 8/10 a lap faster, with the risk of spinning and losing 15 seconds, where do you want to get that back?
Precisely.
I mean, you can get some 1-axis maybe, driving straight through the Schumacher S, but it doesn't help. I mean, we have a 60 ink limit, and then it's a drive-through, and then every 20. So I think, especially with the WEC chicane, where I always tend to get a 1x sometimes, I can imagine that in the late stages of the race, this could come into play with 60 incidence points.
That's a really good point. I haven't thought about that so much, especially like you say, that particular turn. It's that left one that always catches me. The right one is a little bit more forgiving.
Yeah, because you want to open up the corner, go too much to the left, and get a 1x. I especially hate that when you drive the 24-hour configuration. You know, want to have a good lap time, but nope.
Nope.
Directly 1x. That's it.
That's at the start of your lap. It's heartbreaking, and you got to do the rest of it.
Yes.
Well, we're over 5.5 hours in. We're nearly at the halfway point.
Oh, Fendi Racing, 327, and Frog Leap, Juiced Racing Blue have a tight battle right now in T1.
Ah, yes. We were just watching car 704 as well. Oh, I think they're side by side. Yes, they are. Hugo Preto and Alexander Kurd going through. Press Alpha Focus GTP doing a good job there. He's got Alex Crow as well in front of his P8. they're asking, saying to Alex Crow, you know, we're coming through, we're racing.
Mm-hmm. It's great to see that on-track battles happen, so not every car is a country mile away from each other, so pretty tight battles.
Yeah, and even to the case of this, is why I like going back to look at cars all lower down the grid. They're there for whatever reason, doesn't mean they're there for a negative reason. I mean, Hugo is really wanting to get past Alex to give a bit of a gap to Kurz. Oh, there we go. So he's going to the pits as Alex now. But Kurz has managed to get ahead of Preto. Oh, another overshoot. Nice. It's amazing how turn one is causing many issues here.
I also wonder if they have to adjust brake balance there, or if it's just a spot where rain is collected a little bit.
Well, they're not just, yeah, I think the brake balance got to play a key role there because they're not slowing down as fast as they want. And the worst you want to do is lock up.
Yeah, of course. Then you're going straight forward into the zone of the cranes. And as you already said, horrible place to have a rejoin.
I mean, going on the outside, is better. If you spin up that inside there, where you can't actually see what's coming around the corner, you're hoping, you're watching the relative, like you said, to know when cars are around, but they're not going to see you in terms of where you are. You need your spotter to be really on it there.
Maybe your co-driver / spotter is sitting there, you know, drinking some energy drinks, eating chips. And is not ready to give you the call about traffic.
That's what I'm doing right now. I have my energy drinks.
Yeah?
I got chocolate raisins here though.
Me too.
Yeah.
I got a very nice Ultra Fiesta. Let's get me the Monster sponsoring.
Yep. I'm on Monster.
Yeah, but I knew I needed, you know, I'm doing the full race in race control, except the 2 hours I'm here with you. So it's a nice break in the middle of the night for me. Of course, in Germany it's now 1 a.m. in the morning. So quite fitting to the race.
Wow, yeah, you are. Yeah, you will be spot on time. Yeah, I'm here for the whole 12 hours. A couple of hours behind you. 10 to midnight for me.
And it seems like Delta V Racing 2 gotten a black flag.
Ooh.
Garen is dishing out some penalties here.
Meet the standards.
And also Symmetalk Sensations Velocita number 44 as a black flag right now. So yeah, they have to make the penalty in 3 laps, otherwise they get disqualified. And that was also a question in race control. What if you get the black flag now, then they need to make a safety car, but you can't go into pits for the black flag? So that was a question, but I don't know what the live admins have decided about that situation. So I said like, yeah, they have to remove them and then reapply them, but I don't know what the final solution about that is.
Yeah, I suppose it was a
or
manual
they
apply.
have to go in because it is what it is. I don't know.
If it's a manual apply, you should be able to take it off. So I wonder if it is a question of taking them off.
Yeah. But it didn't happen at this point. But it is a possibility at least.
Yeah, and it's good that race control are exploring these and thinking about these kind of possibilities, having to think of every scenario possible, because anything can happen.
Yes, especially in this race, of course.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, even if you have now one lap of a lead, if you now, I don't know, dive bomb a GT3 in traffic, you get a stop and hold one lap. If it's really bad, like from, I don't know, 3 car length standing it, yeah, and you're back in the battle for the podium.
Well, one thing I'm seeing, from the first safety car, just how things turned around there. It's everything is wide open here today. I always say to myself, 6 hours in a 12-hour race, everything that can have just happened can happen again. Interesting to see what's going on. Let's have a little look at what Shopop is up to. He was our GT3 leader for quite some time, wasn't he?
Yeah, right, but it's again the give and take, as we have said before. The traffic gives you some opportunities, costs you sometimes. In the end, it's a 20-second lead, so maximize it. I mean, it's now at 31. What is up with the timing? It's because P2 is in the pits.
So Daniel Harris is in the pits. Is that scheduled? Must be, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Imagine.
I mean, maybe you can squeeze one lap more out of it, maybe in the rain. I don't know. Or maybe the conditions are not too worse at the moment to save so much fuel to make one more lap.
Yeah. But some they're having that calculation of can they squeeze out that lap?
And also, is it worth it? To the end of the race, counting it all up. I mean, we now have elapsed nearly 6 hours, so it's nearly halftime in 10 minutes.
Yep, exactly.
And now counting the rain is for the next 3 hours, saving one lap in every stint, yada yada. I don't know if people are so mathematically geniuses to count that out for the next 6 hours, if it works or not, to save a splash and dash or whatever.
Well, that's the thing I'm thinking about as a strategist. What I'm doing, you can't. There's no real point in planning too far ahead.
Yeah.
Plan a stint or two ahead by all means. Have a little think about an overall strategy, like trying to squeeze an extra lap. Oh, this is tight. Crow and Boyo getting through the Moulin, but managed it. Yeah, because everything that happens, you might have to just throw your strategy out the window.
Yes, and it's always, in my experience of endurance racing, you're doing a stint plan, and after, I don't know, 45 minutes, it's all overboard and it doesn't work anymore.
Yep.
But before you spend 4 hours to plan it.
Being a spreadsheet, meant to be in the car at this time, but you end up in there 10 minutes early, and then you have to change the rest of the stints to match that.
Yes. And also with the rain, it's so unpredictable.
Oh yes. Yeah.
And as I see the weather radar, we are now at halftime of the rain. So yeah. A little bit over halftime of the rain band.
It'll be interesting. I know it's going to be towards the end of the race when drivers will be asking themselves, do we bother switching to dries? When do we switch to dries?
Yeah,
it does linger for a long time after, and the temperature here is not going to make it.
No.
So.
I would say they stay on wets till sunrise, basically. It's my prediction, because we had a 24-hour race over the Nordschleife here in iRacing 2 weeks ago, and there was 2 phases of rain of 2 hours, but then no rain for 2 hours or 2.5, and there was no possibility to put on dries because temperature was also around 16 or 17 degrees Celsius, and it never dried out. It wasn't, the rain tires didn't really, degraded or something like that. So they worked in that conditions. It was very slightly wet, but it was very cold. So they didn't fail. So why not use them to be safe?
No, exactly. Then you got the stability on the track.
Yeah, and also if you have to go around a GT3 on the wet line, how do you want to manage that with dry tires?
That's a good point as well. Yeah.
Because of course, in a single class race, everyone is using the same line, but not here. I mean, maybe there are some, I don't know, wonder childs who say like, I can do that.
Yeah,
Some little
have different
Max Verstappen.
We're going to have different percentages of grip on the track. Obviously, the main racing line in the wet is going to be slippy.
Mm-hmm.
But then just off the race line, like you say, in a single class, you're pretty safe there. But the GTPs are having to use that quite often.
Yeah.
So there's very little safety there in terms of where to go on the track. I mean, a lot of drivers here are still on the line. And we're using their throttles accordingly.
Yes, indeed. I would assume that in Split 2 there are some more risk takers who will try and maybe spin around a little. but I assume everyone here in Split 1 will play it safe. But maybe the people around P5, P6, P7 maybe put on some gamble to get some position. But we will have to see what the risk is. What is rewarding by the risk of taking dry tires, but it's not like a thing for the next 2 or 3 hours.
No, 100%. And for me, it's like I say, it's part of that calculation. What's the realism of taking the risk? What's the realism of the reward? If you're a lap down, it might not be much of a benefit unless the yellow flag comes in and you're up close. It might work then. There's just so many unpredictables. That's why I love the Blackout. It's a good race.
Yeah. and I talked about Dawn. Like, it basically never happens. So,
No.
I mean, it's the Blackout, of course. So.
Yeah. Racing through the night with places with no light. I mean,
oh,
I don't know how.
Spinner P3 GTP.
Oh, Nathan G. Oh, he's had a bit of a spin.
Ooh, catching some grass and then off he goes.
Just trying to
I think
see.
it was the corner where Lando Norris's car did catch fire at the Eiffel GP in 2021, I think.
I think he might have just touched the grass or something, or just lost grip.
Yeah. He touched the grass or the white line, and that's it.
Yeah. Just insane.
And losing the position in the end. So Nexus Esports is now in P3.
Yeah. And we're saying thank you very much for just charging on 3. Tumanen has been in the wars. Oh, I think that's going down to turn 1. I think we know what's going to happen here. Yep. Trouble in that braking zone. We're not alone. And she's crashed now. And he's lost his front.
Oh, again?
Yeah.
So maybe the conditions are worsening.
I think so, for sure. Again, he's on the paint, and that's taking him out. And this time...
Oh,
he hit it on the angle as well.
Pretty much everyone car 34 has no headlights and is trying to make its way back around the circuit.
No
Please
headlights.
be aware and watch your relative, it will be slow.
That's not so good. And also, I changed my my theory, because Nathan is in the car for just 3 laps and seems to have difficulties in these conditions. And that's always like a thing, changing the driver in the midst of some changing conditions. It's always tricky, of course.
Exactly, bear in mind, Stu's been in the car for many hours beforehand. I mean, right now you can barely see the paint, the yellow, the white lines to know where to go. He's relying on the car in front. I mean, we're getting to see what he sees. At this point, it's black.
Yep. You can be happy to have some headlights up the road. Or headlights from behind.
Yeah, there you go. So we're taking full advantage knowing when to turn.
Yeah, but of course driving with such a damaged car is always a huge threat to everyone else.
Great
And you
sound of
can't
race
assume
control.
that he makes the corner. Sorry.
That's alright. So it's great that race control shout the heads up for drivers as well to say no lights.
But of course, much repairs coming up. And lost P3. Turning bad to worse.
Yeah.
But that's what we talked about before. You have to be, awake and also be prepared.
Cash trying to turn in and managed to hit Radcliffe. Ooh. Keep on there. I'm not sure Radcliffe saw him coming. Bit of a risky one there from Cast. Yeah, it smooths in. I mean, for me personally, Cass is a better driver than me. I wouldn't have tried there. I would have stood behind.
Yeah, we are still in an endurance race, so better watch out. Some more GT3 battles I can report on. P4, P5.
Let's have a look.
Schneider Motorsport.
Well, that's true, and P4 I think is looking to come into lap. P5.
Yes.
Just trying to stay on the same. Are they on the same lap? I think they are.
I think the P5 and P4 are on the same lap, and P4 is right in front of them, but 1 lap ahead.
So they're fighting to stay on the lap.
Yeah, but yet again, it's so great to see cars racing so close together after 6 hours now, halftime. Where's the fireworks?
We do need them. I think they'll be well enjoyed at the end of this. Whereas a battle brewing between Marcus Silva and Samuel Miller. P15, P16. Alex Crowe is there now, just created the gap.
Ah, that's P9 in the mix. Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
Also not very happy, of course, about this traffic.
Taking a risk going over the chicane like that. Wait, alright. the pits goes Redcliffe.
Yeah, Corey Radcliffe in the pits, P6. Huh? Why is he P5 now? I don't know. Because Hydro Race is also in the pits. That's the case. But why is...
I'm not sure. Sure, I'll sort this up out again in a bit.
They are a long time in the pits, and they were P5. I don't know what happened there. I think it was a tow or something like that. Or a disconnect.
Hydro Race. Yeah, he's been in the pits for almost 4 minutes.
Yeah. Something happened.
That was the crash before, wasn't it?
Ah, okay.
Yeah, that was the crash before.
I'm getting tired.
So much going on.
I mean, you can stay better awake if you're racing, of course.
Yeah. Like you say, it forces you to stay awake, you have to be alert.
But when the next morning awaits, will be a tough day.
Yeah. Especially if you have to work.
Yeah, or have kids at home, or both.
Good point. Yeah, I think I'm going to sleep well tomorrow.
Yeah. I can't let my kids down. So if I'm done with this race, with the blackout, I'm preparing the breakfast for the family, and then we have a nice Sunday. So yeah.
Nice.
But with lots of movement. If I sit down, then I fall asleep maybe.
Yeah. I might try and get an hour or two just to give me a little bit of more of a boost for when my family wake up.
Yeah, some juice.
Yeah.
I'm just clicking and flicking through the grid, checking for something interesting.
Yeah, it's a lots of bunched up cars. Just looking for any that can constitute a battle. They have got a bit of a gap. Just looking at our screen here, I think P11, P12 is our closest battle. It's a second and a half away from each other. That's that. But now we're back into that old endurance, keeping the concentration, just put the laps in. We're in that phase of the race for now.
I mean, that's the greatest part, you know, of racing or sim racing in general. If you're in the zone, in the flow, be one with the car and the track, you know, like don't think about it, just put in your lap times. And yeah, I think that's a really, really cool experience to be in that zone of just driving and maximizing every lap.
Yeah. And I like it when you get in that zone, you just, like a pendulum, just ticking through. And then all of a sudden, oh, hang on, I've been in the car for an hour and a half, I've got half an hour to go, and then you get that, yeah, I'm nearly at the end.
Yeah. Mostly the last lap of that stints are the most dangerous ones, of course. But on the other hand, if you realize you're in the zone, you're pretty much nearly out of it because you're, you know, thinking about it.
Yeah.
And if you don't think, that's a perfect sweet spot.
And then you got that time when you put in lots of time, lots of hours, lots of laps. And do you ever when you right at the end of the stint and you're doing your fastest lap of the race? On your in lap.
Yeah, on the in lap, of course, because it doesn't count. Oh, we have a crash in the Dunlap corner, or Goodyear corner, or whatever it is nowadays.
Which car is
it
that?
is the NGC by Rubisgas Mutano.
What car number?
Number 42 GTP. There was some slight contact there, so work for the officials. But that's an easy one. That's a drive-through. Easy as that. I would assume, at least.
Let's see what's going on around this. racing off tracking. Ross is coming in the pits.
Are there people watching?
Sorry?
Are there people watching?
Yeah. Say hello in the chat if you're there.
Yeah, I need to check out the chat. I just remembered. No fan interaction isn't so good.
Ah, we've had good interaction. Sorry, I'm just coughing a minute. No, we are not. Thanks, Victory Lane Simulations. Thanks for answering our chat of how you watching the stream. Hello, Lewis. Yeah, same, we're here. Well, yay. Got past halfway. Cars are trying to get past each other. The Brower really wants to get past Radcliffe. Got a red Bauka, yeah. And by the way, I'm going to say it, I really like the Bauka livery.
Yeah, that's just the only thing which isn't so good for the liveries. You can watch it so much in the dark, of course.
Yeah.
Because there are some very, very nice and impressive liveries out there. But yeah, I think the most important thing I would do would be to have some dangerous colors to get other drivers get away from you. Like how it is natural to have bright poisonous colors or venomous colors.
What would you say are poisonous feminist colours?
I don't know, bright greens and oranges and reds. Like also like what is very visible then in the headlights. Or you go totally black and go, you know, stealthy.
Yeah, it's true. My TCR Nokia was bright green. Which everyone could see me everywhere apart from when I was in the grass. I think chrome would be interesting around here.
Yeah. Could be a thing. Oh, I think P1 and P2 are in the battle of the GTP class right now. Are we on that? Sorry.
The GTP lead is basically Sean trying to lap Andre.
Ah.
And there you go, he's done it. So Sean has now lapped the field.
Yeah, that's impressive. So Marshmallow Racing really is, yeah, Sean D. Campbell is really putting the lap times in. 1:48 again. Yeah, good stuff.
Yep.
I mean, still P2 has a 1:49 at the moment with Andre de Bruver. Or Brouwer? I don't know.
Brouwer, yeah. Iron. Still cracking lap times, it's just, yeah. Marshmallow definitely here. Sean, there's a team of two right there. Two drivers throughout the whole thing. Okay.
Yeah, it's endurance, so let's go.
Endurance, Added skill. All the pads thrown in. Yeah. They've been superb so far. So just reading the chat. It's been a good event so far, guys. Keep going. Thank you, Lewis, and thank you for being there with us. Because I love being able to look up and see others here with us. Blue on the livery is chrome. Ah, nice. I think. I mean, the comments in the chat there about the in the dark, the blue chrome looks a bit flat. I can still notice it though, like the way it shines. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. What's that?
Oh, the rain is nearly ending.
Ah.
So the last phase of the green, I don't know, what is it called? Cell of rain is now, we are now leaving west to east. And yeah, then it's just a little bit more of raindrops and then it stops. The next 15 minutes, so it seems. Or at least it gets less.
Drop off. I'm trying to think, when does the rain actually completely stop? When it does it come back?
Not until 5:30 a.m.
Oh.
At least that's the forecast.
Forecast has a little bit of rain at the end. Nice.
Yes, so I can't look any further than 5:30. But of course it will stay moist, so yeah. But it will be fun if some people decide, yeah, let's go for it. I want a coin. I am in P4. Let's put on dries and wreck the field, maybe.
Well, the question. Oh, I'm just trying to think now. Just gonna do some quick looks at the timing tower. The difference. I mean, P4 is a lap down to P3. I mean, the difference in P4 to P3 and GT3 is only 40 seconds.
Yes.
And now P3 is just going in the pits. So that gives Delta Racing's Oliviera a chance to climb a spot there. So yeah, the top four got it all to fight for in GT3. So we might see some of that here. Oh, that's a nice livery as well, Delta Racing. Sorry, I'm a sucker for liveries. Yeah. Nice decision to be made. Well, if there's another yellow flag, GTP get wave rounds? That could help Delta V. Number 14.
Wait, what did happen?
No, I'm just looking at I'm looking in the top 4, top 5 to see what the gaps are. So in GTP, there's a lap difference between P3 P4.
Yes.
So taking that high risk strategy of changing tyres to try and going all at it at a risk, it'd be interesting to see what Delta do. Whereas in GT3, they're on the same lap, so the top 4 have it all to fight for still.
And you refer to wave around if the safety car comes out and he gets a lap back.
For P4 in the GTP, that's the only way they can come back into it in that respect, apart from obviously the unexpected. But if it's possible, if they end up with a wave around, I mean, I don't know how the wave rounds work. How do the wave rounds work?
I mean, it depends on the position of the car. If he's directly behind the leader, he will be waved around as far as I know. But of course, the race control or the live admins will check every car and position and determine who gets a wave around and who does not. And sometimes it's a little bit unlucky for some people, and for some others, it's very rewarding to be in the right position at the right time.
I agree with that.
Yeah, so you can plan it. It happens.
Yeah.
We have also seen that at Le Mans, where some people got stuck behind, some other classes, and it happens. But of course, it's always tricky at the restart.
Yeah. Give us and take us once again. I see a battle forming here between P12 P13. Impact and Focus again. Oh, GT3 in the way though. And it's
And the GT3 is.
Was that Oliveira? I fell for him. Was it? Who was it? Was it Kremers? That was awkward. The thing is, you can't help it, can you? You can't just magically disappear.
No, if you're in the way and you're doing your race and you don't want to have anything to do with the GT piece. So but Higo Oliveira did a good job with Delta Racing there, so to stay out of the way in the end. But it was very close.
Yeah.
So to say.
Yeah.
And basically you don't want to be the guy going offline now in these conditions, even in a GT3 with all the assists.
No.
And even if you race for a podium, of course, that's another key factor in that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're wanting to get that P2. Trying to look at the gap. 22 seconds gap between P2 and P3. So you'll want to be keeping that as large as possible.
Yeah. And now he's in P2. Yeah, but there will be some more position changes, and we have seen cars crashing because of driver changes now in the wet. I mean, in the end, if somebody is capable enough, he would say maybe, I push through the rain and then go to sleep to give the car to the next driver with changing conditions. You know, to have the driver with the immediate experience of the track conditions in the car for the period.
No, I see what you mean. I've just seen a bit of gravel coming from behind Basin and Shake. I guess this one's come up at the Dunlop curve. As we come back on, but it's a little extra bit of frictionless assistance there. Just making life a little bit more tricky, but it's fine. Didn't look like it caused much of a bother. We talked about attrition earlier, me and Joe. It's good. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
8,
9 cars.
Oh,
We're up to 9 now, yeah. Unfortunately, car point 5 is showing the list, but 9 cars is 6.5 hours. We were hoping the attrition will stay low because, like I say, it's a big event. And people having to earn to be in this split, I think. It's nice to see everyone still happy at it, no matter what's going on. Seeing some really good recovery drives happening. And a sign of things to come, we hope.
Yeah, it's also a testament to the enjoyment of those drivers who may have some incidents and penalties, who are, I don't know, 4 or 5 laps down, but still saying, yeah, let's go for it. Let's have fun here. Let's enjoy these 12 hours, even though it's maybe for, I don't know, a backmarker spot. But of course, it's a huge experience. I mean, iRacing is giving us the possibility to drive in communities and have such races here. And yeah, and again, where do you have that kind of possibilities in sim racing?
Exactly. Just being part of something as unique as this.
Yeah,
it's definitely
and
worth mentioning.
Yeah, and it's also the work, which is again got put in by the major staffers.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing a lot of what you guys have been doing in terms of race control, the information, helping drivers out. And yeah, I've seen it said many times. I think myself, everyone needs to make sure they read the rules carefully, jot down their information. You still get the loads of questions, and the patience of you guys is phenomenal.
Let's see. It looks like it in front of house.
That's the main thing.
Sometimes we have a chuckle about some questions or some disputes about penalties, but yeah, we're keeping it professional.
That's the key thing. I mean, this is the thing. If people get upset about that, well, the solution is read the rules.
Yeah, we could also go that route, but as we said, it's a community thing.
Yeah.
So, and we're all humans. Everyone makes mistakes once in a while. So.
That's it. But it's nice having, like, when you get the people in there saying, you know, how their English is English not as first language out. It kind of adds more. Okay, fair enough. You're asking for the clarity so you can understand, because it's not easy to when the rules are all in one language.
Yes.
And so it's got to be make sure that. I mean, I try not to take that for granted. The fact the rules are always in English and things like this, because if they were, you know, when I've gone and joined other leagues, I have to translate what's going on. I have to make sure I get the right translation of what's going on. It makes it really, really difficult.
Yeah, right.
And so when I get those, when I end up in those interactions with people, just needing that clarification to make sure they've translated it right. So, yeah, I understand that. That's fair play.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have an international cast of people working here, and we have also an international driver field. So, of course, there's sometimes little misunderstandings, also because of the language barrier, or maybe some understanding issues, or maybe a mistranslation using, I don't know, Google Translator or something like that.
Yep.
That happens, but yeah. In the end, again, better ask than be sorry in the end.
Exactly, and that's going back to what you were saying. It adds that community feel, knowing that if you have that question,
okay,
if you can read the rules,
safety car.
Yeehaw!
Car 97, please hold position.
So getting it all packed
no
together
overtaking,
again.
please. No overtaking. Pits remain open.
Pits remain open. That's interesting, of course. If somebody wants to, make a strategic move here.
That's it. They can kind of have a little look through.
I know that the leader, Kinetic Racing MEC, did pit last lap and nearly spun in T2.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see which one. A couple of incidents have happened.
Who caused it?
Yeah. A little bit of a spin out there, that's a good catch. Vincent Herbier from Kinetic Racing. Good little catch there.
Not even a spinala, as we say.
No. It's a little sideways nudge. Chris Dale's looking like he's struggling a bit there.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
Car number 5, you are the leader. Please engage pit limiter at the pit exit.
I think there's a involved in an earlier incident. Let's have a little look, see. I think we've got it here.
I think it's just stop.
Oh, there we go. So turn on turn 1 and end up going across the GTP. Oh, that's unfortunate. And obviously being on the wrong side of the pit straight, that will make life really difficult. Sean Campbell's gone in the pits, the leader. Why not? He's got the gap, hasn't he?
Oh, and Marshmallow Racing is in the pits right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Alright. Good to see. Both on it. But yeah, he's taking
Okay, car
advantage.
97, you now have permission to tow. Information for everybody else, the leader is now rejoining the circuit and is approaching turn 1. Safety car or virtual safety car is approaching turn 1. Please slow as you catch.
Yeah, because the leader has now 60 km/h, so the pit speed limit applied, and the rest will now close the gap. But of course, yeah, it can be trouble if they close in too fast. But I see he has already collected some cars at GT3 and GTP. So no worries about, like on the highway or the German Autobahn.
Oh, that's true, yeah. No, got people just jumping out last minute.
Car 82, you are the only car eligible for a wave around. You may take it now.
Ah, just one car for wave rounds, it seems. Yeah, that's the GT3 behind the leader.
Yep.
So that's working like a charm.
I think another shout out I'd like to do for race control is the way that race control is telling everyone where the lead car is. So like you're saying, got cars coming in quick, but race control keeping everyone informed. This is where it is down to the drivers to use their common sense.
Yeah, right. And that was also a question before the race, like, do we tell them, or do the live admins tell them, or give them, I don't know, a hint when to do what, or just go with, yeah, it's in the rules, they have to know, but it doesn't hurt to remind them about certain aspects of the rules, like also the starting zone line for the restarts and something like that, and when they can overtake and when not.
No, I don't think it's any harm in telling them. I mean, like we were saying earlier, the positive information that's beneficial to everyone, yeah, it's worth doing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it should be down to drivers to be watching their relatives, spotters, observing where the line is and feeding back. But race control are just adding that extra layer of protection.
Yes.
Because
I mean,
you don't want to be rear-ended by someone not paying attention.
Yes, indeed, and it's all just tears in the end.
Yeah.
For nothing.
Exactly.
I wanted to make a Fears for Tears reference, but I didn't cut it.
I'm just thinking about Lance Stroll and Ricciardo.
Oh, yeah.
You don't want that.
Or give him some tractor tires like in Brazil.
We will commence the class split.
I would hate to call anyone on this track Lance Stroll.
Sorry about that. We will do the class split starting on the front straight.
I mean, it's also
do one more lap on the safety car.
Not so nice to talk about someone like that, but yeah. I mean, in Germany we say Schadenfreude, so you all know that word, and we created it. So thank us for that. I mean Kindergarten and Schadenfreude. That's something from us. but of course, yeah. It is what it is, of course.
Yeah.
Who sits in the glass house, has to change clothes in the dark. Or let's have. Yeah. I mean, we have the safety car. Let's get some more. I don't know. German wordplay. Like the dog in the frying pan gets crazy.
The what?
It doesn't. The dog in the frying pan gets crazy. It's when shit hits the fan.
Right, and then GTP cars, prototypes.
But it's so weird sometimes to translate that. It's so funny for a native speaker.
Yeah. I love where it share expressions, especially international ones. Like my learning Spanish, I've come across all sorts of interesting ones.
I'm just trying to remember some. I had 3 years of Spanish, but I can't.
Oh, mine I'm not going to say because we're on live stream.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's the middle of the night here, so.
Exactly. I know, but still, we might have people watching back this later.
Oh, yeah, right. The modern times.
Okay, car 5, you may now
be here to
80
stay,
kilometers an hour, 50 miles an hour.
Yeah.
We've got Kieran asking in the chat, what are them saying?
Yeah. No fuego.
My ones I'm definitely not saying.
Yeah.
They did have me on the floor laughing when I got told them.
Yeah, so is there a point in weaving for the tires? I always thought it's enough to hold the brakes a little bit to get temperature in by the brake disc.
Just information to especially all of the prototype drivers, there is a mix of tyres on cars and they will all be cold, so please drive to it. There's still a long way to go.
That's the gaffer, Garen, making sure everyone's using their brains. I mean, in a real life situation, definitely. There's some benefits to weaving. Some benefits depends on what you're dealing with. In iRacing, I'm not so sure. I don't know. For me, if I'm weaving at this point in time, I'm more doing it just to make sure I'm being in the grip level more than keeping my tyres warm. For some, it's actually a mental comfort. I've through speaking to some drivers, it's just helping them stay in the frame, just weaving a little bit. I don't think there's any actual benefit.
I don't know how it is in iRacing at the moment. If it helps to gain, I don't know, 1 or 2 degrees or something like that.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe not. We will see in T1.
Oh wow, yeah.
Once again, a reminder, no passing prior to the DRS line on the front straight, please.
Cameron's asking, is it better to use brakes or weave? I
would say brakes.
I would say brakes. I think the danger with the brakes, though, is if the cars behind you are not ready for you to stab your brake on to get it warm. I think
so just drag them. Just drag them. 30%, 40% or something like that. But of course, you spend some fuel there with that technique.
Yeah. I think going into turn 1 here, you need your brakes to be good.
Yeah.
And I would actually brake a little bit earlier.
Yeah, and also if something happens in front of you, I don't know if you hear the 10th or 12th car in the line, and something happens in front of you, and you have to go full lock on the brakes. Yeah, that doesn't work in these conditions.
Yeah, exactly.
So maybe we have a car park later on.
If the weave does work, then obviously it's really good to weave at this point.
And green, green, green.
Green, green, green.
Oh, I was faster than the race. Oh, sorry.
so.
More stuff is happening.
Yeah. I did
But
hear
not too
some people
much.
going, I think B2 had a bit of a spin out, I'm not sure.
Yeah, he went straight but rejoined, but yeah.
Sorry then. The GT3s are now getting around quite nicely.
And then they are not driving like dentists.
Driving like dentists.
Yeah, it's an LMP3 joke.
Ah. I just seen on the track map P10 is about to have P10 in the GT3 has got a whole swarm of GTPs going behind them, so Rude from Raccoon Sim Racing, my heart is with you. Keep safe, keep out of the way.
Yes, they are now so packed together here from P6 to P8 in a GTP class, for example. On the same lap, traffic, and also stuff going on again in the chicane, in the Vidal chicane.
There has been contact. Pays and Sheep from Impact in Sport has come out of sync. See what happened to him. Well, that's turn 1. Mason's looking alright. Just had to spin out. But Drew Boyer and Tom Guest are having a good old fight.
Yeah, so many fights are going on right now.
Yeah. Tom from Fusion Blackout up to P13. Now wanting to get past P8.
Yeah, with that safety car period, of course, there are much more opportunities to get back together and gaining positions. And yeah, I think also the rate of mistakes is now rising as the rain is, chance of rain is lowering.
Yep, I agree with that. Samuel Miller's just had a bit of a spin by the looks of it, or an incident. He's come away from the pack. There's a few big battles happening now. Project 91, Matt Shelton holding off composite performances. Rob Cass, who just dived up the inside. Nice. Is he still there? Nope. Just lost that point back to Shelton. I think that was an overcook on turn 1 again.
Yeah, and of course, not only the rain is coming into play, and also the rubber offline, of course. If you're going too wide into turn 1 or even 3 wide, there's always the possibility to catch a bad spot while braking and turning, where the load on the tires isn't working out with all the dirt on the track.
Yeah.
And also now with the dynamic track evolvement, that's a new thing, and everyone has to get used to it.
That's it. You gotta get used to it, predict it, and the thing is that everyone's got to spend quality time on track this week to learn how that behaves. They can't just rock up here and expect to have it all known. Kieran commenting in the chat, so much rubber and gravel offline, it's crazy. Yeah, I mean, that's going to come down to the TTPs with all their overtakers, just adding that little bit of extra rubber. Because they're always taking 2 lines.
Yeah, nobody wants to drive on the marbles.
No.
But sometimes they have to, because, yeah, it's multi-class racing.
Exactly.
But of course, the yellow flag didn't help with the amount of lost temperature, but I must say it was a very, very clean race, restart of the race in both classes.
Yeah, it looked like it to me. I'll tell you who did benefit from it. Nicholas Schneider's now right on the tail of Vincent Herbio, trying to fight for a podium in the GT3 class.
Yeah, we have seen him already coming back in a podium spot. And now the opportunity is there to solidify that. Because that was a matter of pit stop strategy, but now it's down to the track.
Yep. There's a 4 lap difference between them in terms of pit stops. Which isn't a great amount, so it leaves the door nice and open. So we've got Tim Kern in P12 wanting to get past Schneider.
Yeah. But basically P1 to P5 are divided by the main straight, so anything is possible.
I love that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's why we are here.
That's why we're here.
And why these people are racing. And another black flag for Focus Racing GTP 1.
Oh.
Number 22. So maybe he's losing his top 10 spot.
Trying to see what's going on with some of these incidents that have cropped up. Malinov going down to P10-1 on the paint. It's so tricky to stay off the paint, especially in night racing.
Yeah, and I mean that white line is a little bit attracting, of course. I mean, you want to, you know, you paid for the track, so use it, but not that white line, baby.
Not that far. I love that analogy. That's really good.
Yeah, that's what we always say if we are doing trainings with the team, you know.
Yeah.
And somebody is not maximizing the track, and then it's always like, we paid for the track, use it.
Use all of it.
Yeah.
Superb. Well, the GTPs have already caught up to the GT3s.
Yeah, more trouble.
So, yeah, here we go. Peter Houston's the first one to come through them. Oh no, he's going in the pits. As is Thiago Rodriguez with service penalty.
It's also always sad if you're getting into the car and this is a penalty from, I don't know, 30 minutes ago, and you're not even the one responsible, but you have to take it.
Yeah. That gives me memories of my second endurance race ever. I jumped in the car and I only had 1 incident point to play with. I was 5 hours into the team were 5 hours into the race. I jumped in with 1 and instantly got it. So I had to set my penalty.
Yeah, I had the same thing. It was Red Bull Ring, VRS, 3 hours. Comrade did give me the car after 1 hour with 1 X left. And I finished the race with 0x in 2 hours.
Oh, nice, nice, nice.
Yeah, it was just lucky at some points.
Oh, bit of contact there happening. Akabuezi just went up, shied and there's a big pile up. Oh, in the
Oh
curve.
no.
Everyone
Oh
drives
no.
And even more contact happening. Oh.
Hold the brakes, guys. Be predictable. But nothing too fancy happened from that. In the back stage. Could have been worse.
Yeah.
Because really, hold the brakes. Wait for everyone to pass. I know it hurts. But it could be so much worse destroying the race for another driver by rolling around over the track.
I mean, yeah. That was not great. Akabuezi just not paying attention, just pushing up there. Causing that spin, and then that was, yeah.
But now it's wild on the back straight to the Vidal chicane. Totally mixed field, cars getting off track into the gravel and stuff. There's so much going on now in the final corner in the Coca-Cola curve.
Yeah.
But everywhere on track, basically.
Yeah, it's got a bit crazy around here. I'm expecting to see a couple of protests on that one.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I look at the clock. 7 minutes left here for me on the broadcast. Was very nice, can I say. Adam, thank you for having me. First of all, but also that means that if I go back, I have much work to do.
But you saw it on the stream, you know it's here.
Yeah. But I have to watch it again.
But you have to watch the playbacks. Yeah, deal with the drivers. Well, yeah. When I say 7 minutes, but it has been great having you here. So, I've really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Yeah, it was great fun up to this point, of course.
Yeah, you just know what you got coming when you get back to race control.
Yeah. Spill some beans.
The drivers, own it. Own your mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, sometimes it isn't so clear. Sometimes it's just minor mistakes and happens. And yeah, still somebody gets a penalty. Maybe even the one who did cause the incident but had a big spin but still gets a penalty on top. But that's racing, that's part of it.
It's what it is. Just watching Tom Guest and Peter Houston go at it, P12, P13. So that's Fusion, Blackout, GTP and Hydro Race, Geodesic Racing.
And Delta V Racing with another black flag right at this moment. Number 14, it's P4 in the GTP class. And they had one already. So without these penalties, there would be more possible.
Yeah. Oh, bit of contact between these two. Bit of rubbing is racing.
Yeah, not in iRacing, as we know.
No.
Sometimes the netcode god says nope, and throws his his bolts down the servers.
Yeah. Netcode is always a difficult pill to swallow.
Yeah. And we also had some things with the difficulty between prediction code, netcode is it in the end, checking several replays, because sometimes the replay from somebody else connected looks different than from another one. So it isn't so clear sometimes.
No, especially when the servers are like a completely different place. So when I've raced in a GSRC hosted in Australia, the netcode is insane. And so I had to leave a huge gap going side by side with another car. And yeah, we ended up on the receiving end of some crazy netcode.
Yeah, now imagine driving one of my favorite cars is the Skip Barber Formula 2000, so the Skippy. And if you go like with an international field 4 wide down Bathurst, for example, the chase, that's wild because you never know what happens because of some netcode issues. But yeah, you always have to drive with the netcode in mind in the end.
Especially in the open wheels.
Yeah.
Yeah, bounce over another tyre is not great.
Yeah, but here a little bit rubbing is allowed. I think there are several cars in iRacing where the rubbing works better than others.
Yeah.
I don't know why it is the case, but yeah.
Part of me wonders if it's down to what they're expecting to happen in the races. Like in TCR, for example, you expect a little bit more contact car to car than you would do in GTP, so it can take it better. I wonder if it's down to that kind of thing. I know you won't get any contact at all in open wheels.
Yeah, you have to be lucky to have airbox to wheel or directly two wheels side by side contact. That's okay. Yeah, but everything else overlapping is mostly a launch to the moon.
Yes. I've loved the occasion when you can like with open wheel get the wheels in between each other. But you have to have a lot of trust in the other car and pray for no netcode.
Yeah. Oh, and Kieran James in the chat, absolutely right with the not getting involved with the GT3s with the smart strategy there. That's absolutely right.
Yeah, it's the wisest move, not get involved. Still watching this battle unfold, do you reckon there'll be some success here climbing up the frame profusion?
Me?
Do you think that they'll get the past them?
I mean, it's also corner by corner sometimes.
Yeah, that is a very good point. Just checking out their lap time difference. Oh, they're almost identical.
Yeah, that's what we have also seen. Like, there's maybe a lap difference, but they are doing basically the same lap times.
I've seen that quite a few places here. Oh, but Houston's just come off. But gets it together. That's allowed some guys to get back in there. Just trying to see if there's other battles going in there. Gaz McRae's been in the pits for 7 minutes. Ah, that's a shame. Lucas Holler's has been in the pits for 7 minutes. Dowd is just coming into the pits. Guessing for a scheduled one. And Houston's gone in the pits himself, so let's release Tom Guess to try and put some laps down. Back down to the battle of the lap times.
Yeah, 148s, low 48s. Marshmallow Racing going 150, but also due to traffic. Yeah, but it's a back and forth with the lap times. But I must say, since the restart, the gap between Marshmallow P1 and CRZ SimSport is again 30 seconds, and even after 2 or 3 laps, it was already 10. So that's again very impressive by Marshmallow Racing and Sean D. Campbell.
Yeah, it's been They've been impressive all night, a pair of them. Let's see if they can keep just opening that gap and see if they can hold on, stay on that lead lap, just to try and keep themselves opportunities.
Yeah, and it's all like it's what are we now? 7 hours done nearly.
Nearly. Yeah.
I see already Brian Lucas waiting to take my spot, to overtake me here. Yeah. So before I leave, just a thank you to Mike to have this here at the majors, and also of course thanks to Garen, Alex, Brandon, Robert, Ryan in the race control. So yeah, it's a pleasure. It's thanks to you, Adam, for these very nice 2 hours here in the commentary booth.
I hope it's been a nice break for you from all the duties you've got.
Yeah. I mean, it's a huge event, and I'm very, very grateful to have 2 different perspectives and 2 different jobs to do tonight. So that's quite unique also.
That's nice. Well, thank you so much for joining me. It's been, like I said, a lovely couple of hours getting to chat to you. It's lovely for the stream because I get to meet different people, and so you being here has definitely been a delight. So thanks very much for that, and good luck for race control for the rest of the race.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe we see us again. And now over to Brian.
Hello, Brian.
How are we doing?
Doing good, thank you. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing not race control, but I'm live admin to give you a different perspective.
Oh, well, brilliant. So go on, explain for the stream, please, what's your role in the race at the minute? Well,
so we sit there, all right, we sit there in these races and watch you guys on crash mode and wait for somebody to scream, hey, I'm crashed, I can't move my car, I need a tow. All right, and then we start the safety car process if it is needed. Sometimes it's not always needed. Or we will, or we will have the guy tow, or just tell him, hey, your car can still move, dude. Come on, like get on your way here, So that's what we do. We sit there, we give out live penalties. So he's a race controller that just left. What he does is he gives us those penalties to give out, and we're the one who distributes all the penalties. And then we do safety car queue. It's where we go through and we try to get everybody organized where they're supposed to be. And I don't envy that job for myself even, because wow, it is not easy. I found out. So
no, it's not. It doesn't. I am very grateful for you guys being able to do that job, because for me, that would be crazy.
It does get very difficult, especially when you have cars come into pits in the middle, and then everything has to pretty much restart. And it can make a safety car go 4 laps longer than it should go. And just because you want to make sure you get everything 100% right, it is a very difficult job to do. But you got to be very careful, because you could ruin somebody's race, right? And you don't want to do that. Because
sorry.
Yeah, they don't take very kindly to that. They don't take very kindly to that usually. So.
No, but at the same token, they gotta appreciate you've got your job to do. You're human. You've been at this you've been here for all 7 hours so far, I believe.
I did take a little break. I'll be here for the rest of it. I did take a little break. My 9-year-old niece was racing in what's called a powder puff race. So we put her in a NASCAR truck and threw her at Michigan International Speedway, and so she raced there. But other than that, I've been going straight, and it's going to be non-stop till the end from here. Just did an hour of race control more, and now it's going to be 2 hours of broadcasting, then more live adminning. So for split 2.
Wow, plenty going on, plenty busy there for you.
Yes, sir.
Ah.
No, they just do such a good job with majors, and it's a difficult. You're gonna have a lot of people mad at you, I was mad at them for the 24 in Le Mans, but I'm still back here helping them because I believe in what they're doing. And I don't have any teams running. I'm really not like, we're just doing this out of the pure goodness of our hearts to make sure you guys have good racing. So please treat us well.
Well, I mean, this is the thing. Without you and the live admins, these races won't run the way they run. We were talking earlier about the safety car procedure we got here, and that's down to you guys really knowing your stuff, going through things, taking feedback on board, pushing to the next level, and that's what makes this event special. It really does add to it.
It really does. It is difficult because probably only about half of the field reads the rule book. And so they don't know what's going on. And so they'll queue up and they'll say, well, in IMSA and WEC, we do it this way. And I go, we're not in IMSA and WEC. We're not in IMSA and WEC anymore. I'm sorry. So it makes it really interesting. They have different rule sets, so it does keep it really interesting. I love it. These guys have given me a lot of good feedback and have really helped me out. So they've done a great job at doing the safety car procedures. I did one for these guys at the beginning of the race, and I've done so many for Split 2. So
yeah. I remember the end of the safety car procedure on the first one. That created some interesting scenarios.
It did. Oh, we got a hook. The 21 is hooked with the not the 45, but that's a 21 CRZ Sim Sport. Has quite there's somebody lost a clip to the car just ahead of them. That's going to be P15.
Yeah, Faison's been through the wars.
Faison?
Yeah. It's been difficult.
Yeah, she definitely got plenty of damage there.
Yeah, she had an off track a little while ago. At the moment, we've got the battle P5, P6 between Robert Cass and Matt Shelton in the GTPs. A little gap has just opened up. Yeah, Mark went off track.
Are you broadcasting for 12 hours straight?
Yeah.
I thought I saw that on the spreadsheet. How are you holding up?
I'm not doing too bad, I don't think. I'm on my third energy drink, and
what's your poison of choice?
I'm on Monster at the minute.
Monster.
Yeah.
That stuff's dangerous, man. That stuff's dangerous.
Yeah.
Dangerously good.
I don't do it too often, so I kind of take the risk of it. I am also conscious, stream-wise. I have to watch the time on the stream. I do need to flip to
part 2.
Sorry?
To part 2.
To part 2, yeah. We've got to do part 2 at some point because I'm only allowed through YouTube 12 hours straight. So I'm going to cut it in the middle at some point. So what I'll probably do is if we go to the 8th hour here, and then I'll flip it across to part 2.
Alright, sounds like a plan. We'll get you to that 8th hour. How does that sound?
Yep, sounds good. So
alright.
Keep an eye on it. So stream viewers, when it gets to 8 hours, you'll see this stream close, and part 2 will just open up quite quickly in the channel. So you just bounce to that.
You mind if I give them a little rundown of where we got cars sitting right now?
Yeah, you go for it.
I want to take some of the load off of you, man. I got this. Trust me.
I'll try and keep up with my clicking for you.
Oh, there you go, man. So GTP class is cruising along. We've got only one car on the lead lap as of right now. Marshmallow Racing just lapped CRZ SimSport after the issues they just had. That'll leave P1 to Marshmallow Racing. P2 is CRZ SimSport. They have a little bit of flashing going on in their car, a little bit of latency for them. Moving on down, on the same lap as them is Nexus Esports. 78. Obviously in the 78 car, third place. They're on the same lap as CRZ Sim Sports and trying to chase them down. It looks like they're about 20 seconds behind them based on my deltas here. Delta V Racing is 3 laps down, 2 laps behind Nexus Esports. Composites Performance 42. They are in P5. They're also 3 laps down, trying to chase down Delta, along with Project 91 Racing Team. Obviously, 91 car, 6th place position. Major Esports, they are 4 laps down, along with Hyperion. I remember you guys from the Majors 24 when I broadcasted at Le Mans for you guys. You guys were awesome to broadcast for, Hyperion. They are also 4 laps down, trying to chase down Majors Esports. They're about 10 seconds behind Majors Esports at the moment. The Focus Racing GTP, the 22 in P9, is 6 laps down, 2 laps behind Hyperion. And P10 is Majors Esports Blue. That 24 car says 5 laps down, so it looks like I'm at a little bit of, maybe my numbers aren't the best at the moment. Is that what you have? Is P10, or is my numbers wrong?
I think
are my numbers
some
wrong?
of your positions are a little bit out as well. They're 5 laps
They
down.
are out of order.
Majors Esports Blue is P9, 5 laps down.
Yeah, it looks like my stuff's not updating correctly. All right, let me try this one more time. I'm gonna clear. I'm gonna clear my race lab here, and I'm just going to go based on iRacing. Yep. So Major Esports Blue. They are in P9. Focus, that 22 car I was telling you about, they are in P10. Impact Sim Sports, the 15, it says number purple 49, but they're 15 in the lobby. They are now P13, 6 laps behind. The 61 Fusion Blackout GTP is 7 laps down in 14th position. They're being chased by Impact Sim Sports, also 7 laps down in P15. You ready to go over some GT3 cars?
Let's go.
You ready? You just want me to keep going? Hey, you're like, hey, as long as I don't have to keep speaking, I'll let him go, you know? You're like, dude, I've been speaking for 8 hours straight, dude. Please, just take it.
I'm good. I'm quite happily do the rundown on this one if you wanted to.
I can do it. I think your voice is tired. I think we gotta take as much load off your shoulders. You've put the stream on your shoulders, and my job is to take a couple of those bricks off your shoulders, you know?
All right.
That's my job for 2 hours. Yeah, man, that's what I'm here for. We have plenty of cars on the lead lap with Banana iRacing Team. Sorry, the Banana Racing Team. Number 50. Is that a Corvette?
No, it's a McLaren.
Oh, it's a McLaren. It's so dark out there, I can't even tell. You know, we got 1% precipitation out there. The track wetness is rated at a very lightly wet right now, and the track has warmed up a little bit from where it was earlier when it was raining a little bit harder. We're at 64 degrees Fahrenheit for that track temperature. I do not know what that would be Celsius. I'm sorry, I only speak freedom units. I apologize.
18 degrees.
Is that 18 degrees Celsius?
Yep.
Well, I don't speak that language. I apologize.
Freedom, I love it.
Freedom? I've been broadcasting for 4 years. It's just how it rolls off the tongue for me now. So Banana Racing Team is P1. They are P20 in the race overall. We got Delta Racing. I remember you guys also from Le Mans. It's good to see you guys back in that number 12. That's a Ford Mustang. I'll rep you. I got the Ford Performance shirt on right now. You guys keep it up. P2 in your GT3 class. Schneider Motorsports, that 23. That is a BMW M4. It's an M4, right? Or is it an M3?
Yep, M4.
It's an M. Okay, that's what I thought. I'm like, they are in third position, behind Delta Racing. Simitalk Sensations. See, I love that all these guys come back from Le Mans, because I remember broadcasting for so many of these teams, and it's good to like come back after broadcasting. What was it, 8 months ago?
Safety car.
And we have a
Everyone
safety
please
car
maintain
coming
race
out
pace.
right now, so we're gonna have some interesting
Leader
stuff
engage the
happening.
pit limiter at the end
Here.
of the pit exit, please.
Exactly. I was just looking at Simitalk. They're actually driving around without any headlights.
I did see that. Yeah, SimTalk Sensations has no headlights, so I'm trying to figure out how in Sam Elliott are they getting around this racetrack?
Relying on other people's headlights.
There's nobody in front of
the
them.
track.
Look.
I know. It's down to the
Like,
learning of the track.
He's just sitting in his car.
Swaby's had a
Just
big bash.
who has?
Lyndon Swaby.
Car 7, you're free to pass.
The 7?
Let's see if I can figure
That's
it
the
out.
Focus
39.
Racing GTP 2.
Set to
The
5.
7 just towed.
Yeah, there's a few damaged cars out there at the moment.
He did have permission to tow from the race admin, which is Garen Bratton. I'm sure you guys saw him on track not too long ago. Ripping it up there. Yeah, so you see, if you go to the first car in class here, all right, he's in
Just a
pit
reminder,
lane.
no overtaking, please.
That makes it complicated, but it makes it pretty
Second leader
easy
is exiting the pit lane.
because he's on his own lap.
Yeah.
All right.
People approaching turn 1, please start to
So
slow
he's
down.
now just going to engage the pit limiter. Everybody is going to line up right behind him.
Please approach
Well, the
the
problem
caution.
with that is they're not allowed to pass, right? Because we want to keep everybody in their same positions. Well, between the GTP leader and the GT3 leader, there's going to be GT3s in there, that will have to take a wave around to the rear end of the field. All right. Then also behind that queue, behind the GT3 leader, you're going to have GTPs mixed in there. And what that process is called is, what is it called? Man, I'm forgetting. I've done this like 10 times. It's called class something.
Class split.
Class split. Yes,
Yeah,
class split is about to commence. And so then all of the GTPs go to the right or left or whatever direction it says on the instructions. I just read it right off the paper.
Yeah,
It's
right.
easier that way.
For sure. And these guys are well versed at this now. This is what, number 4?
I have no idea. I know we've been like through 6 in split 2.
Oh, wow.
Just
Yeah,
for
they
the
got the lead
information for
still.
everybody, it's going to take a while for this safety car queue to fully form because of how many people have pitted. So, just...
And I love what Garen Bratton just said here. You guys can't hear him, but he just said,
We can.
because of how people... Oh, you can?
Yeah, you can hear him.
Oh, that's awesome. So because of how people pitted, it'll extend the safety car. Because that one car comes out and it just jumbles everything up. During the first one in split 2, we had that problem, and the first place driver came out in the middle of the field, and they didn't go around and catch the queue, and we're trying to figure out, okay, why do we have this weird cluster of cars in front of the leader? What's going on? And you guys got to listen to the instructions because it makes it much easier. So it took us probably 10 minutes to figure out that safety car because of just people didn't listen. And so we had to figure out, all right, who didn't listen? Okay, where are they supposed to be? All right, did anybody pass him? No, we're good. Okay, we're good to send all these cars number by number and make sure they all stay in line, so.
Yeah. No, exactly. The communication here, in this split, has been really good.
Phenomenal. Yeah.
Really good. I like the fact that there's that constant information. The drivers know what's going on, and then it's great for the stream to be able to hear it as well, because then they get to see what what the future is like, because like we were saying before, this is the prerequisite to the actual MEC series, and this is the standard that everyone's going to have to be at.
Yeah, I know. So I can't say I'm as strict with all my calls. I'm gonna talk to these guys like they're normal people. I'm gonna say, hey, thank you, man. I appreciate you had my back there. You know, they all keep me in check, and I keep them in check. You know, so I'm a little bit more chill. Garen runs it his way, a certain way, and I should run it more towards his direction. But it's fun to kind of have a little chit chat here and there, but can't be too much because, you know, we have a race to run.
Yeah, exactly.
Car 81, you may take the wave line.
I'd say they each have their benefits.
Yeah.
And at least with this,
Car
it may come
822,
across
you may take the wave
the
line.
less sit down, just all straight up instruction, but all of these guys know race control of the boss, that's it.
Car 13113.
No, I'm pretty excited for this mech series. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I cannot wait to support them all the way through all this. It's gonna be, it's really gonna be a lot of fun to watch these guys develop, and it's be cool to see. Like I said, I saw these teams from Le Mans like 8 months ago, you know, and it'll be cool to watch these guys develop every race and kind of become a fan of these teams, because we are fans of endurance racing and multi-class racing. Like, so I don't do this just because I'm bored. I do this because I love the racing. It makes it so entertaining. And yes, there's teams that I cheer for because they do cool things. So
no, I'm with you on that. I mean, again, that's why I'm here as well. I love the multi-class racing. Normally I am in the cars. I've done a few majors 24s. With my team, I try and get as many endurance races as I can. This is, you know,
that is the end of the GT3
I'm doing this stream because I also enjoy the stream, and at the overlay that everyone's watching on the live stream now, I coded that because I love doing that as well. So it's cool to be able to combine passions. I do miss being in the car though.
Oh yeah. Yeah, man, our radars. Have you taken a look at the radar recently?
No, what's going on the radar?
Oh, the radar is kind of clearing up there a bit. It's we're gonna start losing our rain percentages. Like my overlay says it's only 1% precipitation at the moment, though the clock says 100. But it depends on where you are on track. It's kind of differs, and I wouldn't say that's 100% precipitation that's falling right now either. But because I've seen it rain a lot hotter than that in iRacing. But yeah, it's going to start to really pipe down here, and we are going to be pretty much, I think you're going to be clear for the rest of this race. So we're going to get a dry track here in about an hour and a half, maybe. I'd probably say about hour and a half, hour 45 minutes, we'll have a dry racetrack.
That soon, do you think?
I do.
I'll go down for another couple of hours maybe. Because what I consider...
Maybe closer to 2, yeah.
Yeah, just because of the track temps staying low because of the night time, I'm just wondering if that'll prolong it.
It will, you're right, that will prolong it, but we have a lot of cars racing across this track, and cars dry racetracks really well.
Yeah. And especially across the varying lines
okay,
that the cars
we now commence the class split. Can all cars please move to the right? And then GTP cars past the GT3 cars on the left, please.
There we go with the class split.
Yes, sir. And we just hit the last wave of precipitation that is inside the radar. So I'd say it's going to stop raining here pretty soon. Even though this is saying 20%, 24% precipitation and stuff, the radar is just saying differently.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think we've seen what we're going to see there. What's going on there? Just looking a bit further back, a few cars look like they're just diving in. Oh, they're just diving in front of the GT3s, that's normal.
Yes, it is.
Soon we might start to see... Sorry?
No, you're good. Go ahead.
I was going to say soon we might start seeing the weaving and the brake warming up, getting ready for for turn 1.
Oh yeah.
Okay, thank you. The remaining cars will catch the safety car line in time, so we will commence at the end of this lap. So Letty, you may increase pace to 80 miles an hour, 50 miles an hour, please.
Well, this should be a very entertaining restart. I'm really glad to see a Cadillac up front. I don't know if you remember, but for the
GT3 cars, please be aware there is one GTP car still to pass you, so please stay on the right.
oh man, where was I going? I wanted to let him talk, so.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh no, I'm really glad to see a Cadillac up front. And you see, they're all weaving, trying to get their tires clean. I don't know if you remember, but for split 1 for Le Mans,
And as always, a reminder, no
the
parking
entire
until you have
split
passed
was
the area.
all Acuras because the Acura was just faster.
Yep.
So it was really cool to see. Really cool to see a Cadillac up there. Is that a Ferrari in third?
The Ferrari is in 6th.
6th. Okay. What's that car in third?
Porsche.
Is that a Porsche?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I'm blind.
That looks
No,
like
I
a
don't think
Ferrari.
that's not a Porsche. That's a Ferrari. Yeah, I'm right.
Oh no, do you mean third in the queue?
Yeah.
Ah, right. Yeah, that's Ferrari.
Oh, so
I
he's
was
sixth.
looking at P3.
Okay, yeah.
Green, 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 green.
There we go. We're green.
I've seen a lot of cars spin out onto turn 1, leading the race from split 2. And turn 1 has just been deadly, especially in this rain. It's been almost every safety car restart the leader has wrecked because they don't have anything to really measure off of.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of people overshoot as well here. This one seems to be okay so far. But yeah, a lot of late breakers just kind of getting it wrong.
Yeah, P17 right on the tail of Sean Campbell. Maybe trying to get a lap back, make it look a little bit better.
I'm not sure how long that would stick, because Sean has been on the rampage throughout this
Yeah,
race.
that Cadillac, it's been lights out. Because I remember when I was in here earlier adminning, and he spun out going into turn 1. I think that was that restart you were talking about. That first safety car, and he's driven his way back up to the front and lapped the entire GTP field.
Yes. Got some good action in the GT3s as well. Shopop is trying to recover. So watching his battle boat. Nearly 3 wide. Going to the S's.
Yeah, we still got a very good battle in GT3. What is that? 5 cars on the lead lap? Yeah, that's 5. The top 5 are all on that lead lap, and then the cars behind them, it's about 6 more that are all on the same lap as well. So very good, close field here in GT3. Going to give us a good show all the way to the end, it looks like.
I think so. I'm just curious, I'm just thinking about this now. How many of these cars got the endurance lights on?
The endurance lights?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Some cars have, there's an endurance light settings in the garage, and it gives you extra lights at the front for nighttime racing.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
I didn't know about that.
man,
Oh, that's not going to be pretty. Yeah, there goes the 50.
There it goes off. Didn't give him the space. And now he's going to have someone.
And that's for position.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's for position right behind him. That is the Delta Racing Ford Mustang.
You got Murphy Nichols in between the two of them.
Yeah, that'll give him some room for sure. We have 4 hours and 30 minutes left in this race. Delta Racing is not in a hurry here. They're going to take it nice and easy, because you know what happens as soon as you get in a hurry is you make a mistake.
Yeah, 100%. It's all too easy at this point in time, especially when you're considering tyre temps, brake temps, track situation. It is too easy.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's going to move Kinetic Racing to the lead. You know, Banana was leading before, and I believe, right? Yeah. And that's going to move Kinetic to the race lead. Is that a McLaren? That's got to be a McLaren.
Yeah, the Banana, that is a McLaren.
The Kinetic? What's the Kinetic?
The Kinetic in P1, that is a McLaren as well, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
That's 20 laps. There's a 20 lap discrepancy in their pit stops. So,
Okay.
Jesse here, I actually had laps in 203, lap 202, whereas Vincent lapped on 182. Oh, another one there, was that Giannini? What's going on here?
I'm not sure. Do you have the car number?
I'm just watching what. Whoa, CRZ
Oh, I
Sim
do
Sports
see.
about a big. Is that a bash?
Yeah, there's a car stopped on the front stretch.
Yeah, car 21 is
I think
in a bad way.
I just saw him do a no-no. Oh, yeah, we are going to have a DQ'd car, I believe. That is going to be a disqualification for the 21 of CRZ SimSport. I am almost positive. Obviously, we got to wait for the jury to make the decision, but you are not allowed to tow your car, and I never heard anybody queue up to ask for a tow. But if you look at that 21 car, look at that rear end.
Yeah.
There's nothing left of it, and there's nothing he could do for sure, but you still have to call out to the race live admin and say, I'm requesting a safety car, it's requesting a tow, and you have to wait for them to give you permission to tow. So...
No, exactly. So I'm wondering what went on there. I'm trying to find any situation involving them, but I can't see any. I guess it was caught up in another crash. But yeah, that's a big no-no in this race event.
Yeah, you can't do that. I'm just gonna send a little hint to my live admins, you know, say, hey, I just saw this, in case you guys missed it.
Yeah.
And that was P7, but 4 laps down, you know.
Yeah.
I don't think that car's going to return to the race. That's a lot of damage. He's got a broken left front, no right rear, no rear clip, which a rear clip is automatically 12 minutes. It is on it's an LMP2, it's 12 minutes. I can't tell you what it is on a GTP. And yeah, that's a lot of damage.
No, exactly. And seen his rear left wheel was hanging up as well. Yeah, I think it'll be a while before we see him, if at all. I think that's probably why he paid. Oh, jumped to pits.
Yeah.
Watching this battle between P6 and P7 at the minute in the GT3s. Car 119, Delta V Racing, and car 19 in Impact Sim Sport. Bit of a push along there. Almost unscathed in that lot. Ooh, just watching. Is it Rosa? Andre Rosa squeezed through. Almost opened the door for Castro. Kieran, is that why some lights look brighter than others? Yeah, I reckon so. Some cars have the endurance lights on and some don't. And I have been guilty of not putting my endurance lights on my GT3, and I think it was Spa when we forgot to do that. So Spa at night was good fun.
I never knew those even existed.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I don't know if it's in every GT3, but it's certainly in a lot of them. The Lambo, Porsche, I can't remember what we raced. Ferrari. Yeah, we didn't have it on the Ferrari.
Always race the BMW, so.
Yeah, some I don't think are really like hugely distinctive. I can't really tell them apart. Where's the Lambo? The Lambo is very clear. Oh, the Lambo's not with us anymore. That's a shame. But yeah, the Lambo is very, very clear. So if we have a look. Right, yeah, so here we go, perfect example. If you look at P8 in GT3, for stream,
in GT3.
Stream, I'm going to do a rear chase for you. So you see at the front there of the car, there's nothing there. But if I go to the P5 behind, which is also a McLaren, it has those center lights. That is the endurance lights. So Anthony there will have better view of what's going on than the cars in front. There's another one there, Murphy Nichols, with his endurance lights.
Very, very interesting. I think I saw on the BMW, it's got those little L hooks that aren't usually on. I was like, I've never seen those before. So it's probably those.
Yeah. It definitely does make a difference. I mean, the good thing here is a lot of cars on track, so the visibility isn't too bad. But you would notice it when you're on your own, especially if you're in a place like the Nordschleife. Can you imagine in the Nordschleife with dimmer lights on? It'll just make life so much more difficult.
Oh yeah. Dude, I loved doing the Nürburgring 24. That was one of my biggest accomplishments.
I don't know if I really am still ready to talk about mine.
I'll talk about mine if you don't mind.
You go.
I was doing it with me and a buddy. That's it. 2 people. And my buddy went to dinner with his mom, and he didn't come back for 8 hours.
Oh.
I was stuck in the car for 8 hours at Nürburgring. I now have permanent damage in my right arm that is non-repairable.
Wow.
Because I refused to get out of the race car. I was in so much pain I couldn't race the rest of the race. I shouldn't have raced the rest of the race. I took 4 ibuprofen and just wrapped it as tightly as I could, and just 2 hours later I hopped back in the car after I stopped when he got back, and just damage that can't be undone, you know? So guys, be careful out there on your sim rigs. You can really hurt yourselves.
That's it. People say you can't get injured in sim racing. Yes, you can.
Dude, most definitely can. I have a wrist that doesn't work right to this day. So, yeah, my wrist was about twice, like it was way bigger than my hand.
Wow.
So, yeah, and my other wrist was killing me too. It was swollen, but not that swollen. But, yeah. So was my experience worse than yours then?
Yours was worse than mine on a physical level, for sure. No, mine was more emotional damage in terms of, you know. I do have a soundboard for that, but I'm not going to put it on. Yeah, my team were in the lead by 3.5 minutes. And we were doing well. I jumped in the car, did okay on my first outing, and then we did all our rotation, went back in again. We were doing solid, and then I missed my brake point and went straight into the wall and killed the car.
Oh, don't worry. I had that same
painful.
thing happen.
And just the heartbreak of my team going,
Yeah.
what happened? And I dropped it, and I've got to go, bye, and just went ding. But then I just decided I wanted to get that car home, so I drove for 4 hours straight and got it back into P10 just to kind of finish the race. You know, you got to finish the race.
Oh yeah, man. I understand that. I had a
bit of contact there between Biggs and Cast. Cast is trying to catch up from a spin earlier to De Sousa. Yeah, it was an unlucky one. Everyone's still alive. That's the main thing.
Hey, that's all that matters. As long as you don't have a stopped car.
I'm still thinking about you and your wrist. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, I've gone 11 years without realizing I have a dislocated wrist and I do racing. Nothing on that, and
I understand the heartbreak. I was leading the my split of the Watkins Glen 6 hours, just over 3 hours in, and I had the Logitech Pro pedals, and if you know, you know.
Yep.
They aren't great. They are they are amazing when they work. Some of the best pedals you can buy. But when they don't work, they don't work. Went into entering the boot. I hit that next corner, hit the brakes, and I had no brake pedal, had no brakes, and that was heartbreaking. Let's just say there was a nasty email sent to Logitech on that one.
Understandable. You're paying for equipment, you really want to make sure it works, and Logitech, I mean, a little bit surprised. I don't know if I should be, but I feel like I'm a bit surprised by that.
I have had this wheel for 2 years now, and the only problem I've had with it was those pedals. So it's... And the biggest frustration was they had no wheel rims. You were just stuck with the one real rim until recently. It took 2 years to release another real rim, which is just unacceptable. So...
I mean, I never had the Logitech Pro, I had the G920.
Oh yeah, I had that too.
I did the whole thing with the pedals, you know, with the brake and the clutch, so you swap them over.
Oh yeah, no, I sat there and I would stand on my brake pedal, and I got that little bushing worn in. So they worked great, but...
Oh, mine, I had this really weird rig, and it had a bar down the middle, so I couldn't actually reach the brake pedal very well. I was having to use the side of my foot for braking as opposed to the actual flat. So that's why I had to switch the clutch and the brake around and just never use the clutch, so that way I could actually put full force on the brake pedal, because yeah, it was just crazy.
Alright, you ready to finish our breakdown of the GT3 running order?
Do you want to do it?
I'll take it away, give you a break. You got many hours to go. We want to try to relieve you. So
we're doing good. We got how many hours left? 4.5 hours, 20
minutes?
4.5
hours.
You've
probably got another 5 hours to go after interviews.
Yeah, that'll be good.
All right, the number 2 Kinetic Racing McLaren is in P1 in class for the GT3. The Schneider Motorsports, that's a BMW. The M4, the 23. They are P21 in the race, but P2 in class. Banana Racing, we saw them get into a little bit of trouble there for a minute, but that, I believe that one's also McLaren. That McLaren is P3, being chased down by Delta Racing in their Ford Mustang GT3, and that number 12, go Ford Performance, I'm all over it. Oh, there's a spin for our next one. The I don't know how to say that team name. The 222. I'm not even gonna try. They're in the 24th position. You want to hear the try?
Yeah, go for 'em.
Les convios del stream.
Yay, that'll. Sure, they'll appreciate it. Let's come here, Dennis.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Très bon, très bon.
Yeah, Delta Racing, Delta V Racing, number 2. That is the 119. I'm sure they're in a Ford Mustang. No, they are in a Porsche. They are 2 laps behind the rest of their class. In P6, though, being chased down by the Raccoon Sim Racing team in the 404. Them obviously being P7, being chased also on the same lap. We've got a lot of guys on that same lap, 34 laps down from that GTP leader, 2 laps behind the next cars in their class. And that's going to be Simtalk Sensations, one of those guys I remember from Le Mans back in June. It was June, yeah. So 6 months ago. Impact SimSport White 33, they're going to be P9. DLRF P1, the 237, is going to be P10. Behind them is going to be Negative Delta by SimGear. Then Aero Kinetics Green, that's the 822. They are going to be P12 in class. Team Frida Sport is going to be P13. Blackout Team Black is the GT. They are in that beautiful Porsche. Did you look at that Porsche? I can't even see it.
I got on stream now. I saw the LMP2 and that was looking gorgeous. For this one, I just got a glimpse of it with the light. I hear from Lewis, who's watching the stream. It's actually chrome, so it does actually.
Yeah, it looked like it.
Yeah, I'd love to see that thing in the day.
Right, yeah. So Delta V Racing, their other car, that's the first car that's quite a few more laps down. Obviously, oh yeah, look at is that a Corvette?
Nope.
Oh, that's a McLaren.
Which one? What,
oh no,
Delta
that's
V?
an Audi. That's an Audi.
It's an Audi. Yeah,
that's an Audi. Yeah.
Audi.
I only got the rear end view, and as it turned, I was like, oh wait a second, that's an R8. So that is P15 in our GT3 field. That Audi is your fastest qualifier, I believe. No, Mag Performance is your fastest qualifier. They are P2 qualifier. Obviously, that does not matter as we are 8 hours into this race about. Lap 209 for them, man. How many laps are we in for that GTP leader? Let's take a look here. That's going to be lap 248. They have gone 248 laps around this minute 45-second circuit for them at the moment.
Crazy.
That is. They're working hard in there. They're doing a good job.
Yeah.
Impact SimSport. Impact SimSport did receive a black flag. That's the number 49. Mm-hmm. They are 11th overall and in class.
They're in the pits now, so I'm guessing in there to serve it. Major Z Sport Blue is trying to hold off an attack from Hyperion Racing. So that's Missanza. Taking advantage of GT3 traffic. Charge up by Kurz, very aggressive. I'm liking seeing almost like controlled aggression. It's really good to see.
Oh yeah, well you have to. You have 4 hours left in this race. You still got long ways to go.
Yeah, it's nice and the calculations. People are having a good go. I mean, Kerr's having a look up the inside there, hoping to keep the creep up there. But the run out from a sensor makes it a turn 1 battle.
I just had a realization. This race is going to end in the light. Am I right?
What time's daylight?
I have no idea, but 4 hours from now is 7 o'clock. It's going to be 7:18 4 hours from now. So it'll be 7:30 by the time this race ends in sim.
Wow. Yeah, we could have a bit of daylight.
Yeah, we might just get a bit of daylight unless the settings don't allow it. Let's see, what day is it in sim?
Oh,
it is
no,
11:30.
Kept it. But has now allowed Kers to get a 3-second gap. Yeah, it's quite possible we'll have just a bit of dawn. Nice welcome way to finish the race.
Oh, it says as of right now. So if it was today, so the sunrise is probably gonna be towards 8 a.m. So we're just gonna see just a little bit of dawn shining over the horizon. Do you know what time their sunset? Their sunset was at like 5 p.m.
Yeah, the race sim started early. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I guess that's what it is out here in Utah right now. So.
A little bit of an incident there for Herbia, so allows Schneider to take the lead for the GT3s. We've got a new GT3 leader.
I don't know if you noticed, but it's not raining anymore.
No, it's not.
Yeah, we have no rain at the moment, which is great to get that track dry, and then these guys are going to go into full aggression mode for the last 3-hour push.
And then begin that calculation when's the time to switch? Like when did the driver feel it's necessary to go into the dry tyres?
Yes. Oh, then that's so difficult too. That is, there's never a right answer to that.
No, it's down to the driver, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, it's great. It's great spectacle seeing the top 3 of the GT3s so close to each other.
Oh yeah.
Where we are, it's nearly 10-2, so yeah, in 10 minutes we'll go to part 2 to see out the finale.
Yes, sir. We have just a 1.5 second split between P1 and P3. That's insane. Almost a move being made for P1 there.
Yeah, Saarinen is definitely eyeing up the move. Banana Racing Team wanted to get past Schneider Motorsport.
Schneider got by him.
Just creeping
he just pushed him out of the way, kind of. Gonna create some room for Schneider. Nicholas Schneider.
Yeah, I'm not sure Jess will be too happy with that.
46 is currently slowly trying to make its way back to the pit lane, so be aware on your relatives.
Car 11. Is that car 11 that's had the bash? She's certainly crawling.
I'm not sure.
Let's see what's going on the replay. Nope. It's before then. Who is it? Eddie Gomez. Let's use my STK to find out what happened. Charging in towards turn 1.
SDK is a good tool.
Oh, yeah, and then heavy contact as well. Oh no. Nose hit there. not, as controllers could be under braking, and that would have affected the NGC car of Andre Rosa. So, yeah, Rosa's having to go in the pits. I'm guessing.
We've got side-by-side battle for the lead here.
Oh.
In GT3, he just pulled right behind him, but they are bumper to bumper coming through turn 4 now. Pardon, turn 3, then turn 4.
Yeah, it looks like Saarinen has gone through, so Banana's racing team has taken P1. Schneider will be on him.
Good battle, they're gonna push.
Definitely car. They're approaching the P12 of the GTP, the one that's having to go really slowly as well.
And props to them for putting the work in to get back to the pits.
Yep.
A lot of people would just park it on track and ask for a safety car pretty much, or ask for a tow.
Oh, a little bit of squiggle there from Saarinen as he goes onto the grass. Held it though. Good car control. Saarinen knows he's got to push. He knows that Schneider's wanting that spot back.
Yeah. 1.8 seconds is the split now, almost now 1 second. He is pulling away. The confidence for Jesse.
Yeah. Currently the resident flying Finn.
The what?
He's a flying Finn.
A planed Finn?
He's from Finland.
Oh, he's a Finn.
Definitely from Finland. From what the flag is telling me, he's from Finland. So, yeah, flying Finn.
All right.
He's got a nice. He's opened up a nice gap for Schneider.
I think third place just hit pit road. Yes, he did. Kinetic Racing just hit pit road. They must have been on pretty old tires. Yep, we just saw the jacks get dropped there. They definitely did change some tires out there. Delta's going to go by them. Delta Racing, their Ford Mustang, that's going to put them back in third position.
Yep, they're back in the podium.
Good for Hugo. Or Hygo.
Yeah. Hugo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see pit stop differences. Oh yeah, I mean, Connecticut have not been in there long, so that's standard. But between P3 and P4, there's a 16 lap difference in pits.
Mm.
Yeah, I think we've got a couple of more retirees looking at the looking at our list here. The list is growing. We've got 3 GTPs, 4 GTPs no longer with us, which is working well for teams like Fusion. We're now back in the top 10 after an incident early on in the race. They were down in like P16, so they're doing well to recover.
The Kinetic has not reached their driver requirements yet as well. I think Aiden Campbell may have just hopped in the car.
Yes.
and I have lost all of it. Oh, no, it's come back. Okay. I literally, I just had a computer screen just go completely black, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do now. I don't know.
Hate it when that happens.
Oh, just wait till it does it while I'm on track. Just wait till
Yeah, Aiden Campbell's on track for candidate racing at the moment. Just getting a feel for it.
That's good. They got to get his driving time in.
They got plenty of time, yeah. Especially the conditions now are changing. It's looking like in certain areas it's getting dry. I'm wondering if drivers are now testing it out. I'm watching Aiden. In some areas he's being quite cautious. I'm just wondering if he's trying out the dries already.
Well, it's his first lap on track of the race.
True, so he might be just trying to get used to the grip.
Yeah, he has not touched this car yet. He's just getting used to the different track, because this track is completely different than the track he practiced on. It's wetter. It's in a weird wetness stage, really. He's got to figure out where the traction is and stuff, and it's just... He doesn't know. He just straight up does not know what to expect.
No, we're going to have the marbles on the track, the gravels. Yeah, the state of it is more than likely very different to what he's ever practiced on.
There's only one other team that is not quite eligible yet, and it looks like they got their driver in the car right now. That's going to be Blackout Team Black GT, that number 16 car. Andrew Moran? Yeah, I just wanted to not say it wrong. That one will get me in trouble. Andrew Moran. He's got to do about 10 more laps to meet. Well, he really should be doing about 20 more laps to meet a minimum 100%.
Sure. Oh, and Thomas looks up the inside. Tomcast on a move. Good spot there from Moran in the Bowker. We've got about 2 minutes, well, just under 2 minutes before the change in stream.
Yeah. Are you telling me I've already got you through a whole hour?
Yeah.
Well, that went by quick.
Already. We're having fun. Well, I'm having fun. I hope you're having fun.
Are you? Oh, that's good. I thought I was pretty boring, but I'm glad somebody thinks I'm fun.
This is brilliant, Brian. These conversations, I mean, I'm enjoying it, and I hope the stream enjoys. I hope you're enjoying it. It's good having the different elements coming in all the time here. And it's better than listening to me for 12 hours straight. I mean, I'm sure the stream's not like that.
It's better than me listening to more drivers complain too, so I'll take this every day over that, so...
Oh, bless them. Lovely.
They're just adamant about their racing. That's what we're all here for, is to be adamant about our racing.
That's it. And like Sebastian was saying earlier, you got different people, different views, different personalities.
Oh yeah.
At the end of the day, it's the people that run it are in charge. You follow their rules. Follow your rules. Oh, we have a car stationary. GT3, who is it? 8th position. That's the Castro. I think he's just had a bit of an off-track situation. One more replay before we switch to streams.
Yes, sir. I'll leave it to you.
Just a little spin. Nothing major. Right, so... Yep, we're going to switch the stream over, so I'm just going to end this broadcast. Me and Brian will just still sit here, it doesn't affect us at all. But for everyone watching the stream, if you keep an eye on, just refresh the Majors channel, you'll see part 2 pop up in just a second. See you in a moment.